Oh, is it not working? That was working. Well, I guess now it's working. Huh? That not working? Somebody type something. Somebody type something. Am I like okay, it works. Wait a sec. Oh, this is wrong. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Wait, is it wrong? No. Okay. So I promised to look at the lore. So there's also like some videos on like basically like how you play Magic or like introductions. So I guess I'm gonna just learn about lore and some like how to play Magic 101. Magic Gathering. So yeah, so I have how to play Magic in about 15 minutes. This is an entire Magic Gathering story in 10 minutes. Entire story of Magic Gathering. And there's also, I think, Simo learning about modern format, which is like they going through cards, I think, like individual cards. So we'll see. What do you mean? Why would I put myself through this? This is not bad. What do you mean? Like if I'm trying to get clout from the Magic community, I might as well like actually know about lore, you know? Yeah, I heard arena or whatever the thing on the Steam is not the best way. But I have somebody that could probably teach me Commander and not using the app, so like actual deck. It's just not gonna be like now, but it's on the schedule. And I'm just looking at lore. It doesn't mean that I'm going into competitive or I'm going to ranking. I'm not. Yeah, I guess because they asked me like what format I'm interested, and I'm just like, uh, I don't know. Like I only heard about Commander. I know there's different formats, but no. It's more about just to learn the game, not like I said this before, like I am not a TCG person for sure. I probably would just be like, okay, it's nice, but I'm not gonna be addicted. I'm probably not gonna fucking care about it. Like in terms of the actual game. So yeah, I want lore. Listen to Voice of All. What's Voice of All? Audio dramas? Bruh. I don't even look at Yu-Gi-Oh lore like that. I just kind of know what's happening. Well, to be honest, they don't have like official or I don't know audio videos of it. It's more like okay, from this card image, we could kind of see what's happening, and then from reference of the name or whatever hints, we kind of know what's happening. They did like egg sets, bruh. Okay. Anyways, uh, I am gonna look at the lore in 101. I know it has legit lore, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh. But I'm just saying that, like, wait, we're gonna do like baby steps, okay? We're gonna do baby steps. I don't know how I'm gonna react to it. Novels, books. Okay, I'm just saying we could start like small, okay? I didn't. I never promised we're gonna go through 8 audiobooks. Let me know. Let me know the audio. If it's loud or not. Yep, okay.
Magic the Gathering is a collectible card game that is fun, complex, yet easy to play. The game requires and develops critical thinking, combinatorial mathematics, creativity, and imagination, and all while part of a socially interactive experience with others. This video will teach you everything you need to know to play in a matter of minutes, from rules and mechanics to what to expect.
So, I think like my friend told me that there could be games where it's like hours or something, and I guess I don't know. I think it was like Commander where they're saying that they told me that was more like a social game kind of instead of I don't know TCG, even though it is TCG. And I was like, oh, 5 hours a game is nothing. Like I watched like competitive werewolf like fucking tourneys and like okay, it wasn't like 5 hours a game, but it's like 3 games like per night, every week they have like it's easily 5 hours. And it's literally people just talking nonstop for hours and thinking like actual like social deductive game. So I'm like five hours is nothing. But yeah. So from that knowledge, I feel like I don't know, commander wise, like if it's something like that, I'll probably enjoy it. Yeah. Oh yeah, solo game more social focus. So from if it's what I think it is, then I feel like I'll enjoy it. Even though I don't have friends to play. Play like I don't know, like how many do you need? Make it that long? You could just play with 2 people, right? But I forgot. I don't know how many max you could play with, but yeah. Another thing is like I only watch the Werewolf games. I don't play it because I didn't discover it when it was at peak. Now, if you want to go and find like like not casual, even casual people are like don't fucking care about a game. Like so. But I'm just saying, in terms of like concept wise, I feel like I should enjoy it. Just based on that, I can listen to hours of werewolf games
Over the
competitively.
course of a turn. Magic the Gathering is one of my favorite games. In fact, I'd say it's my absolute favorite game, and I'd love to share it with you. The game's basic premise is fairly straightforward. Using a 60-card deck, draw 7 cards, play 1 land per turn, cast spells using mana from those lands, attack your opponent with your creatures, or use them to block your opponents as they try and attack you with theirs. While that might seem simple, there are currently more than 20,000 unique Magic cards, to which hundreds are added each year, all of which ensures no 2 games will ever truly be the same. Magic is a TCG, a trading card game, and trading cards with friends is one of the more fun ways to build your collection. Many Magic the Gathering players start with some booster packs or starter decks, or even a deck builder's toolkit, and slowly
I guess this is kind of off topic, but I also said before, I think there's people saying I know there's paper players saying that a good chunk of the game is playing with friends and being at locals and having a community, and I'm just like I never do that. Like even when I watch anime, it's like a lot of my friends are like weaves, but they don't necessarily like the same series as me. But I don't feel the need to be like, hey, this is a good series, you need to watch it or something. But I mean we have overlap stuff that we like, so we talk about it. But it's not like I don't have like I feel like even if I had friends, like I wouldn't be. I mean, going to local is another entire thing that I keep mentioning. It's just like I don't like. Unfortunately, it's like I just don't want to be in that environment. And then even I mean, on top of I actually know how to play, so it's just hectic. I just rather not do it. That's actually the main reason. The second reason is I don't like the environment and I just don't have friends. And then I don't need to. I'm like a solo person, I guess. Even with like games or anime, I just like it, and I just like okay. If I find a hashtag community, it's like okay, there's somebody in the community I like. I talk to them, but it's not like oh, I need to feel like I'm in a community surrounded by people that like the same thing, that type of stuff. So yeah, just saying. Like in terms of like that's why like I don't play paper, and that's why I just don't like this. I guess the social aspect of any TCG game is not really like my thing. Okay. It is louder. Wait a sec.
slowly
Oh yeah, it's literally like max. Okay, how about now?
build their decks from there. In order to play a game of Magic, you'll need a 60-card deck. At its most basic level, a deck is made
This
up of
card looks
lands
like
and spells. Spells are what you cast to play the
seriously.
game, and lands are the resources you draw power from to cast your spells. The basic template is that you play 24 lands in a 60-card
60?
deck.
I play
Of course,
60.
this number can vary depending on how the deck is constructed, but generally speaking,
Free teacher
24
decks,
lands
style
should be
local
fine.
odds, they'll give you one.
The
Oh.
spells you include in a Magic deck are all of the cards that have a mana cost. cost.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember all the fucking. I'm gonna call them by colors. I don't care about the combination. This is green, and this is not white. This is beige and gray, okay?
These can be creatures, artifacts, enchantments, instants, sorceries, and even the iconic planeswalkers that you may recognize from Magic's story.
You don't like to play at locals because people stink and like to be alone in my room, so only stinky spell so it's me. What the fuck? That's not what the fuck, Cole. No, what the fuck? No, okay. Actually, I never been to a locals where it was stinky, but I said that I went to a YCS and it was stinky. So I mean, it's probably because there was like not air ventilation as well. But yeah, I mean, yeah. There's mana is the cost, right? That's the I know that. Like you needed to use that. You need to pay cost to do stuff.
Creatures are the bread and butter of your decks. They'll be fighting and can have synergistic abilities. Artifacts and enchantments augment your board's state and can offer bonuses and buffs to the cards you have in play. Instants and sorceries are powerful one-time effects like destroying creatures or drawing cards. As you can see in the corner of a card, mana costs tell you how much mana you need to pay for the card. The different colors of mana in Magic represent the power you can draw from the 5 different basic land types. Plains generate white mana, islands blue, swamps black, mountains
Why is
red,
island blue and not
finally
green?
Forests produce green mana.
Forest is green.
Naturally, if you build a deck with red and white cards, you'll need lands that can produce.
So yeah, this is basically just like attributes.
Naturally, if you build a deck with red and white cards, you'll need lands that can produce red and white mana. So plenty of plains and mountains. As you explore new cards, you may discover lands that can generate more than one color of mana, which are very useful when building a deck with more than one color of spell in it. The mana cost of a spell will generally have either a generic cost, represented by a number in a gray circle, a colored mana cost, represented by a colored symbol, or, more commonly, a mixture of the two. This shock costs 1 red mana to cast. We can pay for it by tapping a mountain to generate 1 red mana. This short sword is 1 generic mana to cast. This means we can tap and pay for this with any color of mana, whether that be a red mana from a mountain or even a green mana from a forest. Falconer Adept costs 3 generic and 1 white mana. This means that at the very least you have to pay 1 white mana in order to play the spell. The rest of the mana can be any kind you like. So we can pay 3 red and 1 white, or even just 4 white if we wanted to.
Okay, so there's a lot of cards in your hand then, no?
Important thing to remember here is that you must pay the color requirements, even if the generic requirements are flexible. To generate mana from a land, we tap it. Tapping indicates we have used the resource for the turn, and is a handy way to remind both players that the resource has been used. Don't worry, when you start your next turn, you'll be able to untap and use them again.
Oh, that's like a tapping.
Each player starts with 20 life points. Your goal is to reduce the life total of your opponent to 0 before they can do the same to you. Turns consist of playing 1 land a turn to increase your resources, playing increasingly powerful spells, and sending creatures into combat when you feel like you have a strong attack to make. The easiest way to whittle the life points of an opponent down is through creature combat. A creature card has a mana cost, a type line, which tells us what it is, in this case a dog, rules text, which is any text in the main text box of the card, and unlike the other spells you cast, has 2 numbers in the corner. These are the power and toughness of the creature. Alpine Watchdog has 2 power, so when it attacks, it will deal 2 damage. It's not quite as simple as that, though. Your opponent will have plenty of hurdles for you to overcome in order to get to their precious life total. One thing the opponent can do is block. Alpine Watchdog has 2 toughness, so when it either blocks or becomes blocked, it can withstand a creature with 1 power, but will fall to a creature with 2 power or higher. While other TCGs you may have played might be different, in Magic, attacks are declared straight at the opponent. If we attack with our Alpine Watchdog, our opponent has the opportunity to block. They may block with their Liliana Steward, a 1/2 zombie. In this case, the zombie will be dealt 2 damage.
Okay, so you don't attack the monster.
But our Alpine Watchdog will take 1 damage and survive the combat. If, though, our opponent decides to block with their walking corpse, then the creatures will be evenly matched. Both creatures will end up in the graveyard. There are different ways to buff your creatures by using different spells, and also ways to nerf an opponent's creatures or even remove them entirely. This is required
This is me yesterday sneaking up on the enemy ass and just like backstab.
Required in order to get past the stronger creatures your opponent might play. Sitting across from a colossal dreadmaw, our alpine watchdog won't quite do it. The next important thing to learn is the difference between cards that stay in play when you play them and cards that resolve their effect and then go to the graveyard. The play area in which you play is commonly referred to as your board. Your board consists of the battlefield, where you'll keep any cards that are in play, your library or deck, and your graveyard,
Why is
which
it on
is
the left
where
side?
cards go when they leave play.
Why is it on the left
There's
side?
also the exile zone, which is super out of play, but that's used less commonly. Each land you play
What is that?
stays in
Banish zone? Exile's banished,
where
right?
cards go when they leave play.
Is there
There's
Mildex?
also the
I mean, there's a
exile
graveyard,
zone, which
so
is
I
super
assume
out
yes.
of play, but that's used less commonly. Each land you play stays in play unless an effect declares otherwise. The same is true for creatures who stick around to fight, artifacts and enchantments, and planeswalkers. These are effects that are permanently in play until removed by your opponent. As such, we call them permanents. That leaves two other categories
I was gonna say
of
equip
spell,
still, but I don't think it's
and sorceries.
equip still.
These spells represent the impressive feats and arcane magics you might employ to help you achieve victory. And once their effect is resolved, they are discarded into the graveyard. Thankfully, it's fairly straightforward to remember which spells are permanents and which are not. The clue is in the name.
One card is one. I guess unless it says otherwise.
While an instant is, well, gone.
That's why I said like it takes like at least a couple of turns to build up.
You've got your 24 lands and an assortment of 36 spells of varying cost. You have your goal: get the opponent to 0 life points. How do we play? To start the game, each player sets their life total to 20, which you can
This
track
is just like generic, right? So it like applies to commander and
decide who goes first using randomization. The most popular way to do this is to roll two six-sided dice each. Each player draws 7 cards, and then the player who's going first
automatically
proceeds with their turn. Turns are broken up into phases, and at a high level, these phases are the beginning phase, the main phase, the combat phase, the second main phase, and the end phase.
Okay, they're the same. Standby phase, standby. Drawing phase, standby. Main 1, battle phase, main 2, and...
These phases can be further broken down into steps,
which we will
cover as we continue. The beginning phase includes the untap step. This is where you untap all of your permanents, including lands and creatures. The upkeep step, a time where many abilities will trigger. The draw step. Each turn, players add a card from the top of their deck to their hand. The only time you...
Beginning phase, untap. Untap all your permanents, including land and creature. Unkeep. So stuff's triggered before you draw.
You will not draw in your draw step is if you are playing first. On every subsequent turn, players draw a card in the draw step. Your main phase is for...
Somebody is gonna teach me commander. Like maybe a couple months later, and I'll get like a physical deck just to learn in basic. In terms of online, what the app, or I could look at it, but I know myself that I'm not gonna play it like regularly because I'm not crazy about TCG. But I'm open to any. I think my fan told me. I think Shadowverse is getting something. Yeah, I think Shadowverse is getting 2 next month or something. They're like, you gotta look into it. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah. So like anything like Hearthstone, Lorna, like I don't know, like Ezreal, I don't know, yeah, Disney stuff, Digimon, like even I forgot their names, but like like Wise. There's a Gundam one. Like I know there's a lot of one. Like if there's somebody that can teach me, I'll be open to play it. But 99%, 99.9%, I am not gonna be like, okay, weekly stream of playing Magic or something. Like I don't even play Pokemon Pocket that much. Like it's like when Pokemon Pocket has a new pack, I go up and then I just open packs. We barely get pocket stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, Pokemon. To be honest, I would argue the main thing of Pokemon is the actual game, not the TC. So I play the actual game, not the TC though. But yeah, I could look into it, but like I highly doubt. I mean, how is it gonna go? Like, how is it gonna work? Like, let's say like I like Commander. Like, how does that even work? Is there even is there Commander online? Like, it'll be like what or what? Me playing viewers. I have 5 people and then we play. Like, how is that gonna work? Because I'm not competitive as well. I don't even play. I climb rank in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's like I don't play like meta. I mean, I am playing meta, but it's like I don't like I don't have the interest of like mastering a card game or doing stuff like that. So how's that realistically gonna work if I'm gonna play Magic? Can be hard to play if none of your friends play it. I don't even have. That's what I mean. Like I don't have. I don't even have friends that play Yu-Gi-Oh. Like the friends that I play Yu-Gi-Oh, like don't even play paper anymore. And it's like what? Like I just play with them. Like what? Like on like simulator or something. Like it doesn't make sense to me because I feel like if you're playing Magic as like streaming content, you would actually be playing meta or like rank climbing. Like which is like I don't know. I don't. I highly doubt I would go into that deep. Yeah, there's multiple avenues. Okay, okay. If I mean, if let's say I try Commander and I like it, I'm not opposed of like. But like, how's that gonna work though? Because like, if it's viewer do and it's like 10 hours, I'm pretty sure the max is like it's not more than 10 people. Like I'm just not sure how that's gonna work. That makes sense. Yeah, 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 tabletop. Yeah, 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 tabletop. Yeah, I mean, there's ways of there's ways of playing it, but I'm just not sure of like how like if I want to do that, we'll see. But yeah, like I have what's it called like I could go. I mean, I could go on to Steam and just look at their official thing. Like I could click around as like part of the learning process, but I know for sure I'm not gonna be like, okay, we're going to rank. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a rank thing. Like I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be like, okay, I'm doing rank stuff here. How much magic are you gathering? What do you mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Table stuff. Yeah, I'm currently just eyeballing at Commander. I don't know much though.
Casting spells and playing lands in order to fuel your spells. You may play one land per turn unless a card specifies otherwise. You can cast as many spells as you like, provided you can pay the mana cost. Once you've tapped all of your land, that's it. You'll have to wait until next turn to cast more spells. The next phase is the combat phase. This is the time where you can play out your attacks. There's one thing to be aware of when it comes to creature combat, though. If you cast a creature spell, this particular creature is unable to participate in the current bout. The combat phase can be further split into steps. Firstly, we move from main phase 1 to the combat phase. Any triggers that say at the beginning of combat will trigger here. Once both players are satisfied, we move to declare attackers. During the declare attackers step, you may declare any creature that can attack as an attacker. This includes all creatures you were in control of from the start of your turn. To do this, tap the creature in the same way you would tap a land. This signifies it has been declared as an attacker. Once you have declared your attackers, the opponent will be able to declare their blockers in the declare blockers step. Only creatures that are untapped may block. So if they attacked last turn, they can't block now. They may block however they wish. Next is the combat damage step. Damage is calculated here. Creatures deal damage to each other with their power, and their toughness statistic determines if they succumb to this damage. Any creatures who receive lethal damage are sent to the graveyard, whether they attacked or blocked. Any creatures that weren't blocked will deal damage to the opponent. Hurrah! Take that, opponent! After the damage step, there is the end of combat.
There's more steps. Okay, this is more steps than Yu-Gi-Oh, no? Declare battle, declare damage step, right? There's not. This is what? Or wait, is it the same? Yeah, no, declare attack. Okay, and there's a declare blocker. Isn't this kind of like in Vanguard when they're like, "Oh, I have the shield," but in the shield, I guess the block is before the attack. Combat damage calculation. I think it's the same, no?
Some abilities and effects will trigger here. After this step, we proceed to the second main phase. The second main phase is essentially the same as the first main phase. If you haven't yet played a land for turn, you may also play a land. After this second main phase, we go to the end phase. First of all is the end step. Here, any effects or abilities that last until the end step or trigger in the end step happen. After this is the cleanup. Here, the player whose turn it is discards down to 7 cards again if they have 8 or more cards in their hand. We remove any damage from our creatures and any effects that say until end of turn.
Discard until you have 7 cards in hand. I guess you just play all your lands and stuff, no?
End. Damage remains on our creatures until the cleanup phase. If our opponent's 3 toughness creature took 1 damage during combat, we would have a chance to do the remaining 2 damage with a burn spell in our second main phase. Or we could do that damage in the end step if that spell is
this a
an
life point,
instant.
like the 3/3
I'll cover when you can cast instants later in the video. But what's important here is that your creatures
the text
do
on
not
a Magic Gathering
lose
card is so much easier
hit
to
points
read.
or the
Well, it's not like 10,000 paragraphs. First thing.
Their toughness is refreshed during the cleanup step. After this, the turn passes to your opponent, who will take the same steps and phases as you, except this time you'll have the opportunity to block. Play continues until 1 player's life total.
I feel like you're trying to tell me about like game block. Yeah, they're not textbook, so that helps.
Except this time you'll have the opportunity to block. Play continues until 1 player's life total is reduced to 0.
Get things that let you have no max hand size. Okay, what is it? I need to play that. Is there Maxi and Magic and Gathering? I already know what I'm gonna play the stupid monkey, the Warcrime white monkey, and then also the bird that everybody hates. That's my commander deck. That's my commander starter deck. That's what I'm gonna play.
This is easiest to achieve through attacking with creatures, but can be done with other spells. Burn spells in red are popular for this, and many can deal damage directly to the player. There's one other way in which a player can lose the game. If they run out of cards and cannot draw a card either during their draw step
Never
or
really
when a
close to
spell or
Maxi,
ability
shaking my
asks them
head.
to draw a card, they lose the game. At this point, you know enough to play a game of Magic without too much trouble.
I don't.
The trickiest part about learning the basics of Magic, though, is priority and the stack. The stack is an elegant solution to the idea that players may respond to spells and abilities with their own spells and abilities. Unlike some other card games, an opponent may make a play during your turn, and vice versa. In order to understand exactly when
this is just literally counter trap, quick play spell. Blue is good at it. I'm a blue person, right? So I should actually play a blue. Whatever, I forgot what's that landing? I forgot. We're playing blue though. Is the tutor saying you know this? Yeah, he says like you already have the base. Like, I don't know what the fuck. No, I don't.
And make a play, you need to use the knowledge you've gained so far. First off, when you cast a spell, it will go on the stack. The stack is an imaginary pile of cards that a card will enter.
Imaginary piles of cards.
This is where counter magic comes in. If you're
Granny, hey. We just started. I need to slow down the simulator so I could play Vanguard with you.
You're playing blue, this is where you can counter a spell. When a spell is on the stack,
just
players
literally
may respond
just one line. Counter target spell. I decide what stands in my way. Flavor text.
Playing blue, this is where you can counter a spell.
Blue is
when a spell is on the stack, players may respond by casting any spell
Christy studies
that is
the same
either
kind
an
of
instant
card draw
or
value
has
as
the
Maxi.
keyword flash. This will place their spell on top of the stack. Players may respond in turn, passing priority between each other to see if they want to cast more spells to add to the stack. Once priority
blue
has
is just
been
Soul
passed
and Judgment?
to the
No, so
opponent,
just
and they do not declare a new spell, they will return priority to you. And the first spell on the stack will resolve.
So runic.
Spells on the stack will resolve in
Kashtira,
reverse
you're telling
order.
me.
So if we're in the combat phase and an opponent targets my Alpine Watchdog with a
You'll have
shock
to
in
ask
order
you
to deal
resolve
2
blow?
damage, I might get
Randy, you
scared
play
and decide,
Magic?
hey, I'd rather you didn't remove my dog. In this case, while the shock is on the
That
stack
was a
targeting
Yu-Gi-Oh!
the
Would be pretty
Alpine
fair, guys.
Watchdog, I can cast another spell in
But like when a car was for turn, when the car semicolon, blah blah, no flavor text, okay? Just like like, first of all, the card text starts from here. Okay, you gotta cut this card in half, and then the text. First of all, the font size is smaller than this, and then you're gonna be like. You also cannot chain block. Okay, so it's not chain block. There's no like C1, C2.
In order to protect them, so I can cast Invigorating Surge for
Do you
2
play
and
Magic
a green
competitively?
to put a +1/+1 counter on my
What the
dog.
fuck is this thing?
And then double the counters, making them a 4/4. The dog then survives.
Okay, so this is the stupid math thing. +1/+1?
The 2 damage as the stack resolves with the last spell cast as the first resolve. I couldn't, however, cast Basri's Solidarity to put a +1/+1 counter on each of my creatures. This spell is a sorcery.
Are you guys following
and
this?
can only be cast at sorcery speed during my main phase. Going back to our example, if an opponent wanted to fire off another shock in response to my
100 card
Invigorating
Highlander
Surge,
format.
that spell
Okay.
would resolve first. My Alpine Watchdog would die, and the remaining spells in the stack would
I don't know
attempt
what this
to
math thing
resolve.
is.
If
What
they
is this
have
math
no
thing
effect
going on?
now that the creature
No,
is
it's
gone,
exactly.
they simply fizzle, meaning they have no effect and are discarded. As you learn to play Magic, you'll learn a lot of Magic is played at instant speed, and at the last possible moment. This is one of the most enjoyable parts of the game, and can provide fun and intriguing gameplay as players bluff and try to one-up each other. So when can you cast an instant? Well, whenever priority is passed to you. And when is priority passed to you? Well, priority is passed whenever a
Add
player
one
wants to
attack
move
and
to another
defense?
step or phase.
What is
or
the
when they
plus
add
4
a
minus
spell
4?
or
Like
ability
whatever.
to the stack.
What?
Well, it's pretty straightforward to understand what creatures and other permanents like artifacts and enchantments do. Planeswalkers
effect?
are a rarer permanent and one
Okay.
that has special rules. Planeswalkers are the heroes of the multiverse, and they have abilities which can be activated once per turn during your main phase, anytime you'd cast.
Like it doesn't even say once per turn. It's just given that what they're Planewalker's abilities, so it's once per turn. Does it say? No, it doesn't. Where's the once per turn text?
A spell that isn't an instant. These are powerful effects, and the cost to use them
Where
is
my
modifying
heart
the
slay?
starting loyalty points that the Planeswalker entered the battlefield with. Liliana, Waker of the Dead, comes into play with 4 loyalty.
Yeah. Okay. So this thing is what loyalty? What was the three dash? Okay. So because this is a Planewalker, so this is a shield at 4. What was the 3-3 thing on the bottom right then?
+1 will add a point, and if you wish to use her -3 ability, you will subtract 3 loyalty points.
Okay, yeah, so this is the math part. We're doing math.
You may only subtract
What's
the loyalty
loyalty
points they have. You may not activate the -3 if they only have 2 loyalty, for instance. When a Planeswalker has 0 points, they leave the battlefield and go to the graveyard. In this instance, their debt to you is paid, and they owe you nothing else. There is one other way to remove loyalty points, though. A repeatable ability every turn is powerful. And so
Did he explain what loyalty points is?
You may declare your attackers at the Planeswalker instead of the player.
Calculation in the
Attacks
card.
and blocks happen as normal, and if the creature does get
I'm not
through and
following.
deal damage, the Planeswalker loses loyalty in the same way the opponent would lose life. It's as simple as that. You're now armed with enough
So what? But didn't they say that there's only directly attack and they can block?
knowledge to play a game of Magic. There are countless rules and abilities on creatures, though, and learning them
As
all
a
can take
Jace
time.
cosplayer,
It's
all
important
to
to get a
get
grasp
say
on them,
Liliana can
though,
get it?
because they'll be how you win your game.
Magic has a comprehensive rulebook that's like 300 pages long. Okay. I don't even read the stupid. Whatever the official rulebook of Yu-Gi-Oh. Little Yu-Gi-Oh text. So I think maybe steps.
Games. Here's some of the most common ones you'll see. Haste. Creatures with haste can be played during your main phase and then immediately declared as attacker.
So I need to remember all these dictionary. I need to see haste and be like, oh, what does haste do? And it's like, okay, haste does this.
During combat. They do not have summoning sickness. Flying.
And it was like,
Creatures
okay.
with flying can only be blocked by creatures
But not
with
our cards are Playwalkers though.
flying
That has
or
Playwalkers
reach.
abilities.
Reach.
Only the
Creatures
show
with
one,
reach
no?
can block flying creatures. Death
We
touch.
don't read card, forget about rulebook, exactly. Forces and set to introduce new mechanics and to say what the rules are on the card for now. Okay.
A creature with Death Touch will always deal lethal damage to an
Yeah,
opposing
that's it.
creature
I saw this
by
last
dealing only 1 damage.
Any amount of damage this deals to your creature is enough to destroy. What does that even mean? So if I only deal 1 damage, they still die? Hmm.
Even if that creature's toughness is high enough to otherwise survive. First Strike. A creature with First Strike will deal its damage in an additional combat damage step that happens before combat damage.
Combat damage before creature without First Strike. Okay, I already forgot what First Strike is.
A 2/2 creature
Oh,
with
so
First
if
Strike
an,
then will deal
oh,
lethal
basically
damage.
if they're not a First Strike thing, you can attack first. But can't they just block? They could chain, no? You don't need to read a whole rulebook to play or even understand how to play they fully.
To another 2/2 creature
Yeah.
without. And this creature would die from lethal damage before it can deal damage back. Trample. A creature with Trample can trample over blocking creatures. A Colossal Dreadmaw with 6 power can deal the remaining damage past.
Are we halfway done? What is this? Deal it says combat damage to player or playing walkers is attacking.
Lethal damage directly to the opponent. In this case, if they block.
Learning through commander is a lot easier. Yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan.
With a 3/4 creature, the remaining 2 damage can be dealt.
1 power creature with Death Touch deals damage to 5 toughness creature. Yeah.
As though the creature weren't blocked. Menace. A creature with Menace can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures, and never be blocked by only 1. Vigilance. A creature with Vigilance does not need to be tapped in order to be declared attacking. This means, if it survives, it will be able to block during your opponent's turn. Lifelink. A creature with Lifelink will gain you life equal to the damage it deals. Indestructible. A creature that is indestructible can never receive lethal damage, not even from Death Touch creatures. Any effects that destroy a creature will not work. Hexproof. A creature with Hexproof cannot be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. Creatures can do so much more, and as you expand your knowledge and collection, you'll come across creatures that can destroy other creatures when they come into play. Creatures that can untap your lands, and even creatures that can grow and get bigger as the game progresses. I hope very much this video has been of some help to you. Where do you start? What do you buy? What's your first event going to look like? I have videos on all of these topics and more. What products to protect your precious cards are also available. Check out the links here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I've
seen his his like binder videos or sleeve videos before. So yeah. Okay, this was because it was shorter, so I was like, let's look at it 101. But basically there's like 2 lore, or this is story in 10 minutes. This is entire story. And then we have Simo doing some reacting to some like modern cards. So yeah. I'm using what's that bird, that blue bird that everybody hates that's banned? I'm gonna play that. Go like 102? What's 102?
Hello, spicy people of the internet. My name is Stand Up Poet, aka a gargoyle come to life. This is the Spice 8 Rack, and welcome to everything you need to know about the Magic the Gathering storyline in slightly more than 10 minutes.
What a snappy title.
Number 1. The story of Magic the Gathering is told in a number of places, but the most important events and characters are often
The one he meets Team APS and try to explain Yu-Gi-Oh to him? The community college one? I feel like I've probably seen it, but I don't think... I feel like I probably saw it, but I didn't see the video, I think. Didn't Beginner 101 feel a little advanced like 102. True.
showcased on cards as spells, artifacts, planeswalkers, and creatures.
Nadu, yes, Nadu, yes. I'm playing Nadu.
Be it a land, creature, planeswalker, or anything, it is because the character or object or event on the card has some significance to that set's storyline. Number 2. The world of Magic the Gathering is a multiverse set on different planes, a bit like planets, separated by the blind eternities, a bit like space, which all play out at the same time, a bit like our world, provided you've developed an understanding of object permanence. Number 3. Each of these planes is unique in terms of size, society, demographics, technology, etc. Most planes have humans, some planes have dragons, some planes magic looks like this, other planes magic looks like this. There are an infinite number of these planes with infinite world building potential, and so Wizards' only limit is their imagination and the number of historical cultures they can easily condense. Number 4. Wizards of the Coast is the company that makes Magic the Gathering. That's not relevant to the story, but I didn't want to confuse anyone into thinking I'm talking about actual wizards when I say wizards, until I do mean wizards when I say wizards, in which case I would mean wizards. Wait, no, I've just confused everything.
I mean,
no.
you would just say WOC though, WOTC, I guess.
I say wizards, in which case I would mean wizards. Wait, no, I've just confused everything. No, come back! Number 5! Much like how regular living beings can't easily leave Earth or traverse space, nothing can leave its plane of origin or traverse the blind
Whatever the hell we
eternities
want
unless
goes on
it
these
is
cards.
a planeswalker, or a powerful demon, or if they have an emulator, or a special boat, or they happen to be born in a... Number 6. Most things can't leave their plane of origin. Number 7. The many planeswalkers in the multiverse are often the driving force of Magic's storyline. They are soldiers, sorcerers, and regular Joes who, after some great
That does not look
emotional
like a
event
regular
befalls
Joe.
them, have their planeswalker spark ignite, turning them into a being that can travel between the planes. Gideon Jura was
this
a
is like
soldier boy
Avengers.
on the plane of Theros, but after his hubris led to the death of all of his friends, his spark ignited. The anti-hero Liliana Vess was a noble daughter of an old Dominarian house, but when she accidentally turned her brother into a zombie after some guy in the
I learned
woods
this
told
from
her
the
to,
Smash and Pass.
her
People
spark
told me.
ignited. Samut was
Her
a strong,
backstory.
independent skeptic of the gods of Amonkhet, and her spark ignited not when she watched
They
her
have X-Men and
childhood
Final
friend
Fantasies
killed
on
before
cards?
her
Well,
eyes
yeah.
by a desert
They have
horror,
SpongeBob.
not
They
when
have
she barely
SpongeBob
saved her
ass
only
cheek.
other childhood
Joey,
friend from
I
being
don't know.
brutally murdered by the god
I'm saying
Hazaret,
lore-wise,
but
it's
instead
like
when she
traveling
saved
to different
Hazaret
planets
from
and
the
stuff
Scorpion
like
god
that.
and was overwhelmed with euphoria and joy after being thanked by her deity. Number 8. Wizards of the Coast has dumb writing sometimes. Number 9. Planeswalkers pretty much used to be interplanar gods until the Mending, which was when the central plane of the multiverse, Dominaria, got all of its time holes flex-sealed up in a huge narrative balance patch that happened 60 years ago back in 2007. Number 10. This thing exists. Yep.
What's that?
Take all of him in. Number 11. Jumping back a bit, the first 10 years of Magic's story predominantly focused on Urza, Gerard, and their friends on the plane of Dominaria as they fought against continual Phyrexian invasions. Urza was a planeswalker, Gerard was his selectively bred son, Phyrexia was an I have no mouth and I must scream style plane ruled over by the mad god Yawgmoth, and despite all of those people and places being canonically
smile.
dead or destroyed hundreds of years ago, their names and actions still hold relevancy to Magic to this very day. Number 12. Did I say Phyrexia was destroyed hundreds of years ago? I meant still alive and worse than ever. Khan, the second saddest robot in all of Magic the Gathering, forgot to wipe his feet after he killed Yawgmoth and traipsed a bunch of Phyrexian oil all over the carpet in his perfect machine world of Argentum, which then became Mirrodin. This oil blurred the lines between flesh and machines and has since evolved the plane into new Phyrexia, and even more I have no mouth and I must scream style hellscape. Not to worry though, the planeswalker Koth is single-handedly turning the tide in the Phyrexian invasion and providing a shining beacon to all I'm just joshing with you. It's a lost cause and everyone on Mirrodin is either dead, a Cyberman, or in some flavour of Womblehole. Number 13. Who's that in the distance? Oh
How
my
does
god!
SpongeBob
Whoa,
and
okay,
Lore,
back it up a bit.
they're
Oh
under
my
the sea
god,
in a
it's
pineapple.
Elder Dragon turned Planeswalker, turned Ghost
Can't they
Dragon,
be in the
turned alive
blue?
again, turned
They're like
Planeswalker
water.
again. Nicol Bolas! He's one of Magic's many villains and certainly one of the most iconic. He's always on some harebrained scheme to get rich quick or to reclaim his lost omnipotence, even if it means sacrificing the life of every other living being in the multiverse, and God help him, he will enjoy doing it. He's directly and indirectly ruined a whole bunch of planes, including Amonkhet, Zendikar, and many more. He's got his fingers in lots of pies and lots of planeswalkers owing favors. The Gatewatch, can they defeat him?
Is this like a mat? This is a mat, right?
I hope so. I'm really bored of them. Number 14! Let's keep talking villains. The Eldrazi Titans are three ineffable beings, presumably born from the blind eternities themselves, who travel the multiverse, consuming entire planes for some unknowable and dastardly purpose. Many years ago, Nicol Bolas' brother Ugin, the Lithomancer Nahiri, and Soren Markov, a weeb, trapped the Eldrazi on the plane of Zendikar, but wouldn't you know it, Nicol Bolas tricked a bunch of planeswalkers into releasing the Titans, and they rampaged through Zendikar, killing countless people and irrevocably wounding the plane. The planeswalker Nissa Ravane had a chance to stop them, but she didn't. She just chose not to. Number 15!
Why is it Burger King
That's
foot letters?
Right. Every inch of him. Number 16!
Oh, it's hero time!
The Gatewatch are an ever-changing group of planeswalkers that first formed for the purpose of defeating the Eldrazi threat and protecting the multiverse after the four founding members beat up the demon planeswalker Ob Nixilis. The group went on to grow and shrink in size, besting many villains
like the
such
one that
as
has like 10,000
Ulamog
cards?
and Kozilek on Zendikar, Emrakul on Innistrad, Tezzeret on Kaladesh, kind of.
How's it
and
going?
when they faced Nicol Bolas
We're
and
learning
Amonkhet,
some magic
he ganked
stuff.
them so hard that Jace forgot he was a planeswalker and Nissa threw a tantrum and left the group. God, Nissa sucks. The Gatewatch... I ate my hair. The Gatewatch lost another member when Liliana's demonic contract defaulted to Bolas after she killed the four demons she originally made it with. Read those rent agreement, kids. You only have one future. But Gideon, Chandra, Ajani, Teferi, the newly unamnesiaed Jace, and a bunch of other planeswalkers are currently on their way to Ravnica for one final showdown with Bolas. Can the Gatewatch do it?
It's the
Again,
meme?
I really hope so. I
mean, I don't think
their storyline.
SpongeBob is gonna be in the videos that we're
and
watching.
block of magic that's released into the game
That's like
is
too new.
chock full of stories, and I've only covered the major multiverse spanning characters and events, and even then I have had to leave some stuff out. There's lots
It's
of
the meme?
subplots,
Why
loose
is it
threads,
15?
and rumors about Magic's storyline to talk about, and lots of speculation about what's going to happen after the Gatewatch saga finally comes to a close next year. Who is the Raven Man? Where are the Eldrazi now that their physical forms are gone? Will Sidisi overthrow Silumgar and make Tarkir interesting again? What will Elish Norn do with her Phyrexian knowledge of other planes of existence? How will Elspeth come back from the dead? Will we ever go back to Lorwyn? Please God, saying we're going back to Lorwyn. It's so cute.
This is like
there are so many directions that the story could go.
$201
retconning, reimagining, and time traveling through the narrative of this game. It's vast and silly, and there's so much.
Oh wait, white cards.
And time traveling through the narrative of this game. It's vast and
No, go back.
always retconning, reimagining, and time traveling through the narrative of this game. It's
Total cards 19K as of 2018. So it must be like close to 30 now, no? Colorless multicolor. Okay.
vast and silly, and there's so much to talk about that someone could make an entire YouTube channel based around
It's been
that
about a decade. This video is 6 years ago, yeah.
niche alone. Please subscribe. Daddy wants a Patreon. Number 18. My favorite bit of Magic the Gathering story is that in the canon of the game, no, not you, but you are a planeswalker. Whenever you sit down to play Magic, you're not just playing cards with your pal, you're dueling another planeswalker, casting spells, using mana to summon creatures, and calling other planeswalkers.
So this is just you are a master. You're a servant.
walkers to your aid. So go nuts. Wear a silly hat to your next event. Make fun noises when you cast spells. Magic is a complex, convoluted, 2-part Silmarillion, 8 parts Hollyoaks kind of story. There's so much to talk about, so much to explore, and in the videos I plan to make, I hope that I can make that exploration a fun and interesting one. But it's no substitute for diving into the story yourself. Look through some old cards, pick up a busted old book at a charity shop, have fun with this game, and if you see someone engaging with a game of Magic, laughing or role-playing or wearing a silly
I'm a
hat,
wizard,
let them
Harry?
have
What do you
their fun.
mean?
After all, they are technically a planeswalker, just like you. Number 19. He's always watching, you know. Thanks for watching my video, guy. I hope you...
So yeah, and then they did like a entire story. This is a year ago. So they updated it a year ago, and then this is like an hour.
In the beginning, there was this chunky dragon who birthed
Your
all
wizard
the other
casting spell do
dragons on
7 creatures.
Dominaria,
Throwing
2
light
of which
bolts
were
and do
Nicol
funny
Bolas
stuff.
and
Oh,
Ugin.
okay.
The others are cool but died and don't matter. Dominaria is a plane of existence in
Wait a
Magic.
sec. So they all died. They look so much cooler than
Are
this
cool
thing.
but died and don't matter.
Than
Dominaria
Nicholas?
is a plane of existence in Magic the Gathering, separated from the rest by the Blind Eternities. If you're having trouble imagining it, think of planes as planets, the Blind Eternities as space, and me as the caring parental figure you always knew you deserved. Around this same time on Ravnica, another plane, another dragon, a sphinx, and some other freaks signed the Guild Pact, splitting the plane into 9 guilds and promoting peace and cooperative development between each other. For now. Back to Dominaria, and societies have developed, one of which is the Thran, and a handsome man turns up to help them out. Just kidding, it's
Handsome man?
Yawgmoth, who is a magic fascist. He is handsome though, that part was true. He meets Daifed, who is a planeswalker, a special near god with
She
the
doesn't have
ability
a
to
card?
transport
What?
between the different planes, and she takes him to an empty plane where he can house the people who are sick with a mysterious and contagious disease
How does she
caused
not
by
have
the
a
magic
card?
nuclear reactors that the Thran use. Just kidding, he stores them there to experiment on them and reform them into cyberflesh nightmare bastards, including this guy called Gix, whilst also exiling his political rivals and their goblin servants to a different plane called Mercadia. The Thran aren't jazzed by all of this, and they start a civil war, so Yawgmoth blows up an artificial moon and kills them all, but gets trapped inside his hell plane by a Thran lady who fuses together a special key that keeps the gate between the 2 planes shut
It
and
doesn't
then dies
exist,
because
no?
of the moon. Everybody's dead, Dave. Oh, and the plane that Yawgmoth is trapped on is called Phyrexia. That's probably not going to be important later on. Time passes and some more bullshit happens. On Dominaria, a guy called Dakon forges a special sword called the Black Blade, and Nicol Bolas has a punch-up with a big squid which opens the first of Dominaria's many time rifts over Madara. On Innistrad, a New England horror plane, a chap called Edgar Markov begins the curse of vampirism with his grandson Sorin, Ugin, and a very emotionally healthy core called Nahiri seals
Home
some
of Burger
plane-eating
King
monsters,
foot lettuce,
the
no?
Eldrazi Titans in a mountain on Zendikar, a mana-rich plane of adventure and Nahiri's homeworld. They do this to stop them from eating the whole multiverse and use a spell that can only be broken by 3 planeswalkers assembling at the Eye of Ugin in the mountain and using Ugin's Ghost Flame. Foolproof. And back on Dominaria,
Number
2 boys
15?
called Mishra and Urza
Okay.
are born. Oh no! The boys grow up to be skilled artificers, but when a brotherly feud leads to the death of their mentor, they become indefinite rivals. Huh, that rock they were fighting over whose breaking in 2 caused their mentor's death sure does look very similar to that special key that sealed Phyrexia away from Dominaria. It's probably nothing that— Yo, who the fuck are you? The brothers' feud develops into a full-blown world war, and Mishra is corrupted and changed by Phyrexia. Urza isn't a fan of either this or the prescient Phyrexian invasion and blows up a third of the plane with a megaton fruit bowl called the Golgothian Silex. He becomes a planeswalker for his troubles,
是跟我
and
学
his
习
eyes
发
are
现没那
replaced
么多
with the
时
two
间英语
halves of the
差。
Power Stone that he and his brother nearly
万智
destroyed
牌
the
吗？
world over. How
万智牌
sentimental,
前一
I
阵子
guess.
不是还有
Time
中文的吗？
passes,
虽然现在
and
没了。
Urza's gap century backpacking around the multiverse ends when he meets Xantia, a newt or human-turned Phyrexian, and decides it's probably
Urza
time for him
messes
to
some
deal
stuff
with the
up.
hell
Uh-oh.
world that ate his brother.
Experience
His assault
to
fails,
repeat?
he goes
That's
mad
the plot?
and runs away through space with Xantia, being chased by Phyrexians to every world he passes through, some of which are destroyed as a result, and others asking him politely but firmly to leave. Urza goes back to Dominaria eventually, where Gix is waiting to meet him, and the pair fight, with Xantia sacrificing herself to save Urza and finally destroy Gix. More time passes. On the plane of Kamigawa, a Japanese folklore and later futurist-style world, the mortal emperor seals the daughter of the Kami emperor in a decorative plate to achieve
岛面的国
immortality,
内不能
and
随
that
便
just
出现。
causes a whole hullabaloo. The daughters of both emperors
我的意思是说，
eventually join
他还在的
forces
时候，
to
你
defeat
没有
their warring
尝试过学
parents
习
with
吗
the？ help of a rogue called Toshiro Umezawa, whose actions ended up diminishing the extraplanar powers of whatever the piss
换着
this
牌主要
thing
太贵
is,
了吧？
so he's blinded and sent to the plane of Dominaria in exile. Azor, the Sphinx from Ravnica who set up the Azorius Guild, is a planeswalker, and he and Ugin try and trap Nicol Bolas with a magic disc called the Immortal Sun on Ixalan, an Aztec with Dinosaurs Island on a plane of the same name. But they mess up, and Azor ends up getting stuck there instead. Why did they mess up? Well, as Sarkhan sees when he travels back in time on Tarkir, Ugin gets killed by Nicol Bolas in a crux of fate, but he saves the dying dragon and seals him in a healing cocoon. Who is Sarkhan? What is Tarkir? I'm confused. What on earth is going on? You'll find out in a few thousand years. Let's check back in with Dominaria, and oh dear, it's in one of the 3 ice ages that will sporadically befall it because of Urza's Silex Blast. A bloke called Joda and a lady called Jaya Ballard are born and fight a necromancer called Limdor
That's
and
the
a
crazy
Nightwalker
one.
Called Lashrak. But both of those weirdos piss off on
Oh
their
no,
own,
this is
and
the
Jaya's
grandma. This is the grandma.
spark ignites when a weird little magic freak trapped in a ring makes her lose her mind for a wee moment. Fast forward a few years, nothing happened. Nothing happened, don't worry about it. And Urza's back. Oh no, again. He's healed his mind, but not his soul, because he founds a school on the
Grandma's
island
still
of
good.
Teleria on
She looks
Dominaria,
better when
where
she's
he's about
old.
to do a whole bunch of
I was
unethical
mixing
stuff to
her up with like
everybody
the
who
crazy
steps foot inside.
girl, but
Amongst
she's not the
those
crazy
are
girl.
the wizards Baron and Rain, and the students Urtai and... Oh, pissing shit! The Phyrexians just snuck up and invaded the Telerian Academy, killing everybody inside. Quick, Urza, send the silver golem you just made called Khan, who's been brought to life with the Heartstone that you took from Xantia's corpse, you fucking weirdo, back in time 24 hours to prevent them from doing that. Oh, shitting piss! Urza's time machine was built by a madman with no moral compass, and of course it exploded the minute somebody turned it on. Only a handful of people escaped the invading Phyrexians, along with a bunch of students.
AbstractGenmu is one of the most evil D in fiction,
like the
actually.
Children, Joyra and Teferi, the former of whom
Massacre?
is left immortal because of the time explosion, the latter of whom develops a fascination with time after being trapped in a slow time bubble whilst on fire for 20 years. Urza then decides that he alone can solve the problem that he first caused and has only made worse up until this point by beginning the construction of the legacy weapon to once and all destroy Phyrexia and the... Jesus Christ, the Bloodlines Project. More on that later. He starts gathering bits and bobs together to build the legacy, including destroying Serra's realm, an angelic world of peace and harmony that was one of the now corrupted planes that he unwittingly led Phyrexians to. Hopefully, Urza apologized at least a few times for all of the trouble, as he shrinks all of the energy of the plane down into a battery to power his big gun and erases it from existence. God, Urza sucks so bad. We temporarily zip off to the feudal plane of Algrotha to see some dwarves, vampires, and a Marge Simpson creepypasta duke it out over a
Grandmother sing. What is this?
Wind's chime, but none of it has any bearing on the main narrative. Speaking of
跑团，你说什么 NTG 吗？还是什么？
the main narrative, however, Joyra and Teferi move to a land called Zalfia on Dominaria.
还是你在说 D&D？
Tetsuo Umezawa, a distant descendant of Toshiro, slays Nicol Bolas.
Bruh.
Holy shit, what a chad. The elder dragons on the plane of Archivus end a period of violence so tremendous that it's known as the
Ever notice the dragons always tend to come in 5s? Yeah, didn't they have like also like a 5-hit dragon card?
Blood Age and establish the School of Strixhaven to study and preserve magical knowledge. And Nahiri is awoken from her meditative watch on Zendikar as the Eldrazi test the bounds of their
He
prison.
loves
She
Spike A
fights off
Rat.
their broods and
Hey!
recontains them, wondering where Sorin and Ugin are. She finds Sorin on Innistrad.
D&D 一直都人挺多了吧 Actually, let me ask. For people that are in the US, D&D is just always popular, no? Like, I don't know anything about it, so I don't know if it's been bigger or if it's like I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's like popular. You love this video?
threatening him that if he doesn't get
Like,
his
what is happening?
alabaster ass to Zendikar to fix things up lickety-split, I swear to God, and then Soren seals her in a magical moon shard prison called the Hell Vault with the help of an archangel he created called Avacyn, and leaves her there for thousands of years. You know, for an ageless vampire and a planeswalker, Soren
It is
Short
pretty
is
popular,
short in
yeah.
both temper and sight. We yet again return to
Is it just always growing? It's like more popular now? Or is it just like always kind of the same?
Area where Teferi's new home, itself a place of great magical learning, phases out of existence because of Teferi's time magic meddling, during which the man spark ignites, and a bunch of powerful mages all convene to work out what exactly happened. The obviously villain-coded one turns out to be a big-time villain who wants all the knowledge and power for himself, and the Mirage War breaks out. 200 years later, Teferi turns up and is like, "Good
Hey,
lord,
3 years
what's
magic
happened
kill for
here?"
you?
And defeats the bad
Oh,
guy,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then gets
yeah,
trapped
this
in
person.
the Amber prison by the good guy that the bad guy had previously trapped
Yeah.
in the Amber prison during the war. They're
我说
also
跑团
assisted
挺一
by
直
a
都挺
lady
热
called
门的。
Sisse, who's traveling on a flying ship called the Weatherlight. But wait, the who traveling on the what? Sisse was born to a
Probably more
Zalfiran family,
popular
now
than it
slain
used to
by
be.
Phyrexians, who was given the skyship
They released
Weatherlight
a new
by Urza for
version?
safekeeping
Oh, okay.
after he grew it
他
from the
说
weather
去年有
seed
个
that
新的
he
东
was
西，
given by
应
an
该
angry
就
tree
更
after
热
he
门了吧
convinced him that destroying an entire
White blue
continent
control
with a
was
magical
evil, just
hydrogen
evil.
bomb was totally fine
Literally
and
skip
cool,
your turns
actually.
like 3
Sisse
times.
is on a quest to gather together all the legacy artifacts, a series of items
What's that card? You can't attack 3
that,
turns?
when combined together, will form the legacy weapon, because loads of them have been stolen. Stolen from where and by whom, you ask? Well,
Stolen from where? And by whom?
came in there a little bit late, Rowan. Come on.
You mean like deck
Jump report
lockdown?
here. They'd been given to the parents of Gerard Capitan.
They skip your
who passed
turn?
them down
So
to him
Yada
when they
lock.
had also been targeted and slain by Phyrexians. Gerard himself was
Watch.
rescued from the
You
Phyrexians
do
by
nothing.
Khan, who Urza had also gifted to the Capuchin family, because Urza is a scumbag who values his right of ownership over the sentience of the things
No
he
draw, no
owns,
untap,
and
just
then was
get- yeah,
adopted by a Jamuran warlord called Sidar Kondo. The syntax
Looks
of that
like I'm
sentence
playing
sounds
white
like
blue.
Urza was adopted. No, it was Gerard. Urza deserves no family. Sidar immediately took a liking to Gerard over his biological son Vuel, who grows to resent Gerard so much that he attacks his father's camp, stealing all of the legacy artifacts, including Khan, who he tricks into killing an innocent child, thus converting the silver golem to a lifetime of
What?
pacifism, and flees to a plane called Wrath through a portal. Sisse hires Gerard onto the Weatherlight along with a bunch of other people, including the totally normal human Krovax, Miri the Cat Warrior, the Navigator Hannah, the Telerian graduate Urtai, and the Goblin Squee. And then they all set off to, wait a minute, where did Sisse go? Whilst we were distracted doing introductions, she got kidnapped, of course, by someone called Volrath, and now the whole crew need to fly to Wrath to get her back. Luckily, the Weatherlight can plane shift. It's like the TARDIS, but a
This kind of looked like Blue Eyes.
boat and can't do the time thing. Oh, also, the nice elf that was on the crew? Yeah, he gets killed by some German children's book illustrations. Now on Wrath, an occupied world of weird adaptive rock, Gerard leads the native elves in a revolt against Volrath. Krovax's guardian angel gets corrupted and he has to kill her, and then becomes a vampire because of a family curse, and then turns evil and falls off the Weatherlight. Khan is rescued along with some other legacy artifacts, but not before being psychologically tortured by being thrown into a funhouse rotating room with a bunch of weak goblins who his massive silver body crushes to
Yeah,
death.
it's like kind
Turns
of
out
Blue Eyes
that
shit.
Volrath is the Phyrexianized Vuel. His own magic skyboat damages the Weatherlight's plane-shifting matrix, so they have to escape through a portal that Urtai has been keeping open. Although, when they do leave, they're being chased by Volrath's ship, so they didn't manage to pick him up on the way, and
Is
he
this like
stays
Star
trapped on
Trek
Wrath
stuff?
as the portal closes. Where do they end up? Why, Mercadia, of course. It's been a while since we've seen them, and wouldn't you know it, all of the Thran that Yorgmoth exiled here have developed a society where the descendants of their goblin servants are now the dominant social ethnic group. Remember, kids, when education is not liberating, the dream of the oppressed is to become the oppressor. The Weatherlight crew find the rest of the legacy artifacts here, a bunch of gems that had Mighty Morphing Power Rangered themselves into a robot god dragon. They defeat the Phyrexians chasing them, including Volrath, and Hannah and Gerard fall in love. Then they all return home, just in time to stop the Phyrexian invasion. Oh wait, it's already started. Oh dear me.
It's invasion time, and Urza's been busy with his many projects. He's bred a race of super soldiers from Thran DNA called the Metathran to act as his personal army, because the only way to defeat one godlike eugenicist is with another slightly different godlike eugenicist. He also assembles a group of planeswalkers called the Nine Titans to take the fight to the heart of Phyrexia itself as Dominaria is invaded. There would have been 10 Titans, but when Urza asked a fairy to join in, the Time Mage said, "Work with you? Are you kidding me? Every catastrophe in this plane and in my life can be traced back to you. Sort your own problems out, I'm out of here," and phases out of existence, taking the nations of Zalfir and Shiv with him. Meanwhile, Hannah and Jared's relationship is going great until Hannah catches a
this is the
Phyrexian
crazy,
plague and
the crazy
dies.
thing, no?
Her dad, the wizard Baron, who used to work at the Tellurian College, is distraught, and Urza's like, "Man, I'm sorry I manipulated you into falling in love and having a child with your co-worker Rain just so I could breed people with strong connections to white mana to one day become part of the legacy weapon itself by sacrificing their life for it. That's also the reason that Jared and Sissay were born as well. It was all part of Operation Bloodline, you see. I've been clandestinely selectively breeding human beings and pulling the strings to make sure they all end up together, so I guess it's a little bit of my fault that all of this went down." Sorry, that was probably a bad time to drop that some of your most beautiful life events were all instigated by me so that I could out-eugenics a wizard Nazi. You gonna be okay, champ? Baron blows up the entire of the Tellurian continent with him still on it, unfortunately not killing Urza, and the Dominarians manage to push back the Phyrexians and destroy their invasion portals. Congratulations, folks, we've defeated the Phyrexians once and for all. Hey, what's that shimmering landscape seemingly coming into existence across every continent on Dominaria? Well, that's the Wrathy overlay that Yawgmoth is using to teleport the entire Phyrexian army and the plane of Wrath itself straight onto Dominaria and occupy the entire world at once. Bugger. Squee gets captured by Yawgmoth and given to Krovax, who's taken Volrath's place as the Evencar of Wrath, and also to the newly corrupted Urtai as a plaything. They give him the gift of immortality just so that they can kill him forever. The Nine Titans decide that now is the time to invade Phyrexia and cut the invasion off at the source, but then just a whole lot of betraying happens. Tevesh Zat, the most obviously evil of all the Nine Titans, kills Daria and Christina of the Woods because he was secretly working for
That before she got a car? So if they die, do they just not get a car?
Urza reveals that he knew Tevesh would betray him, and so betrays Tevesh and stuffs him in a contraption that'll act as a spirit bomb to destroy Phyrexia. He could have, of course, done this at any time, meaning that Daria and Christina absolutely died for nothing. But then Urza, upon being in Phyrexia and not getting his ass beat, is like, this whole place is actually kind of impressive when you think about it, and dismantles the contraption so as to preserve Phyrexia. So, you died for even less than nothing, you two. Then Gerard turns up and cuts Urza's head off for being a fucking rube, and also because he betrayed Dominaria because Yawgmoth promised him that if he killed Urza, he'd resurrect Hannah. But then Gerard betrays Yawgmoth and escapes from Phyrexia with Urza's head, whose eyes, being two halves of the Power Stone that he and Mishra found all those years ago, are the final pieces of the legacy weapon. Oh, and Squee kind of betrays his role as an infinite murder toy by killing Krovax whilst he's distracted with all of these other betrayals going on. Some of the remaining Titans who are still on Phyrexia blow up their own soul bombs, almost totally destroying the plane, and Yawgmoth says, if you want a job done properly, you gotta do it yourself, and invades Dominaria.
He just
as
never got a
death cloud,
car?
which ends up killing all life on the plane before the legacy weapon gets
Are they because like
activated.
not that
And
important,
that's
so
it.
they're
That's
just
how
like,
the
we're just
story
never gonna give
ends.
them cards?
Jared, Urza, even Squee, all
Or like, we'll
dead,
give them
with
in the
Phyrexia
future.
winning an
They can wait.
ultimate but Pyrrhic victory. At which point, Commodore Goth, one of the last remaining Titans, looks up from the book where all of this is written down and goes, that was a tad dreary, wasn't it? And Bolivar, another remaining Titan, is like, wait, you knew that was gonna happen? Change it, you stupid ass! So Guff rewrites the ending just as both of them are consumed by the Death Cloud and literally retcons the whole narrative so that Jared managed to sacrifice himself just in time to destroy Yawgmoth because Commodore Guff has the power of
I'm about to fall in the
meta-storytelling.
MTG
No,
hole.
this is the
I'm
pithy
like,
gag,
I don't
that's
understand what's
literally
happening.
his planeswalker power. And after all of this, Khan ascends to being a planeswalker. Trust me, there are worse ways to end a multi-year build-up to a Phyrexian invasion. But now we're in a period of peace and rebuilding as Dominaria takes a breather and a magical device called the Mirari is discovered, which is said to grant great power and wishes, and the entire continent of Otaria, which means loser in Portuguese by the way, goes to war with each other over it. A lady with an unlit planeswalker spark called Jessica is born as a pit fighter and killed by her brother, who's driven mad by the Mirari. She's brought back by the Cabal, a totally legitimate business enterprise, as Phage, like King Midas, but with death rather than gold. She goes to war with the Cabal's rival, a guy called Ixodor, and an angel he created, but then gets killed again by her brother.
Karn, your
this
boy?
time because he's been working on himself and is sorry about what his Mirari madness has caused. So he stabs her with the Mirari sword that he'd previously given up and then reclaimed when he realized that leaving it in the woods was having some annihilation-style effects on the local flora and fauna. But then, because of some 20,000-year-old prophecy bollocks and the power of the Mirari now stuck in her chest, Jessica/Phage comes back as Corona, spelt with a K, YouTube. A very manifestation of all of Dominaria's mana. But because of her planeswalker spark, she's also able to explore the multiverse. But because of the Mirari, she's also kind of mad. Her existence and habit of leaving the plane starts to drain Dominaria of all of its mana, so Karn manages to take her to an artifact plane called Argentum and takes the Mirari out of her to destroy this version of her form, rebirthing her for a third and final time as Jessica again, and finally igniting her planeswalker spark. Speaking of the birth of planeswalkers, a girl called Liliana is born around here to a wealthy Dominarian family, but her brother falls sick with leftover Phyrexianitis. She meets a nice man with bird motifs in the woods, and he tells her to use a special herb to preserve her brother's life. This works exactly as one could have expected, immediately turning her brother into a zombie, and the trauma of that ignites her spark. Don't trust men with ravens. That's like one of the first...
That's him? That's another card of him?
3 rules you learn about in forest navigation. But now we take a big break from Dominaria. Karn's on Argentum and transforms the Mirari into a metal man called Memnarch, both to watch over the plane and to keep the Mirari from falling into a villain's hands, but a single drop of Phyrexian oil leaks out of his butthole because he's still powered by Xantia's Phyrexian heart, and it begins to corrupt the plane and its new custodian. Over several decades, the oil both drives Memnarch mad and lets him grow meat on his metal body, gross. He renames the plane to Mirrodin, kills all the native golems, and starts kidnapping creatures from other planes to breed a planeswalker spark. He finally succeeds with Glissa Sunstalker.
Oh shit, it worked.
Is it Sunstalker? Hang on. Sunseeker. Yeah, seeking is the less creepy version of stalking. He succeeds when Glissa Sunseeker is born, but she organizes with a group of other Mirrans to stop Memnarch's plans. But in a final confrontation, both the elf and the wizard are slain just as Memnarch's machine activates and wipes out all life on Mirrodin, except for that of the goblin Slowbad, who the machine accidentally implants with planeswalker powers rather than Memnarch. Karn shows up, the barriers blocking him from the plane now gone, and offers to guide Slowbad throughout the multiverse. But the goblin decides instead to give up his spark to undo the death wave, resurrect Glissa, and return all but the non-natively born creatures of Mirrodin to their own worlds. Goblin Jesus is then fittingly murdered for our sins by a clan of very confused and angry goblins, and the Mirari was given to Glissa for safekeeping. She must have hid it very well, because even the writers of Magic Story have forgotten it existed for the past 20 years.
Hey, do you like cool stuff? Then why don't you ink a check to coolstuffinc.com? I don't think they accept checks. Cool Stuff Inc. sells all the magic cards you've heard about in this video, from Slowbad to Nicol Bolas to everybody's favourite character, Niall Sylvain.
Yeah, so what's the joke on this card? He keeps mentioning
Each time
it.
you look away from him, he gets a little bit closer. You can buy singles,
Your
sealed
baby
product,
boy?
even D&D accoutrement from them. Did you know that One Piece has a card game? Get your copies of Charlotte Cracker from CoolStuffInc.com, now only $4.99.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
like
even
you're
forgot
losing
about
money by not buying it. If
OPTTV.
this video has inspired you to make the mistake of getting into Magic the Gathering, then I'm here to lessen the
I mean, there's
financial
also
toll
Union
of
Arena,
that awful
so.
decision with my promo code. Use SPICE at the checkout to get 5% off of any order. Why, with that code, for every 20 Charlotte Crackers you order, you'll get one
This looks
free.
creepy? Okay.
How can such a generous business model survive? Thank you to Cool Stuff Inc. for sponsoring this video and for making it so easy to build Magic the Gathering decks. Get your game on today by using SPICE
Delian is just a
at
goofy old
checkout.
back Or
The
nobody
style of this
remembers.
ad
He has a
read was
funny name.
lovingly ripped off
Okay.
from the much better YouTuber
It's
Noodle.
like,
I
what's
like
that
his
card?
work a lot,
Well,
and
is
I
he
hope
useless?
this is taken as the flattery I intended
I forgot
to
to
be,
name that
and
card,
not
but
as
it's like
intellectual
a
theft.
useless card that's like a
Anyway,
meme.
back to the video!
Oh, magic
cut
card
to
a while.
Ravnica, where everything is fine.
I mean, there's
Just
some sus
kidding,
cards
a civil
now.
war is about to break out because of some
I remember
proper
seeing
film
sus
noir
cards.
bollocks. A secret 10th guild, the Demir, led by Zadek, a vampire, is planning on taking over the city world for themselves. But they're stopped, and Zadek is arrested just in the nick of time by Agris Kos, a down-on-his-luck boss cop from a failed marriage with a drinking problem who's just one day away from retirement. Hey, I'm a storytelling trope over here. Hooray, the city is saved. But Zadek getting arrested was actually all part of the plan. Because the Demir's purpose as secretly written in the Guild Pact was to oppose the Guild Pact, Zadek's
Ravnica
machinations
best
were well
plane?
within his guild's duties, and so his arrest
Where do
breaches
what's
magical
the
contract
group of
which
people that
protects
live on that
guilds
plane?
in their assigned roles and destroys the Guild Pact entirely, which
These
was
people?
Zadek's plan all along. But then, the leader of the Azorius assassinates Zadek in prison to use his ghost as a weapon to seize power for himself. But then, Kos, who's a ghost now because of a dragon-related incident in which he saved the city for a second time, traps Zadek's soul himself and unleashes that on Augustin, saving Ravnica for a third time. A new non-magical guild pact is drafted by Teysa Karlov to bring about an end to all of these contrivances, and a very tenuous peace is reformed on Ravnica. Wait, what was that sound? Oh, it's the mending. Okay, so you remember all the space-time disasters that were going on Dominaria throughout its history?
These
Well,
guys,
turns out
Ghost
they've taken
Car,
quite a toll
Vampire.
on the entire multiverse, and now they need to be fixed, or everyone, everywhere, all at once.
Wait,
will
does the
unravel and cease to be.
handsome
Teferi,
vampire dude
Jester,
live there
Lord
also?
Windgrace Freyleys, and some new kids on the block, Rada and Venser, come together to close the time rifts. Both Catman and Poison Ivy die closing theirs.
Yeah,
Teferi
Poison
gives
Ivy.
up his spark to close his, returning Shiv to Dominaria but being unable to return Zalfir. Jeska gets manipulated by Leshrac, who returns to the story just long enough to get killed by a resurrected Nicol Bolas, who came back because of the rift that he opened whilst fighting that Leviathan 1,000 years ago. Nicol Bolas uses Leshrac's life to close that rift, then Jeska dies herself, closing the rift that had been caused by her rebirth as Corona.
Oh,
Rest
yeah,
in
yeah,
peace, baby doll.
yeah.
Khan closes the final rift by going back in time to the Isle of Teleria before Baron blew it up and sacrificing his spark. He's flung back to the present and immediately feels the corrupting Phyrexian oil in his heart, which had up until this point been kept dormant due to his spark, beginning to overtake him. He uses the last of his planeswalker magic to flee to the heart of Mirrodin and contain himself there, leaving a message that none should follow. This final rift sealing not only saves the multiverse, but significantly depowers all planeswalkers. Rather than being near gods, they now must contend with only being hyper-powerful mages and warriors. They're also on cards now, which 20-something years later, everyone agrees was a great narrative move and kind of a mechanical mistake. At the same time as all of this, Kamigawa completes
Because
its digital
of
revolution, very cool. Nicol
Nivzit
Bolas turns up
Daruz?
on Amonkhet and genocides the plane of everyone over the
I
age of 5
Soaring
and
Corny
begins his
Monster
cruel plans
movie
to
planet.
reascend to become a pre-mending god.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about.
Liliana is guided by Nicol
He's
Bolas to
the
kill
one
demons
that's
to
like
sign her soul away in
the
exchange for
romance
some cool
romance
full-body
cover.
contractual tattoos and
The
also
white-haired
eternal
dude?
youth and lots of power, concerning, and an elf called Nissa is born. Ooh! On Zendikar, the young Nissa feels a connection to the world which is roiling with pain because of those 3 skyscraper-sized eldritch splinters trapped in one of its mountain ranges. Nissa goes to investigate what's hurting her world and is mind-blasted into planeswalking to a world called Lorwyn. Starwipe to Lorwyn, and holy macaroni, what a delightful Celtic-inspired world of an eternal summer's afternoon that a really cool person who's also good at sex made a totally not bloated video essay about. Everything's pretty good on Lorwyn, except for the elf Nazis, who Nissa meets hunting down the plane's native goblins for quite literally the crime of being ugly. As it turns out, however, the plane has an inverted side that overtakes the world every 300 years. Nissa sees this happening and skedaddles before she's caught in the world-altering aurora, which transforms Lorwyn into Shadowmoor, where everybody but the elves are Nazis. Is that worse? I guess. Una, the Queen of the Fae on Lorwyn, knew the shift was coming and made a copy of herself that would retain her memories when the Aurora came.
So
that
it's
she could
basically
remain
like
in control of the world.
every
The
planet,
copy,
like
an
all
elf
the
called
9 planets
Marlin,
has
was
some
like,
shit going
"Actually,
on.
I'ma fuck off on
and you
my
have
own
to
for a
fix
bit."
it.
And when the Aurora hit, ended up defeating Una and restoring the day-night cycle of Lorwyn and Shadowmoor, rather than it being a thrice-centennial event. Why not celebrate this victory with another baby? Tezzeret is born on Esper, a cruel artificial realm where people are partially made of metal, with the upper class's bodies being supplemented with precious Ethereum, and metal must always be recycled. He ferociously pushes to train himself and ascend the class structure, but when he's rebuffed one too many times, he tries to steal the filigree texts, essentially this world's equivalent of the Quran, Encyclopedia Britannica, and The Way Things Work all rolled into one. But he finds the author pulled a Kung Fu Panda dragon scroll and every page is blank, and the guards try and kill him as his planeswalker spark ignites and he meets Nicol Bolas, who promises him power in exchange for service. Ow, my brain! Was that an overload of fun lore knowledge? No, that was Jace Beleren being born on a Tales from the Loop looking war world as a dirt poor but hyper powerful mind mage who gets trained in the art of mind thievery by the Sphinx Alahammerit. Turns out, however, that old Al is manipulating Jace into carrying out espionage for both sides of the Civil War
happen all the time in the
profiteering off
story.
it. So Jace makes him forget how to
Dominaria
breathe, which is the
even
sickest way
had a
mind
prophecy
blades
as a
could
side
ever kill
effect of
someone,
having too
and
many
Alahammerit
copies.
wipes the boy's mind
But
with
yeah,
his last
it seems
breath,
like
which causes Jace's
what,
planeswalker
like,
spark to
there's
activate,
9 planes,
and he
right?
finds himself on
Basically,
Ravnica
like
with no
all 9
knowledge of
planes
who
has some
he
shit
is.
happening.
He ends up working for a
Like the
multiversal
world is getting
requisitioned
destroyed,
organization
and somebody's trying to
Infinite
fix it.
Consortium, ran by the most inconsistently drawn character in Magic the Gathering's entire history. What does the Infinite Consortium do? Well, its boss Tezzeret made a deal with the Phyrexian forces growing in the
Magic
heart of Mirrodin
manifests
and developed
differently
a
on
device
every single
Kamigawa,
plane,
which he
so
then
where
tried
one
to
plane
use
might
to
have
control
classic
the
fairy
spirit
tale
dragon
fantasy, other might
Kyogre
have
to enable
lightning
travel between realms
tornadoes
for non-planeswalker
that
Phyrexians.
poop out
But his
dragons.
plan fails and instead ignites the Emperor of Kamigawa's planeswalker spark, rendering both it and her memory unstable, and she disappears from the plane. Then her childhood friend Kato gets an origami robot Tanuki with a spirit inside it that ignites his spark, and he goes looking for her. So yeah, they do
It
stuff
doesn't
like that.
seem
But
like
Jace isn't the only
too
baby
out of the
among us.
role.
Chandra Nalav, daughter
There's
of
more
the
than 9
inventor
planes?
renegade
Okay, yeah.
Kieran, is born and becomes a pyromancer, which is both rare and illegal on her cog-punk India-inspired homeworld of Kaladesh. And soon a pig called Baral tracks her family down, kills her dad, and then Chandra explodes him and planeswalks to Ragatha to train in the pyromancer ways. I guess blue lives don't matter after all. Zing! A planeswalker called Vivian Reed is also born around this time on Scala, a plane that will one day be destroyed by Nicol Bolas for some reason. She is entrusted with the Arc Bow, both a magical database for all of her home plane's native fauna, but also a powerful weapon designed explicitly to be a weapon to destroy Nicol Bolas. Elspeth, another planeswalker, is also born around here. G is like someone was putting chemicals in the water to turn the freaking baby's magic. It's not entirely clear where she was born, as her mother says that the plane of Capenna welcomed them, and Elspeth herself prays to Serra of Serra's realm fame, potentially meaning that they're refugees from one of the realms that the Angel Planeswalker visited. Either way, she has a pretty normal childhood, being kept in a Phyrexian prison for most of her life. Yes, the Phyrexians are on Capenna as well, her spark igniting the moment before she
Is like
suffers death via
Phyrexian just like the
vivisection,
main
arriving on
villain?
the ancient Greek-inspired
At least
plane of
in the
Theos,
early of the
finding
story.
a sword that falls out of the stars, panicking and planeswalking away yet again to Bant,
The Monster
a literal
Hunter planet.
evangelical crusader plane that only gets a pass because Rhino monks and Lion knights are dope to look at. Kithian is our last magic infant born around this time and is naturally indestructible. He runs with a crew of trouble-quelling kids in the Therosian city of Akros and gets arrested. Growing up in a prison, he learns how to use law magic, but instead of becoming a narc, he ends up returning to a life of community defense, getting noticed by the god of the sun Heliod and given a magic spear. He uses Heliod's magic to slay a zombie giant like the god asked of him, but when he tries to use it to kill Erebos, the god of the dead himself, the magic backfires, killing all of his friends, leaving him traumatized, igniting his spark, and planeswalking to Bant. The first person he meets can't pronounce Grecian-style names.
I know,
calling
that
him
kind
Gideon,
of
and the
could have
kid
been
just kinda runs with it for the rest
like
of his life.
prevented,
Let's
no?
check in with Tezzeret. Oh no!
Or kind
he's gone
of
home
the
only to be
omnipresent
usurped
in
from
Magic
running his
story.
consortium
Yeah, so
by
they like
Jace, and they
the
fight, with Jace
David's
blowing
villain,
up
the
Mr.
villain
Mikano's brain,
people.
as well as cutting off his liquid
Or
metal
both.
arm. Nicol Bolas then turns up and quietly collects his one-time rival's body, Tezzeret having originally usurped the consortium from the dragon. Nicol Bolas revives him, gives him a new arm, and then brands him with a forehead tattoo to forever remind him of where his loyalty now lies. Jesus.
But Jace wasn't alone.
I think them
Liliana
as
has
like
been
what
manipulating him, both
was it
strategically and
Planewalkers?
romantically
They're
into
fine.
staging the coup.
They're like popular,
She's on her
no?
own quest to rid herself of her demon contract whilst retaining all the power it gave her, and finds
I think the things that people are like no are like the people that are like what the colonizers
to
people.
Destroy one of the 4 signatory demons who own her soul, and also to curse another planeswalker called Garruk when the two get into a fight. Garruk fails to junt her out, and she escapes as the curse begins to corrupt him. Wait, what the pissing Nora does Jund her out mean? Could it possibly be referring to the Shard of Jund, part of the fractured plane called Alara, where Bant, Esper, Grixis, and Naya were all once one?
Wait, there's cars that are like 2 cars? This is like a 2 car. Like PR art. There's no main villain in Magic story. Whichever villain is the most important rotates out whenever a new story arc is happening. They're front and back arts? But the text is like on this one, there's like one page of this, huh?
Gee, I wonder what would happen if they all converged together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
again.
saying. Like,
That's the question.
the
on
bug
Nicol
people are
Bolas's
like,
weird
and
lips.
also
See,
this
the
dragon
plane was
thing is
once
like
unified, but
the
an
villains of
unknown
I don't know the
planeswalker plundered
early,
plane for mana and shattered it
the
into
early
fire.
stories, and then
Now
it
Bolas seeks
rotates
to
into
unify
something
the
else
shards and siphon the
as
immense
time
power
goes
that will
by,
generate
right?
to roid up his planeswalker
Since we're
spark
still in the
again.
early
He
stage, I'm
starts
assuming this is like
manipulating the magic
what
and people of all
going
the
from
5 shards
timeline,
into
right?
bringing about the conflux, but is ultimately stopped from succeeding by Ajana,
They're for
a
plane
Leonin
chase,
planeswalker and
which is a
disaster
special way to
magnet
play a
who
game.
uses
Okay,
soul
okay.
magic to conjure an effigy of Bolas's soul and uses it to banish the dragon from the newly unified plane, and all is well. Just kidding. Turns out the Crusader Kingdom doesn't like Zombie World, which doesn't care for Magic Amazon, who
Big White
dislikes
Card is
Reddit's
special
idea of
accessories
Utopia,
from a
which
alternative
wants to
game
destroy
mode.
Jurassic Park,
Plane
which wants
chase.
to eat
Okay,
modded
okay.
CK3, and now the whole world's
Yeah,
at
yeah.
war. Let's get out of here and head to Zendikar. We're back, baby!
This is about the
Chandra
middle of the story?
arrives after having stolen a magical
The
text
sideway
called
cars?
the Dragon.
Oh yeah, it is middle. No, like these.
Wait, what the pills to jump to cut called what would lit it into his
Huh?
who modded like that dragonfly. You
Huh?
then were all of
Oh, here,
Giants
this one.
won. Gee, I wonder what Alara where Bant Esper.
I was talking about these. Well, but yeah, I'm still saying like we're at like midway, and then I just see the dragons and the bugs now.
To Zendikar.
Yeah. A side game.
We're back, baby. Chandra
There's
arrives after having
sideway
stolen
cars
a
now
magical
called
text
battles,
called
okay.
the Dragon Scroll. Sarkhan's also here, an exiled Mardu clansman from the hyper-orientalist plane of Tarkir, who loves dragons so much he will one day cause genocides just to hang out with them at home. He saw Bolas on Alara, and because he's at a level of horny for dragons that ought to be illegal, willingly becomes his pawn and is hanging out guarding something called the Eye of Ugin, whatever that is. Chandra turns up because something about the spell she's trying to crack mentioned the Eye of Ugin, and Sarkhan attacks her but is thwarted by Jace, who turns up because
Well, I mean, like,
was hard.
There's like some people, like I don't know, like 5 people that like keep coming up, like that dude, and then the grandpa. That's like where it all started, right? And there's like some key figures that are like I don't know, like the set or like whatever it happens. But there's other cards and like I don't know the planes that are they just live in the planet, right? Like they're just not like they're not in the main storyline.
To retrieve the scroll from Chandra. Chandra uses the magic of the scroll to defeat Sarkhan, and it turns out that that magic is Ugin's Ghostfire. 3 planeswalkers plus Ghostfire plus Eye of Ugin equals Eldrazi O'Clock, baby! Hold on to your butts. They're about to either get mad or weird or dusty. Allegedly, this was all part of Bolas's master plan, with him manipulating Chandra into seeking the scroll and then hiring the consortium through a proxy to hunt her down, but it's never explained how this helps him in any way, and as we shall see, ends up forming the very organization that will one day defeat him. Nissa ends up rushing to the Eye along with Sorin to try and undo the damage, but ends up deciding
I was talking
instead
about
to
Sorin.
totally free
I was
the
talking about
Eldrazi,
Vampire dude.
hoping that they'll just piss off into magic space or something after having been trapped for so long in her world's mountains. This totally doesn't work, although even if it had, she would have just doomed another world to being completely devoured by Abstract Galactus, and instead Ulamog the Destroyer, Emrakul the Corruptor, and Kozilek, the one who traps you in your level's geometry, starts rampaging through and destroying Zendikar.
Great job, Nissa. You smell. Gideon turns up, punches a few thousand monsters, and then starts traveling the multiverse, petitioning other planeswalkers to join the fight against the Eldrazi. Kinda like a Shenyun world tour, except Gideon isn't the uncritically accepted PR campaign of a literal cult who uses anti-communist sentiment to promote a religion whose spiritual leader claims to be a messiah sent to Earth to fight the aliens who allegedly introduced the evils of evolutionary thought, homosexuality, and race mixing to our planet. Look, I lived in London for like half a year, seeing at least 4 of these posters on my way to and from work each
This is actually a cult. They have money.
day instilled a
Let's just
pressurized
leave it like
contempt in
that.
me that occasionally needs to be released or I'll suffer a hernia. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Koth! Koth is a Volshock planeswalker from Mirrodin who's following Gideon's lead in asking for help with his own problem, the re-emergence of Phyrexian creatures and corruption in his homeworld. A few people, Esper and Venser,
Main
join
story
Koth,
keep
and
trying to
oh
have a main
boy,
character,
do they
but
find
because of
some
how
shit
big
when
the
they
story is, main
arrive.
character is a
People are
temporary
getting
role.
blown
Yeah,
up
yeah.
left, right, and center.
But I
Bliss
mean
is
by
now on
like,
Team
let's say
Goo.
like they
5
drop
new
a new
Phyrexian
set and
princes
there's
are
like
winning out
10
against the
characters,
5
not all
respective areas
10
of
characters
Mirrodin
are
who
gonna
all
be
too
like in
caught
a
up in petty
storyline,
squabbles
right?
or in action
That's
far
what
too
I
long
mean.
after the threat became apparent.
Like
And
there might be
Khan's been
cars that are
worshipped
just
as
like
the
they
new
live in the
father of
plane,
machines in
but they're not
Mirrodin's
like
core.
tied to
The plane
whatever
is almost completely
this
lost to
is.
Phyrexia
This is
apart from a
happening.
few minor wins. First, Venser gives up his spark to
Like
Khan,
what, main
freeing him
storyline?
from the corruption and letting him escape from the plane, although dying in the process, and Koth remains to fight alongside the Mirren Resistance, a ragtag group of people from all over the world who take their protracted Mirren's war quite literally
You go to this, it'll
underground.
change your
Amongst
life.
them as well is a lady
Yeah, not doing
called
that, no.
Lyra, who seems
No.
to be uniquely immune
Some lady
to the
at your
effects of
work,
Phyrexian.
bruh.
The 5 Praetors, Urabrask, Jingataxis,
Yeah, I'm
Vorinclex,
not gonna go
Sheldred,
into
and most
detail what it
importantly,
is, but
Elish
yeah.
Norn, are now in almost total
Mommy's
control
here.
of Mirrodin and rename it New Phyrexia. Bloody colonizers.
Who's your
We
mommy's
move
here?
on over to Innistrad now, where... Oh Christ, what's going on? The Archangel that Soren created to protect the plane is nowhere to be found, allowing for devils, demons, and little steampunk freaks to run the show. Liliana shows up to locate another one of her 4 demon masters, Grizzlebrand, and is pursued by an increasingly moldy Garruk. She discovers that both the Archangel and Demon Master tripped over each other and fell into the Hell Vault and goads
A lot
the
of cards
protector
are
of the
relevant to
prison,
the
a lady
plain
called
size story.
Thalia,
Yeah,
into
yeah,
either
yeah,
destroying
yeah.
the rock or letting all of her men be slaughtered by Liliana's zombies. She relents and breaks the Hell Vault, allowing for the return of Avacyn as well as
Like,
many
you know,
of
like how they like there's like, I don't know, like I feel like there's probably cards that are like, okay, it's like a cute archetype, but it doesn't like, it's not like, how do I explain? Like, okay, there's like a, maybe they drop a set and it's all like cute animals or something. And then maybe there's not really a storyline tied to it. It's just like, okay, they live in this plane here and they're just living there, you know? That's what I mean.
Innistrad's demons, one of which Liliana immediately kills. Sucks to be you, Grizzly, and whilst no one's paying attention, one extremely pissed off Core climbs out and teleports away. But we'll return to Innistrad later. What's been going on in Ravnica? Well, it's been a minute and Civil War has been delayed, but tensions are rising as Niv Mizzet, one of the last remaining original payrons of the guilds, has discovered the Implicit Maze, a scavenger quest left behind by Azor to be found and solved in case the original guild pact was ever broken, which would designate its solver as the new living guild pact of the world. Jace ends up solving the puzzle whilst dodging assassination attempts from the Gorgon planeswalker Vraska by mind-controlling all of the guild's champions during a
lot of
final
cards kind of
confrontation,
serve to
which
help with
technically
roll
meets
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
maze's
that's what I mean.
secret
That's what
victory
I mean.
condition of somebody actually getting all of the guilds to cooperate for 5 minutes and
Do the
begrudgingly
average
becomes
Magic
the
player
living
know
guild
about
pact of
this?
Ravnica,
Like what I'm
essentially
watching
the
here?
district
Is this
attorney
like
for the entire
basic
world.
knowledge
But what happened to Elspeth, I hear you cry?
of like
Well,
that the players just know?
holy shit, Rowan, you're supposed to come in before the line. Jesus, how are you so bad at this? Well, she arrives back on Theros, hoping to find new meaning after what she feels is the final defeat at Phyrexia's hand that she can stand. Heliod notices her and the blade she's wielding and sets her on a quest to become his new champion, with sinister intentions. At the same time, the planeswalker Xenagos has grown bored of all the multiverse has to offer and decides to attain godhood on his home plane, manipulating the gods into warring with each other and using a great revel to ascend to Nyx. Elspeth, who accidentally killed a guy called Daxos, who she was man-sweet for, I've written Man-Sweet. I'm pretty sure I should have written Mad-Sweet, but Man-Sweet also does work.
Most people don't
She
care about the
kills him
lore.
due to the fervor brought
Okay,
about by
okay.
Xenagos' revel, and so
I was
follows
just
the
curious.
satyr into the realm of
Lore
stars and
is
defeats him,
horribly
only to be slain
underrated.
by Heliod because at the end of the day, all he really wanted was his sword back. Oh, and Ajani,
I'm not
one
sure
of
about in
Elspeth's best friends, is
TCG,
there,
but I
and
would
not
assume like
super
most.
jazzed by
I'm
this
talking about like
development.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Also,
I
a
feel
fish
like
lady called Kiora shows up and nicks
I
the
would
sea
assume
god's
at least
trident,
half
and
of
stories are
them
written
don't care
about how
about
it
the
was the
lore.
funniest shit ever to go down.
It's
But
like if
what's going on
they
over
know
on
about
this
it, it's like
planet?
it's like something.
Fiora
Like,
is a Renaissance
you know, people talk about
Venice-looking
don't know,
land whose
but
main
it's
seat
not
of
like
power, the high city of Paliano,
they dive
is
deep
caught in a power struggle. The good king died, but then came back as a ghostly despot, and a bunch of different
I
characters
feel like in
are all vying
OCG,
to
there's
take
more
the
people
throne.
that care about it.
Let's check back in to
Or
see
maybe
if
I'm
any
just
of them
wrong.
do so in a few years. For now, though, it's...
Like, I just
Tarkir
seen
time.
more
Soren
discussion
arrives
about
on Tarkir
lore
looking for Ugin
in
because
OCG.
he should have shown up when the Eldrazi got out of their prison, but all he finds are the bones of
And
the
more
long-dead
content.
spirit dragon. Bones that Sarkhan also
As a
shows
Yu-Gi-Oh
up
player,
thanks
what
to a
I
guided
appreciate
tour
about
from the
Magic is
leader
all
of
the
the
card
Jeskai
circle
monks,
one lore is
Narset.
not disconnected.
Sarkhan's now disillusioned with Nicol Bolas and hearing a new dragon's voice in his head, which he suspects is that of Ugin.
Well,
Narset
I guess like I don't know, like it seems like even though like I don't know, different planes have like what different types of creature. It seems like it's pretty coherent or like cohesive in terms of like kind of plot. Uh, like and like because it's like it's different planets and it's a universe. I don't know, different dimensions, but it has kind of the same vibe. And Yu-Gi-Oh is not related, so it's like okay, you have like I don't know isekai that's like branded, but you also have like I don't know, like what like I don't know, Sky Striker is let's just say Sky Striker. I don't know, like mechanic girls fighting waifus. I don't know, like there's also stuff that does not have a story. Like what's the story of Yummy? They're just cupcake cats. That's what I mean. So I mean there is lore, but it's not like okay, yeah, there's like I don't know. Okay, no, there is like branded with like other archetype, and they're like kind of intertwined, but it's not like yeah. Chime in from lurking to say loot rose. What's loot rose? Most people I know only care about lore on Varnica. Understandable is very relatable. Which one is Varnica? Just wait till we get to loot. People hate it. Warner nerds wake up 10% or less. Most men just play with cars.
That gets knackered by Zergo Helm Smasher, Sarkhan's bitter old boss, but before the Dragon Man can do anything, he gets transported back in time. This is where he changes fate and saves Ugin's life after his battle with Bolas. You see, originally he wasn't supposed to be at that punch-up.
I guess another
Ugin
thing
was
is hard to
slain
tell because like in Yu-Gi-Oh, if it's like let's say it's branded, right? And like Tri-Brigade, there's not like official lore of like what's happening, but because the character, there's only like I don't know, let's say the 10 characters, and every card has like what the card name title. They don't have flavored text, but like what the card name title and what's happening in the art, you could kind of tell what's going on. But I'm not sure if Magic does that. Like I'm seeing cards. They were saying like, okay, there's like this gem or potion, but then it doesn't say like, okay, it's like this character's stuff. So unless I'm looking into I don't know their database with the actual lore with the story, I would not know just by looking at the cards and be like, oh, this is related, or like tie the dots and be like, oh, this is what happened in the story. Unless like I'm watching this. That's what I mean. Pizza closes some plot. There's the previous set and builds intrude to the next. Yeah, for the next set. Lou, oh, the Phil mascot, right? The Phil mascot that looks like a hamster, but also looks like a random shit. They're trying to make it like their mascot, right? Vernica is the planet with the gills. What it look like?
by Bolas, but now fate
I'm just
has been
looking.
reforged, and
I'm
Sarkhan
not
puts
sure
Ugin
what's
in a
going on.
magical-induced coma to heal him up. When Sarkhan comes back to the new future, dragons have become the total rulers over
I will
Tarkir,
say,
with the mortals
what's
of the plains subjugated.
what's their name?
You see, Ugin
Eldrans or something? Uh, like the alien people looks nice. Food is not in video. Magic has a lot of flavor text. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the flavor text helps. True. Yeah, Eldras.
Ugin's presence on the plane created dragon storms that disappeared when he died and allowed for the mortal clans to reclaim their plane from the invading dragons. However, in this new timeline, Ugin's millennia-long coma intensifies these tempests, probably because this cocoon looks uncomfortable enough to produce magical night terrors and leads the dragons to winning a total victory over the clans. Just as a sidebar, originally in the story, Ugin was a native to Tarkia and part of its very elemental soul, and so too therefore were the dragon storms, so the politics of subjugation and domination were a bit more complicated, but then he was retconned to be Bolus's twin brother, so now he's just a Dominarian settler and the dragons are an intrusive occupying force. Anyway, in this future, all 5 of the clan's cultures have been destroyed or remade, their civilizations now exclusively function in service of dragonkind, any worship or even knowledge of their past reality is met with death via dragon breath, and this is a... good thing? Not sure about that. Anyway, Ugin wakes up in this timeline to go to stop the Eldrazi, and Narset's also alive and a planeswalker now, and she teleports away to, I don't know, find herself. Speaking of Zendikar, it's all hands to the pump as most of the plane has already been destroyed. An all-star team of planeswalkers including Gideon, Nissa, Jace, Kiora briefly, and Ugin arrive to combat the monsters and destroy their material forms. Ugin warns that trapping them is better because the Titans are just physical representations of the Eldrazi and imprisoning those avatars here protects the wider multiverse, but everybody simultaneously says, yeah, how well did that work out last time? And before Ugin can point out that both Nissa and Jace are super to blame for shit going sideways in the first place, Operation Blow Up Cthulhu is enacted, with Chandra jumping in to deal the final blow to Ulamog and Kozilek, saving the day and forming the Gatewatch, a Planeswalker strike team of multiversal protectors. Oh, there's also the sickest scene in all of Magic's history, where the demon Planeswalker Obnixilis takes on all of the Gatewatch at the same time in order to destroy a trap made to capture Ulamog and regain his own spark, and manages to almost defeat them, getting around Gideon's indestructible skin by holding his face in a puddle. I pressed his face down hard into the muddy water. He thrashed and flailed. He sputtered and coughed, struggling to get purchase. I could feel the despair and fear as his hand slipped in the mud. Invulnerability was no match for 3 inches of dirty water. Not entirely sure why the voice of Obnixilis in my head is that of a disgruntled southern dandy, but I'll be damned if I don't point out ice-cold lines when they appear. But wait, only 2 Titans were destroyed. Where's Emrakul? Well, over to the greener pastures of Innistrad, where... Fuck me, what now? Everyone's losing their minds for some reason, including Avacyn and 2 of her sisters, forcing Sorin to slay his Archangel before she kills any more innocent people. Demons, zombies and devils are making a big comeback, and a new cult worshipping a new symbol has cropped up. Jace arrives to investigate the ruckus and finds that Nahiri has been manipulating the population and the very land itself to guide Emrakul to the plane, to do to Innistrad what she blames Sorin for bringing to Zendikar. She also kills most of Sorin's vampire family before trapping him in a wall like how he stuffed her in the Hell Vault, a funny prank in amidst a magical genocide. Avacyn's death breaks down the final barrier needed for Emrakul to arrive, and the Gatewatch gather to seal her away in the silver moon of the plane with Liliana and Tamio's help, the former of which begrudgingly agreeing to join the Gatewatch afterwards, and Innistrad is left with just one angel watching over it. Both Nissa and Tamio report afterwards that they didn't act of their own volition, and Emrakul had manipulated them into sealing her away for some reason. However, this has never been addressed in the last 8 years of Magic's narrative, so who knows if this interesting tidbit has any plot relevance. Speaking of plot relevance, how are things going on Fiora? Well, this ghost assassin called Kaya was hired to kill the king, very cool, but as a result, an infamous native assassin has taken over the city, less cool. Some riotous goblins, dispossessed naturalists, and ex-members of the guard are all jostling to lead a revolution against her. Which faction will take the crown? Who knows? Conspiracy 3 hasn't been released yet. Back to the actual story. The Gatewatch then travels to Kaladesh after being hired by a planeswalker called Dovin Barn, who wants them to run security for the Plains Inventors Fair. Chandra discovers that her mum is alive and still doing cool revolutionary stuff, but she, her mum, and Nissa get captured by a severely burnt but still alive Baral and are to be executed in combat with the head judge of the fair who, surprise surprise, is Tezzeret. However, the sudden appearance of the rest of the Gatewatch, along with Ajani, who signed up to their mailing list a little bit earlier, causes Tezzeret to flee, and he uses the confusion to decree the seizure of all the fair's inventions, causing the entire city of Girapur to be erupted.
Madara what's the Madara effect? No, in that
The
mood?
renegade successfully defeats the consulate, but not before Tezzeret steals the most important invention, a planar bridge, which can transport non-living material across planes by fusing it into his chest and planeswalking away. The Gatewatch follow Tezzeret and end up on Amonkhet, a world mostly populated by zombies and sand, which is coarse and dry and gets everywhere. They make it to the plane's last remaining city, a gorgeous little slice of the world called Naktamun, where people from 5 different temples fight against each other in deadly competitions for the chance to pass from the city through the gates to the afterlife, where they are promised paradise. Chandra discovers a dissenter from this system, Samut, locked in a sarcophagus, and the
They
Gatewatch
have the
disrupt one
Madara
of these
effect?
murder ceremonies just as the foretold arrival of the second sun begins the apocalyptic coming of hours. Turns out, though, that Armageddon both isn't spiritual and also sucks. Nicol Bolas has been turning the champions of the trials into an army of Ultimate Warrior mineral zombies, and now he unleashes them upon what few people remain on Amonkhet. Turns out, when he killed everybody older than a baby on the plane many years ago, he also destroyed all life outside this one city and brainwashed the 8 gods into believing that these trials had always been their world's way, so they'd feed him a never-ending supply of elite warriors. Oh, and all of the worker mummies that maintain this utopia are actually the reanimated corpses of all of the adults that the dragon killed when he first arrived on the world. Wait, did I say 8 gods? Yeah, 5 gods looked after the mortals, and then the last 3 Bolas kept back to destroy the other gods and the city once they'd both served their purpose. The Gatewatch try and defeat Bolas but fail miserably, with Jace getting brain bazookaed so hard that he planeswalks away, and what few normal survivors there are after the Hour of Devastation flee into the desert beyond the city. All of Bolas's murder machine gods attack the rest of the Pantheon, killing most of them, but the Red Jackal Hazoret's memory returns as she is saved by Samut, and when thanked by her god, the Speedster becomes a planeswalker due to pure spiritual euphoria. Yeah, it turns out you don't have to experience trauma to have your spark ignite. Go figure. Before they retreat, however,
Where's someone
Liliana
going?
finds and kills Razaketh, the penultimate demon her contract is connected to. The gang fucks off to Dominaria, where Nissa points out that Liliana has clearly been using the Gatewatch to go after the demons that hold her soul contract as opposed to doing anything else, and Liliana's like, that is a disgusting accusation with no basis in reality whatsoever. But since we just happen to be on Dominaria, there is this guy called Belzenlock that I kind of need to find, and Nissa leaves the Gatewatch. The rest stick around because they hear tell of the legendary Blackblade, which could be used to slay Bolas and bump into a few old faces. Joyra and Squee, who aren't old faces because they're immortal actually, Khan, who's busy searching for one of those thermonuclear serving plates to blow new Phyrexia up with.
Billy recently
Teferi, who
learned
gets brought out of
that
his
there's a
family
few
now
more
retirement
gods as
when
well.
Joyra gives him a power stone that holds part of his lost spark. Jaya Ballard, who
Yeah,
reveals herself
Liliana.
and
Oh,
begins to
look,
train
yes.
Chandra in more
Yes,
powerful
this
forms of
card. She looks
pyromancy,
better when she's
and
old.
Liliana's brother Josu, who's
Liliana
a lich
just has,
controlled
like,
by the
a lot of good
Belzenlock
cards.
and Cabal. They all find the Blackblade, take a trip on the recovered Weatherlight, almost get eaten by a handsome young man, defeat Belzenlock, and start working on their plan to take the fight to Bolas, when he just turns up and says, "You fools! Liliana's contract has a clause in the small print that upon the deaths of our 4 demon signatories,
Or like
it
these
defaults
villains just
to
not
me.
dead?
I
They just
own
never
her
die?
soul now.
Like,
You
this dragon's still
fucking
here."
idiots, you absolute rubes, and spirits her away. Then Jace turns up without a shirt on, everybody asks what he's been doing, and he says, smash cut to Ixalan a few weeks ago. Jace lands there with amnesia again, and gets picked up by Vraska, who's now working for Bolas and runs a pirate ship. Girl boss alert! She's supposed to locate the Immortal Sun, a fabled artifact which was the thing meant to imprison Bolas on this plane all those years ago, and which is also making it so that she and Jace can't planeswalk away from this tropical paradise. Instead of killing him, Vraska pities the utterly memoryless Jace and takes him aboard her pirate ship. During their travels, not only do they find the legendary golden city of Arasa, where the sun is located, but also find each other. Yeah, that's right, the wizard cop and the Gorgon pirate are falling in love. Then, thanks to a clonk on his noggin, Jace gets all of his memory back, even the stuff from his childhood that had been purged by Alejandra, and forgives Vraska for all of her misdeeds against him in the past. Vraska is also party to this surge in memory, becoming dismayed after seeing how heavily manipulative Liliana's relationship with Jace was.
So
Fuck
they
me,
like
this story beat whips
they
ass.
are
A collectible
Jason
card game's
her
tiny
is actually
digital
up here.
narrative has no right to be as nuanced and touching as this.
They
Anyway,
smashed the
Jace
guy.
wipes Vraska's mind with her consent so that she can work as a sleeper agent under Bolas for now, and Tezzeret collects the immortal sun using the planar bridge in his body when Vraska gives him the coordinates to it. Watley is a native
smashed,
to the
okay.
plane who planeswalks to Kaladesh after the sun is removed and starts to date an artificer planeswalker called Saheeli there, and Azor tries to stop them all, pretty homophobic of you guy, but Jace wipes his mind and leaves him on the island that he himself arrived on. God, this guy loves fucking up Sphinx's minds. And the Sun Empire of the island of Ixalan, now in control of the Golden City, foment a desire to sunset invasion the Iberian vampires that had been trying to do a colonialism on them. Oh, my patron here tells me that the plural of Sphinx is sphinges. I'll let Eminem know we found another word to rhyme with orange. Hope you're tired of the good stuff, because here we get into the era of magic storytelling that made me fall out of love with the lore.
Oh, there's gonna be loot, right?
Let's go! War of the Spark!
What's this?
Bolas's minions spring into action on Ravnica.
Oh, the Raven! No, somebody likes this, no?
Runt is boosted into leading the Groll clans to sow distracting chaos on the plane. Vraska kills Isperia, the guild master of the Azorius, so that Dovin Barnes, still bitter from the Gatewatch, doing pretty much the exact opposite of what he hired them to do, can surveil the
gave them
entire
2
city and
stars on
install the
Yelp.
immortal sun on the plane. Ral Zarek, a somewhat on-again, off-again accomplice, is Inception-style inspired to develop Project Lightning Bug, a means
Cookie
to
and
call all
milk?
of the multiverse's
You mean, like,
planeswalkers to
Redder
the
and
city
Bud?
in case Bolas attacks it. Kaya, a similarly non-committal minion, has taken over the Orzhov Ghost Crime Syndicate, but ends up just killing
There's a
the
fun
leadership
playing
and
with
releasing the souls of their
Turnders
debtors
so
into
far
rest.
too many times.
Tezzeret sets up the planar bridge, and Liliana is forced to use the Chain Veil to take control of Bolas's vast army of Eternals. The portal is opened slap bang in the middle of the city, and the army begins to march through straight into Ravnica, slaughtering everybody in their path, and Ral turns on his beacon, which is exactly what Bolas wants. He turns on the immortal sun to prevent escape from the plane just as all the multiverse's planeswalkers begin to arrive, and Bolas begins to suck their sparks from their body to fuel the Elder Spell, a ritual that will combine all of their sparks into his body and give him pre-mending levels of power to rule the multiverse. Domri Raid, along with absolutely loads of unnamed planeswalkers only introduced into the narrative to die in the background, get killed off, and the Gatewatch have to mount a desperate last stand. It's all going terribly until it's not, and all of Bolas's minions are either killed, get unamnesiaed and fight him, or run away, and Bolas is defeated by the Blackblade. Oh, wait, that didn't work. Wow, that shit's garbage. But wait, Liliana is in control of the zombies who are meant to be harvesting sparks, and even though she knows this will forfeit her life, she turns them and 2 of the resurrected gods of Amonkhet that Bolas eternalized as his personal bodyguards onto the dragon himself, ripping out his spark. Bolas tries to kill Liliana in response, but Gideon takes the burden of her contract onto himself, dying
So
and
it's
being
kind of
reunited with his
the
childhood friends,
punctuation
and
mark at the
saving
end.
Liliana
A lot
and
of
the
issue the
multiverse
story
in the
starts to suffer
process.
from.
Niv Mizzet, who died just before the invasion, is resurrected by the guilds after Jace resigns from his job, and the dragon becomes the new living guild pact. And
They're gonna
arbiter
talk
of
about
law
loot
on
now.
the
Oh,
plane, assuring
wait,
everyone
loot is
who
not
are
in this video
favorites,
yet?
especially not
This is
to
a
the
year
guild
ago.
he's led for thousands of years that shares his name and branding, and Ugin spirits Bolas away to his meditation realm and has held him prisoner ever since. Oh, and Dak Faden also dies. He has absolutely no impact on the main narrative of Magic the Gathering, despite being one of the story's best characters, and it's a travesty that his introduction into the canon is when he gets killed off in the trailer for War of the Spark. May God have mercy on Greg Weissman.
I mean,
and Nick
if they get
Kelman's
killed,
souls. Next
is it
comes War of the
I mean,
Spark for
it's possible where they just revive now.
taken, and
In the
until
future?
somebody beats me in an arm wrestle where the stakes are that if I lose I have to agree that the events of that awful garbage are canon, I simply refuse to acknowledge it as anything more than a hideously overpriced piece of amateur fan fiction. Dovinbarn wasn't killed off, Chandra didn't randomly decide she is and has always been straight, and Ajani didn't grin his Leonin grin. We're moving on. Palette cleanser time. Garruk is still cursed by the Chain Veil, which Liliana has now disposed of in an attempt to hide from the many planeswalkers
Never
who are
happened,
on
by the
Ravnica
way.
who just want to talk. The Beast Whisperer has been enthralled by the Fey trickster Oko into being a helpful dog servant. Oko is a quirky agent of chaos and almost sends the whole plane of Eldraine into war by turning its king into an elk. The king's children, Rowan and Will, discover this and undo the curses both on their dad and on Garruk, only for Oko to get away and the horrible truth about the twins' birth is revealed.
Okay, there's a warning.
Turns out their birth mother, who they thought was a lady who died before they were born, was actually a witch who their father whilst he was on a quest, and he was only saved when their heroic stepmother came looking for him. This traumatic revelation ignites both their sparks and they disappear, with Garruk promising their parents that he'll look after them and planeswalking away as well. Ah, what a good surrogate uncle. This is the last time we will hear from Garruk for the rest of the video. Wow, what a deadbeat. Theros Beyond Death is the next set, and let's see what the official story says happened. Well, the book never came out, and this is what we got instead, a story summary that's 20 times shorter than this entire script that, at bare minimum, does make my job easier. Elspeth wakes up dead in Theros' underworld, being tormented by a nightmare planeswalker.
Warrior's promotion was peak at the time?
A weapon that she uses to escape and defeat Heliod, trapping him Tartarus style, holding a big ball in the underworld. Oh, and the guy she was in love with, who she killed, comes back as a demigod, and the god of fate makes a champion to hunt Elspeth down, but he fails when she planeswalks away, so he simply planeswalks after her. Damn, they'll let anyone be a planeswalker nowadays. Let's go to a new world. Ikoria, a land of big mutated monsters, small-minded humans,
yeah,
and
like, you gotta be
wizards,
like some
except with
main
less
character to
widely
be a
reported
planeswalker
instances
now.
of animal abuse. Vivian turns up pretty much just to hang out with some cool animals, and wait, wasn't she introduced with her whole character's purpose being the wielder of a weapon specifically designed to kill Nicol Bolas? Where was she in War of the Spark? Well, you see, Greg Weisman was too busy working out a way to de-gay Chandra in his follow-up novel, and Wizards of the Coast were too preoccupied making their workers think up new products to release every other week to remember to coordinate consistent storytelling. She didn't do anything in that story, and she's the Pokemon Planeswalker now. Deal with it. Anyway, Luca is
what
a
does that even
bonder,
mean?
a
What's
human
Pokemon
with an innate
Planeswalker?
connection to the monsters of the world, and is exiled from his home city, which hates bonders.
What,
He
like, there's
decides
no
to use
development?
Ikoria's monsters as a weapon to destroy all of human civilization on the plane, but he gets stopped super easily by Vivian, and his Planeswalker spark ignites because of it. Oh, and the big monster rock that he was using to control the beasts of the world, that was also kind of talking to him, blows up. That's all you need to know about Ikoria. Enough of the new, let's go back to the old. Zendikar has recovered amazingly quickly since the Eldrazi almost totally destroyed it. The wiki says that this takes place only a year after Oath of the Gatewatch, and there's almost no trace of the Eldrazi.
Negative
materially or
4,567 years?
Anyway, a Tears of the Kingdom situation is going down, with Nahiri searching for a core super weapon in the floating sky ruins of Zendikar to quell the natural royal, even if using it will kill loads of people on the plane. You know, because
They made her
Nahiri
gay
suddenly
and then
doesn't care
auto
about
freaked
the
out
people
and
of
tried
Zendikar.
to
She was in the
recon it.
hellhole for too long, and now all of her favorite shops are gone, I guess, and she's
Why the
decided to
auto
make
freaked
it
out?
everybody else's problem as well. Whereas Nissa wants to use the machine instead to heal the world of all the Eldrazi's remaining corruption, also quelling the royal, itself an elemental response to
Nissa were
the
in Low
Eldrazi's
Canyon
presence.
and the War
An
of Sparkbug
obviously
tried to
better
recon.
option
Oh,
that
okay.
achieves both of the Planeswalkers' goals.
Feel like
but
it was
Nahiri
just a
fights
phase?
against her anyway because corporate has her picture on the side of the corkboard labeled villains, so the story team have had to change the core's mentality from misled by revenge to senselessly evil. Anywho, Nissa wins, Nahiri is defeated, and Zendikar is finally healed. Also, Jace is there,
Nahiri is, like,
switching
top
sides as if
waifu.
he isn't friends with
As we
Nissa,
said-
and
as
wasn't
we
on
said
the
last
ground
time.
to see the last time that Nahiri had a say in how a plane should be treated. It can't be stressed enough how nothing in this set matters in the grand scheme of things. Kaldheim, on the other hand, does
Original
matter.
video name? The entire story of Magic, The Gathering.
Finally, some
like an
good
hour.
fucking food. Kaya is hired by a mysterious individual, it's
Markaville?
Tesseract, to hunt a reported monster on the plane of Kaldheim
I don't know.
in Norse myth-inspired world. There she discovers two things. First, that the monster is one of the Phyrexian praetors Vorinclex, who absolutely should not be anywhere but New Phyrexia and whose presence here is beyond concerning, and that Tybalt, a devil planeswalker and trickster fuckboy, has been part hired, part coerced by Vorinclex into bringing about the Doomscar, the demon apocalypse of Kaldheim. The devil's plans are thwarted and he flees the plane, but not before Vorinclex uses the cataclysmic distraction to steal the sap of the world tree that connects all of Kaldheim's realms together. This is the one thing we didn't want to happen. Oh heavens, look at the time. It's we need a magical school to visit o'clock. Strixhaven is a campus for mages on the plane of
Nairi is a
Archivos
great
that
character. I just
Will and
wish that the
Rowan are
writing
invited
team
to
knew
by a
how to use
mysterious
her.
planeswalker called Kasmina, who's the leader of an ancient and shadowy order of planeswalkers and people with planeswalker potential. If the Gatewatch is the Avengers, Kasmina's group are the Thunderbolts. The
Barnicus
twins
is a nasty card to play against. This one?
Time. The Devil's plans are thwarted
Trample
and
and
he flees
haste?
the plane, but not before Vorinclex uses realms to the time. Plane of the leader of an ancient and shadowy order of planeswalkers and people with planeswalker potential. If the Gatewatch is the Avengers, Kasmina's group are the Thunderbolts. The twins need to stop the Auric, a clan of magical college dropouts, from bringing back the Age of Blood and plunging the plane into the once unending war that they view as having spurred much of its magical innovation. Luckily, Luca is on the bad guy's side for some
Not
reason,
that
so
one?
the twins
That was
beat
the
them
card
easily,
name.
but not before a World of Warcraft Kool-Aid man rips
It's the
Rose's
same.
leg.
It's the same archetype
Liliana
now.
has also been hiding out here after having given up the chain veil and is trying to turn over a new leaf and forgive herself when the Raven Man pops back up and starts tormenting her again. Well, now that the Eldrazi have been banished, Innistrad surely must be doing a lot better. Can you lot handle your shit for 2 minutes? Jesus! Because Emrakul is in the moon, weird stuff to do with the day-night cycle has been going down, with the sun rising later and setting sooner. The werewolves started losing it as a result of being in wolf form far more often, and the humans of the plane have turned to a group of warlocks to bring the sun back. Arlen Cord, a werewolf planeswalker and leader of the smaller, hey, let's not kill the humans maybe, faction of the werewolves, asks the Gatewatch to help, and Teferi, Chandra and Kaya show up to find a key to turn the big make the sun come back machine back on. Unfortunately, Sorin's rival, a vampire called Olivia Voldaren, nabs the key from them as a horde of werewolves disrupt the human festival aimed at stopping the final sunset, and the entire plane is plunged into eternal night. Also, Sorin managed to get out of the wall off-screen before War of the Spark. Now he's back, and broodier than ever. Then Olivia steals and reanimates Sorin's granddad and marries him. The Gatewatch crashed the wedding to free Sigarda, Innistrad's last guardian angel. Kind of, another one showed up, it's not important. And beat Olivia, get the key back, and restart the sun.
Play me and
warns Arwen to
magic?
be
What
on
do you
the lookout
mean?
for Phyrexians, and oh, what do you know? There one is. Jin Gitaxis is bumming about on Kamigawa with some custom trousers. Peep the fit. Yet another Phyrexian Praetor being off their home plane is very worrying indeed, and Kato returns. As it turns out, everybody's favourite bastard Tezzeret is the reason
pronounced
Gitaxis and the
Kato,
other
not
Praetors are
Kaito?
planeswalking, and he has a bone to pick with old Tezzy boy, the person who Apple watched his childhood friend into the metaverse. Tamio turns up, tells Kato that the planeswalker known as the Wanderer is his old friend, and the pair help her return to Kamigawa to fix her spark. Unfortunately, their plan is cut short as Tezzeret and Gitaxis ambush them, kidnap Tamio, and the Wanderer's spark pulls her into a new world. Kato follows after her, and Tamio becomes the first planeswalker to ever be completed by Phyrexia. Previously, planeswalker sparks had staved off the corruption of Phyresis, but Gitaxis' time on Kamigawa had revealed to him a way to negate it. Ruh-roh, Raggy! The Phyrexian threat is growing. and
This
Elspeth
video
travels
is
back
mildly
home to the
good.
city of New Capenna, a now 1920s-style hyper-romanticization of early 20th century worker exploitation, mob violence, and the lie of
He's
the
just
American
British.
dream
Oh.
to search for a means to defeat Phyrexia. The plane had previously
Oh,
beaten back
I'm
the
seeing it
Phyrexian
right,
invasion
okay.
by using Halo, a substance derived from angels that acts not as a cure but as a weaponizable immunizing substance against Phyresis. But someone else is looking for Halo. That's right, it's old reliable Tezzeret, and he's brought Urabrask, the heretic praetor who, what's this, is in almost open rebellion against the new Phyrexian cause and wishes to use Halo to tip the balance of power in the rest of the multiverse's favor? Tezzeret, you old dog, you're doing a double cross. How quaint. Could have done that before you kidnapped a lady who ran a storytelling orphanage and subjected her to a surgically experimental unlife, but better late than never. Elspeth finds the source of all of Capenna's Halo, which is a single young, seemingly mortal angel, the last one on the plane, called Gaida, who sacrifices herself to save Elspeth from the clutches of Obnixilis, who has supplanted the head of one of the city's demon-run crime families.
The fake alpha.
Her sacrifice also sends a pulse throughout the world, returning the rest of the plane's angels, trapped as they were in the city's many statues by the demons who once fought alongside and ultimately betrayed them during the Phyrexian invasion, to the waking world.
He looks like he thinks he's
Dominaria, where Phyrexia is invading yet again. Khan has found a Silex that he plans to use to destroy his enemies, but oh no,
he doesn't have the
Sheldred
drip.
is back and longer than ever, and Ajani throws Jaya off a mech on a mountain because it turns out he too has been completed and is under Elish Norn's direct
Wait,
thrall.
what pronunciation?
Khan has found a Silex that he plans to use to destroy his enemies, but oh no, Sheldred is back and longer than ever, and Ajani throws Jaya off a mech on a mountain because it turns out he too has been completed and is under Elish Norn's direct thrall. Khan is recaptured but is now immune to Phyrexia's corruption, so instead he's disassembled and his Silex is scrapped for 2 colourless mana. Whilst all of this is going on, Liliana finds out that the Raven Man who's been tormenting her all of her life is actually the spirit of the necromancer Lim Dul. Yeah, I knew that mentioning him way back in the Ice Age plot would be relevant. Kind of.
What was it?
Lacking a Silex, Teferi sends his soul back in time to the age of the Brothers' War,
says
not
it?
to interfere, even if his time ghost does interfere just a little bit, but to work out how to recreate and then use the Silex, because the Gatewatch had kind of been winging it up until this point. The Artificer Planeswalker Sahili manages to recreate a filigree copy of the Silex from Teferi's instructions, but he gets caught in a time fracture and ends up trapped and phased out on Zalfir.
Very
Hey,
old
at
villain.
least he got to see it again.
I know you
With
remember.
that, now it's time to take the fight to Phyrexia, and look how they massacred my boy. All right, Phyrexia, you went too far this time.
Giada?
A strike team of Elspeth, Jace,
Giada,
Vraska,
okay.
Nissa, Nahiri, Kato, the Wanderer, Kaya, and Tyvar Kel, an elf from Kaldheim, all join forces to
Italian
take
name,
up Phyrexian
okay.
leadership and detonate Sahili Silex in the core of the world. Unfortunately, Luca also decided to tag along, so the plan goes horribly. Half of them get completed, and Elspeth has to eat the Silex as Jace sets it off, because Elish Norn grew a Phyrexian version of Kaldheim's world tree that's connected it to the rest of the multiverse, and if this plane is destroyed, all other realities may be blown up too. Hey, at least a corrupted Tibok gets killed. Fuck that guy. Also, we find out the entire reason that Tezzeret has been working with the Phyrexians is so that they'd replace his strong Ethereum metal body with indestructible Darksteel, and the reason that he was also working against them was because he wanted to enjoy his new body in a multiverse without Phyrexian control, essentially selling out the entire known multiverse for some new rims. Speaking of those other realities, it's time for them to get got. Norn sends the corrupted Angel Atraxa to New Capenna to stop the once-defiant plane from being a threat. She then has Ajani execute Sheldred to consolidate more power in her hands, and sends him to corrupt the plane of Theros, where, whether he's aware or not, the Leonin repays Heliod's betrayal of Elspeth by turning all of his believers, and then him as a result, into Phyrexian monsters. The completed Vraska goes to Ravnica, Tamio attacks Kamigawa, Nahiri goes to Zendikar, Jace wanders off, and the entire Phyrexian war effort spreads across every conceivable plane of reality. Unfortunately for them, however, Luca is now on their side, so they're beaten so quickly and easily that the entire invasion doesn't even last one set. All of the Phyrexian invasions ultimately fail. Well, not quite. They pull a War of the Spark, where planes we've never seen before are brought into the story only to act as off-screen casualties to imply a greater threat that is actually occurring in the
This is very
narrative.
hard on a Yu-Gi-Oh player here.
Everywhere that matters, however, does beat Phyrexia,
Oh, another
whilst
side
mysterious
thing.
shadows seem to watch events from afar. But how do they win? First, Phyrexia's Worldbreaker tree is commandeered by the Dryad Planeswalker
Which
Ren,
this is
thanks
not
to a
scan
final assault
quality.
from both the
We
Mirror
don't see the
Resistance
grid.
and
We see like a
Urabrask's
high
Fifth
res.
Column, and she uses the branches of the tree to reach out to Teferi, finally reconnecting Zalfir with the rest of the multiverse, and the whole plane portals their way into the heart of New Phyrexia. Angels run Halo from New Capenna, whose citizens dropped a city block on Atraxa's head to kill her, to the rest of the multiverse via Worldbreaker, and the invaded realms immediately begin pushing back against the invaders. At some point in all of this, Urabrask's forces are captured and the poor guy gets dismantled. Ren isn't done, however, and rather than just connecting Zalfir and New Phyrexia, she instead begins to swap their positions in the multiverse, which will lead to the latter phasing out of existence. Elspeth also turns up because her story was not yet done or something, and she's an angel now and beats Elish Norn up real bad. Khan also reassembles his broken
What?
body and deals
Oh,
the
that's
killing
why
blow
the
to
mommy
now
head was
defeated
there.
Mother of Machines, which causes... God, this sucks. Which causes anyone and everyone across the multiverse
The mommy
affected by
died?
the Phyrexian oil to shut down. Norn apparently reprogrammed all of the Phyrexian oil to be centrally controlled by Phyrexia or something like that, and so when she died and the plane phased out, it, I don't know, forgot how to oil? To be clear, I'm not mad at the writers for ending 30 years of storytelling with an Independence Day plot contrivance, even though the entire point of Phyrexian oil is that so long as one drop exists, Phyrexia exists. I'm mad that the company that makes the game, and most likely more importantly the company that owns them, deciding that a never-ending cycle of new products and lowest common denominator brand tie-ins are more important things to pursue over maintaining a once-rich legacy of brilliant storytelling in a unique world.
I mean, but isn't mommy like popular? There's no reason to kill them. Wouldn't it be easier to not kill it and then just like milk on like popular sets? Or I guess the argument is like they can't drag it. They don't have the brain cells to make it the story more compelling, and they kind of have to tie it with the product release. So they're just like, let's just kill that thing. I saw the alt art. Yeah, this whole end game story build up happening so fast wasn't satisfying. Yeah, so like I guess like what it's like it was like a haste. It felt like it was like a hasty thing. It was like well, not afterthought, but it's like okay, we let's just kill this, right? Plot device. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like I guess I don't know anything about magic, but I'm just saying like wouldn't it be easier just to not do that and just continue to milk it? Or I guess like it's hard to do that because you gotta it's not you could just print cards. You have to write more on it. Maybe the second part of the story in recent times has been very tame. If it didn't kill off the interesting villain, then how would we fit 6 universe beyond sets a year? Oh, that's why. That's the set thing he was
For
talking about.
maintaining a once-rich
Like, wait a sec.
the company that owns them, deciding that a never-ending
This, right? Muted from Magic is to make some random sets and have a bunch of crossovers. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of crossover. Mommy, oh, new mommy. Can they even meet and Are they making a new mommy? Hasbro doesn't have the brain cells. The writers are from Wizard, not from Hasbro. No, is it Has? Wait, I don't even know who's in charge of what. What is Hasbro in charge of in terms of Magic? Crossover step now so they can rely on probability of Marvel Final Fantasy to sell products. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean they have to kill the mommy. That's what I mean. Final Sandy said, "Ooh, understand few good original stories." They can't just keep doing crossovers though. I mean, let's just say they're like, we're not gonna write plot anymore. It's like we're not gonna write novels anymore. They're gonna still print original cards because it's still their own IP. Crossover is always not their own IP unless it's I don't know D&D, which they own. Then it's like okay. Spider-Man said taking up actual magic story sets, but there's no story though. It's just a crossover, and they slap the art on it. And you could play it. It's legal, right? I don't know in what format if it's legal or not, but it's not. When people think of Magic, do Magic players actually be like, is it are they even good? Like I don't know, like I know a lot of people are like, oh, Final Fantasy, and then like or I know Marvel's in it. I don't know. The crossover is supposed to be like, okay, people from the other community or fans are gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll come in, and because it's popular, it will sell, right? So yeah, isn't a new mommy. That's why I'm like, then why? There's no point of killing the mommy. They could do whatever thing that they could do a billion of crossovers and still have mommy. They don't need to kill mommy. Hasbro owns Wizard of Coast. Okay, so they're just the same thing. So Wizard of Coast under Hasbro. They have bad habit of making things dire with very little backdoors, but also they want more money from reference sets like New Final Fantasy said. They pull funding from writing department. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, even if somehow they're like, we're not gonna do any writing anymore, they still need to have their own IP, no? Like, they still need to have like original characters, original IPs. Reset block was better to make better story. This is this year's 50% crossover. All the magic card that I've seen on my timeline from Yu-Gi-Oh players talking about is yeah, like SpongeBob and what? Final Fantasy, and then I think there was something else. But yeah, there's just a lot of crossovers. Essentially, Hasbro has kind of rebrand Magic instead of being story driven first, and collab being a secondary and rare occurrence. Now collabs are first. Okay, is that true though? Because I asked, I was like, people that play Magic, do they actually care about lore? Is it like a thing that drives people in? I highly doubt any TC, even if they have good lore, I doubt that people are like, oh, I'm hooked on this lore. That's why I'm playing this. But yeah, it's like it's definitely the frequency of collab has spiked, right? Sorry, I'm on a back burner. Yeah, like afterthought. Right. Made it so the crossover set are tournament legal instead of gimmicky size. So yeah, I know it's legal, but is it good? Hasbro pushes Wizard for more sets. Quality equals quality for non-crossover sets. Now Phil Rush. Okay, okay. The latest outcome is that they got perms for physical Spider-Man cards, but no perms for digital version. And if they forced to cook up Magic version of the Spider-Man set, I feel like Magic is still very paper, no? Like, wait, so the digital version is like the legal stuff, like on their like the same like the app, right? Like their online official simulator. FS stuff is well done. It's just a lot of stuff and deletes. Yeah, yeah. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, yeah, there's definitely a lot of crossovers now. 3 and Universe 3 crossover says this year. Only a crossover are when they just make alternative art with cards with crossover material. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're setting up some kind of multiverse space adventures for the next plot. Would I consider myself a femboy? No. Why? All of the collab are extremely good cards because they need to appeal to the players that don't like the collab. Okay. You either buy and get the good cards or you miss out because you don't like the collab, but it has busted cards. Okay, that changes. Okay, that changes. that changes. That is actually very important. Final Fantasy said with the meta defining OG IP cards are quickly becoming irrelevant. Okay, so is Magic are they really gonna shift and be like now in legal tournament the top decks are gonna be Spider-Man? That I don't know. Is that even sustainable? A lot of Magic players have at least one set that they're fond of story-wise. True, but I'm just saying like do people care about it that much? And that's my question. There's certain portion of the fans who quit because the lore got bad. Yeah, but that's not the majority. That's what I mean. They pulled the trigger and be like, we don't fucking care about the people that care about lore, you know? Like, we sell to Spider-Man, Final Fantasy people. Fans are definitely their first priority now. Yeah, Magic fans are pretty split between people liking and not liking. But a lot of people going to locals who got into Magic because of extra wide crossover, but a good number of older player tends to be a little bit more sour about it. Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. That's completely normal. Because I'm pretty sure that like I don't know. Like yes, the cross well, I mean it's basically the same argument of like in Yu-Gi-Oh when they do stuff and then people are like, "Oh my god, this is so trash. Like who's the audience of this? Like nobody fucking cares." And I'm like, "You're so stupid because you're not the target audience. You're already in it." Right? You already spending time or money or both and they don't need to tell you. You already have like they already have your attention. It's like the worst case scenario is like, okay, I this is too much. I'm not happy with this game. You just quit, and that's not the majority of the people. So I mean, basically, any collab is similar. It's like, okay, you don't like. I mean, but it makes it worse because the cards are actually good. That completely that actually changes it because if it's not like good, it's there's no FOMO. Then okay, like okay, I like Final Fantasy. I don't know, TCG card is fine. I'll buy it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how many people are gonna join Magic and like I don't know, be a regular or casual player, but it is basically new blood. That's like every fucking like marketing is like they targeting people that are like not in their niche. like like they just like okay, you it's fine. Universe Beyond sets are good to draw players and Tifa and FS said is potentially a turn 3 win in standard. So yeah, like meta. Like meta. I still buy paper. I feel like any TCG is paper. It's mostly still paper. It's not digital, no? I like the lore and the gameplay. Now both sucks. Lore is dumb as fuck. Gameplay feels like Yu-Gi-Oh level. What? Not trashy on the Yu-Gi-Oh. What are you talking about?
Ending cycle of new products and lowest
What are
common
you talking?
denominator.
Bruh, this is not even. Have you seen Pendulum Card? What are you talking about? Entire books. Be like this card art is too much. What Yu-Gi-Oh level? What are you talking about? Really want enjoy Magic story. It was well written. However, it definitely wasn't the main reason. Yeah, I feel like a lot of like. I mean, yeah, there's still gonna be like lore shit. I quit, but I don't think that's the majority of people. Like, in order, like, I think for any TCG, and this is why a lot of new TCG or like a TCG that has like a gigantic IP, but it fails, is because at the end of the day, if you're actual TCG, you need to be like, I don't know, like tourney and whatever stuff. It's actually the gameplay. Like, if people want to play it, or you are so fucking gigantic IP that you don't need to care about people playing it and it's only collectible. But usually, like, in order to have it make it successful, you need to like it. Like, I don't know, like the game design has to be good. So that's why any new, I'm not even a TCG player, but like anytime like a giant massive IP and they're coming out and be like, oh, we're working on a TCG, I'm just like, okay, first it's a cash grab. Second of all, I'm not gonna be like boo-hoo, it's gonna be bad, but there's a reason why like a lot of them suck. Or like dies because it's actually the gameplay. Like for me, like I play Yu-Gi-Oh because I like the anime. Like I like, I mean, part of the, I guess part of the card art. Like I don't care too much about the lore. And I'm not really a meta player, so everything that people complain that is valid or not valid, I don't care, but that's actually what people care about. Or like that's people that say like, okay, this game is gonna die and how it's gonna die is because like it's so hard, there's no new blood, and then existing player are unhappy. Which I would argue that is not the majority. So because if that was the case then, well, I mean maybe that is the case, but it's not dying fast enough. Could happen, but not likely that Spider-Man cars become staples. Well, yeah, but I mean, I mean, if it's a meta card, it's kind of like if you want to play meta, you have to buy the new shiny pack. I don't know, that's maybe expensive or not in order to compete, right? They can't ignore the feedback from Dragonstorm though. Just hope they don't take the wrong lesson from it. Don't have time to play paper though. But is the Magic digital version like massive though? Is it like big? Like the paper one? Depending on busted, yeah, that's what I mean. Like if the crossover cards are busted, then that's a problem. Because if it's not busted, then nobody cares. Like people are not gonna be mad, even if they don't like crossovers. FS set is now the best selling set of all time. Really? Beating out due to the scalpers. Well, I mean that's because it's just, yeah, but that's just more that's collectible. It's like, oh, it's FF cards, we'll buy it. It's like, okay, Lord of the Ring, like if you pull it, yeah, like it's only one, like people, scalper's gonna be like that. Like scalper's gonna buy. That doesn't save the game though. I mean, I'm not saying Magic is failing, but I'm just saying like it's not like sustainable. Like what, they're gonna make 10 sets of FF crossover collab? Apparently not, since crossover cards get sold out immediately. It's just reacting to the fan while it want. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying of course it's gonna sell well. Magic's the healthiest it's ever been player base wise, the crossovers and saving the game, but it has to real split the community. We're also gonna talk about Universe Beyond all night. Is this is Bill? Issue is that these collab are also starting to double the OG card price because of licensing. Oh, so it's also more. Oh yeah, it's more expensive to buy, right? That's kind of fucked up. I don't know, because uh, Usually, even if it's a crossover, the price point should be the same, and then I guess that they take the L. Like they should pay the licensing fee, and the car should be the same, like price wise. I don't know how many like different types of products there are, but it shouldn't be like I don't know times two as like a not even like a structure deck, but you know what I mean. Arena is the online game, and that has where you qualify for tournaments nowadays. So is Arena big? Oh, so wait, qualify for tournament nowadays. So they don't go to like they don't go like YCS, they don't go like offline to compete. Six Standard says give you a really short time for the meta to shake out and has a frustrating effect on the building budget and pro class. They're definitely not the majority. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like I mean, I'm not saying like people that are the minority like are like shouting, but it's like if it was that detrimental, then they're not gonna be stupid and lose money. Unless the other argument is I mean, there are evidence that says that like okay, they know something is wrong and they're trying to fix it, but it's not fixed. So the other argument is like this is gonna die. It is gonna have detrimental consequences. It's just not happening yet. I do believe Magic game wise is a very healthy state. The cards are bringing new interest mechanics that drive player to play better and learn the inner work of the game. I've heard that in tier meta mirror format. Magic the online Gathering Online is the premier way to play a couple of the formats. Okay. Magic is in a better place than Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Has every structure for new set, new meta. Magic cards that were printed 20 years ago are just as good as nowadays printed today. Okay, yeah, I actually was seeing like a video talking about well actually it wasn't talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! It was talking about Hearthstone. And I think I guess you know what those type of videos. It was good, like nothing wrong with it. But basically, um the idea is that oh like why I failed off or like why I think this game is not working. I think they said like in the past year they fucked like some sets or some mechanics or like the luck base. I just saw the video and then underneath that comment, yeah, somebody was saying like yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the same. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like not like new people can't get into it. Like you make a like you make a 5 negate combo in like 5 minutes. Like your newbie can't even finish reading all the text. All that stuff. And then I think there was another comment on top of that, and or it was another video. I forgot, but like I saw a opinion or a comment that said that because when Yu-Gi-Oh first designed, it was not designed to be balanced or whatever. Like if you seen the manga or even just seen the what not season zero, Battle City or whatever stuff, like they clearly did not have a fucking system. It was just like okay, cool monster. He had like this he know how to design cool monsters, and then you're like okay, do some card game stuff. Like it was kind of like I mean, that's another argument of Yu-Gi-Oh players being like, Yu-Gi-Oh is the best because I get the hype that I can't get from other card games. I'm just saying. Like, yeah, but there's definitely more problems. I don't know the problems in Magic, but yeah. There has been it's like the past like 10 years, like every year people are gonna be like, it's dying. Like, I mean, yeah, they know it's dying, they're trying to rush to, all that. This is like so like sidetracked, but yeah. Paper Magic can be very expensive depending on the format. Yes, that's another thing. Standard is pretty cheap compared to vintage deck, where around 5K. Yeah, that's like when I first learned about Magic. Like one thing, it was like, oh, there's expensive cards. Oh, Black Lotus. Oh, Commander. Ripping cards. That's ripping cards and like pieces flying. Yu-Gi-Oh lost me on Synchro Summon, bruh. You too. You like not even Edison. At least be at Edison. Love the anime, love the mechanics, and now there's too many new mechanics. Bruh, they stopped at Link. Okay, there's only 6. Plus Retro, okay, 7. Paper Magic is now mostly the commander format, which tends to be a competitive one over BO3 or BO5. Yeah. I see. Way cheaper to build a legacy deck on Magic the Gathering Online. 2 to 300? Bruh. Paper like 1 to 3,000? People still play paper, but arena is pretty big. Okay, okay. I didn't know that. Because I heard about people saying it's not good. Like the simulator is not good. You were scrolling and saw the title. What do you mean? Magic Arena is biggish, like maybe half of the Origin cards, but then again, it has Alchemy cards that are exclusive to Arena. Okay. Wait. Ah! Mending? What's mending? Arena has a fraction of the cards? I know, I'm talking about more like player base. Like, is there more people playing online than paper? That's my question. There's still regional championship qualifiers of locals, which feed into regional. Okay, okay, okay. Paper tournament and online tournament both mostly play the same deck. Okay. I'm playing Zero because I proxy everything. Only time I play online for Commander with buddies around the globe. I do enjoy the paper experience. I feel like any TCG is mainly paper. That's what I mean. Like I strongly believe that there's more paper. Okay, maybe I don't know about Master Duel. Maybe there's more people playing Master Duel than people actually playing paper. I don't know. I actually don't know. But then, like, if we're talking about meta competing, it's gonna be paper. It's not gonna be online. There's no online format for it. Well, I mean, there is. It's DC second stage, and you grind to get the spot to go to Royals. That's it. It's not like a tourney. Don't try comparing Yu-Gi-Oh to Magic. They may be okay. No, yeah, it's not the same. I'm just saying. I'm just saying in terms of like, it's not like TCG drama, but I'm just saying like how like players are not happy about a game. No, it's completely different. It's not the same thing. I'm just saying like Yu-Gi-Oh's problem stemmed from that it was, first of all, it was never intended to be a balanced game in the start. Second of all, it's it has its own a lot of own pros in that people know. But I'm just saying like when people are not happy, uh in terms of like old players and how like the official like deals with it is what I'm comparing. It's kind of similar if you think about it. It's just like old player don't like what the new direction is, but not enough old player are leaving. That's what I'm trying to say here. Because we were talking about the magic lore thing and collab stuff. Yeah, I mean no, because if you know the lore, I mean not the lore, but the history of why it was even a card game. It was not a card game in the first place, but then like it somehow Bandai picked it up and then Konami picked it up. That's what I mean. Each car having a lot going on is intimidating. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's. I mean, like one is like okay, like it's bad, like new players can't get in, but I'm saying like okay, like so eventually it's gonna die. I heard that thing for 10 years again. Magic has hype too. Combo, infinite monster, infinite size, fist punch. Oh, arena is just a grind fest, which gets pretty boring. So master duel. Decent way to learn a game if you don't have friends to teach you. Yeah. I know way more people that play paper than online. That's what I mean. I feel like any TCG, the core is paper. It's not online. Right? I don't know about single Yu-Gi-Oh player outside of Master Duel. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. First of all, Master Duel is new. I mean, it's been what 3 or 4 years, but it's new, and it's not the same format. It is not. It is like Master Duel is clearly a thing that was BO1 for a casual thing that people can play, and then it's trying to make people play the paper. It does not have the same format or the same ban list. But a lot of people play it because they're casual. If you want to be meta, you could also do that, but it's a grind fest. Even if you don't go to roles, like climbing the rank is grind fest. Still playing the older format, cards printed from a very long ago, legacy, vintage, tend to be playing more online. Standard and modern tend to play through either digital paper. We totally can compare Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not. I cannot compare in terms of mechanics because I don't know Magic. But I'm just saying, like I know Yu-Gi-Oh players that have the complaints that they have, and how like I don't know, it splits the community and stuff. That's why I mentioned it, and because I kind of know about it, that's why I'm mentioning it. Hearthstone Parakeet has gone out of. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, also Parakeet. Yes, that Parakeet collection has no value because it can. I mean, to be honest, in TCG Yu-Gi-Oh, that's I don't know. That's kind of like it's like okay, if you play meta, I don't know. Maybe it's better now because you reprint stuff, but it used to be like okay, you want to play meta, 2K, okay, it's cheaper than Magic maybe. That's like okay, after it gets banned, it gets to $2 or something. If Yu-Gi-Oh had an actual online game where tournament would be held, it would be big. Yes, but they're not doing it. But in terms of Magic, it's the same, right? Like, I mean, like basically, if I don't want to play paper, I could still compete the same format and then go to I don't know tourney. If I don't want to go to locals or regional, you have 70 plus commander deck. Okay. Uh, Paper probably more popular since new set stuck in standard hasn't been good for like 10 years. People just play commander and paper. As a card game, Magic is fine, but the community is well divided. So many different niche in Magic that have just made a community split. Some people hate Commander because it made other format dies. Okay, that's a skill issue. Just have your format do better, okay? Like you can't blame the format. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh players don't like new things, they just play Edison. Like is Edison gonna complain? Okay, I don't know if Edison complain, oh my god, Link Pendulum monsters. But if they're actually playing competitively, I don't think they complain, they just play Edison. Some hate Universe. Universes beyond, some hate proxy, some hate paper. The list goes on. I mean, proxy is not legal. Magic pretty easy to get in compared to other TCG. I mean, is what's the easiest TCG? I was trying to say something, but I was like, I don't know about that, so I'm not gonna say anything. Magic infinite amount of creatures makes it such a headache. Combos that infinite multiply creature and effects to get literally millions of creatures. What? Yeah. Magic at a very base level is Yu-Gi-Oh, but it heavily encourages infinite loops. My experience that in paper, Magic people will only play Modern and Commander. Well, but Commander is the biggest one. No, Modern, yeah, Modern and Commander is the biggest one. No, Green is pretty grindy sometimes. All about getting wild cards, so you can get cards for different format permanently. Someone told you, oh fuck, bruh. Not the bomb, not the message bomb, not the Streamlab message bomb. Okay, I gotta. Where did I? Oh yeah, I mean we can compare. Not can. They're both TCGs. We can compare how easy it is newbie to join. Okay, I'm pretty sure Yu-Gi-Oh is like the most unwelcome to newbie. Like objectively speaking, I think it takes the crown. You remember sitting at OGS and watching people play Yu-Gi-Oh and they didn't even see the card and they continue to play like they play the same game for 3 hours? What do you mean? What's tiny leader player? Went chain? No, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, in paper. I mean, not even in paper, just like response? No, okay. Matter you can buy a Precon that's only 50 and is playable with the average deck. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, but like when I heard about Magic, I don't know, like long time ago, like the joke is like it can be expensive if you want to be expensive. Other format died not because of Commander, but because they don't know how to make it a good standard set and direct the modern set kill. Is okay, yeah. I mean that's maybe Hasbro just be like, command we could just do Commander stuff. Other stuff is fine. You're new to Magic, start playing in November of last year, and you're right about older Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh complaining about new things, also continuing to use Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, because, like, there are like, that's what I mean by, like, if there's always people gonna complain, but, like, and there's even people that complain and they just left the game, or, like, they don't play meta anymore, but even though they're, like, kind of, like, I don't know, like, a figure in a community, that's not gonna I don't know, like, I mean, it shows that there are people that are, like, mad about it, but it's like, are there enough people that are like, "Just fuck this," and they're gonna be like, "I quit?" Which there's also people that say that they do quit. They go to, like, One Piece or something else, and I'm like, "Okay then." Like, I I don't know. ESCG is probably some game no one plays here. I don't know. No, I mean, easy meaning that, like, it's not complicated. You'll be friendly. Yeah. Other formats are dead because, yeah, I didn't put investment. That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, they let standard hype die. Only recently they put back investment. If you're in the right circle, you can have any format survive. Yeah. You just gotta find. It's gotta find. One Piece very well made compared to current Magic. I've seen like people be like, I quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Now I'm playing One Piece. The only thing I know about One Piece is I think they were doing some like set rotation or something, and people were mad, and they're like, "This is how they're gonna die, how the game's gonna die." Because I think Bandai did do some card games before, but it didn't end well. But it's also not like massive IP. Let's see. Uh, People argue Proxy and Commander because Commander isn't a sanctioned format, so it's fully casual and can be expensive. So Proxy are welcome. I don't know. I mean, Proxy is never like legal in, I don't know, tourney or something. I mean, I don't see any problem of people playing Proxy at local, but I think some locals might have a problem though. Where plays blue and Magic? I hate you. I'm playing blue and white. Okay, that's what I'm gonna pick up. Whenever I try to get people into Yu-Gi-Oh, I have to legit walk them through the evolution of the game. Yeah, give me like a history. Like surely introduce them to rituals, then synchro, then XYZ, so on. It's like being a paid teacher with a blessed fan. You mean spreadsheet? Okay, so I don't know. So because I said I'm a solo. I don't give a fuck if nobody wants to play a game. Okay, like I don't give a shit. Like like so I'm not gonna be like, hey, try this. Even not even card games. Be like, oh, I like it's like, oh, I like this anime. I'll mention it once. Be like, oh, this is good. But I'm not gonna try to force and be like, you should look at this. You know, that's what I mean. Like I'm fine. It's like if you don't get it, you're lost. That's my opinion. And then in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, in my opinion, you need I mean, this might apply to other stuff as well, but you need enough motive to learn the game. Like it takes like time. You need to be like, okay, I want to learn this, and I'm gonna learn this. Whether you have friends that help you or nobody to help you, or else like you're just gonna be like, yeah, Magic can be extremely expensive or $25. Yeah, I try to show any new player from Pendulum because they're just scared new players stay away. I mean, you could just be like, oh, like jump in Master Duel and be like, look at you get I don't know. I mean, it's like you probably wouldn't recommend they start playing Pendulum, but I'm just saying it's not like they have to start with Edison. Or that. That's that's what I mean. See. Shock lens are minimum like $10. I mean, Ash used to be like what $30 before they reprinted it. Now it's like $1 or less than $1. They moved the pendulum zone, yeah, but like if somebody's playing it now, they don't need to know the stupid pendulum zone, the old history. They don't need to know that. Like you're never gonna play that again. Yeah, it's will only be once. But I'm just saying, new player like people is they're gonna play now is like they don't need to know that. I mean, you could know that, but it doesn't add anything. It's just like, oh, this stupid thing that nobody likes and they fixed it. Yeah, yeah, you don't need to. It's like surely like you would not recommend unless like they're like I really think this mechanic is kind of fun. I want to try it. Then okay, but it's not. It's definitely not something that you would recommend them just jumping in. There are sanctioned tournament and command for commander, so there isn't a tourney, which is the argument. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, then I personally wouldn't have a problem with proxy, but I don't know if people like if a store because I've heard that like in a local place or something, like they might have a problem because it's like they're not getting money or something. So I don't know. Not the other formats, yeah. But I mean, Commander is popular, that's why. No, the video is louder, bruh. I was like this for like 2 hours. Maybe making it lower. Oh no, okay. Oh no, it wasn't like that. It's the stupid bomb thing. Okay. Okay, I cannot. Wait, no, no, no. No. Okay, now I go here. Did I miss anything? If one chain makes you quit the game, then you never liked the game in the first place, I guess. Well, true, but I mean, usually it's like a buildup of like they're not happy for a while, and then something makes them pull the trigger. You know, Commander is not a competitive format. Yeah, 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 yeah. Can't play proxy and Tor and said CEDH tourney because the tournament aren't organized. So yeah, like unofficial. Magic is much cheaper than Yu-Gi-Oh in my opinion. I mean, even though they reprinted some stuff, but yeah, if like some staple, even like a casual roll deck, uh, in terms of like I don't know, like power, yeah, like if you're telling me like you could get a decent deck for $25, then I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh can do that. Uh, because a lot of new generic extra deck and staples, even after reprint, everything add together is probably more than $25. Don't want to risk them getting damage. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm saying I don't have a problem, but I know there's arguments of why people think there's a problem. Like, what I'm saying. All the lore you need is from NGT Remy. Wizards are pushing people to proxy because of the ridiculous hike in booster block price. You're right. If the majority of people move to proxy, it'll cost the game. Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, in a local, like, if I go to a car shop, I think sometimes it might be a problem. I don't know. Even though I feel like a lot of players, I mean, I don't know if players care, but I feel like majority of players in any places wouldn't be like, you're using a proxy, you cannot play. But then there might be I don't know, like something be like you can't do that, you know. Playable commander deck for $5, but useful upgrade brought it to 80. Okay. Plus shipping. That's when you trying to keep up with the meta. Okay, yeah, no, if you're doing meta, yeah, it's like 1K. I think now it's cheaper because they reprinted a lot of staples. But yeah. That's what I mean. Like when I was like learning about like when I got deeper into I don't know TZ OTG and I was like, okay, so this meta like it's like okay, I play this deck. It's costs like 2K. After the format, like I don't know, 3 months, it gets hit, it gets to like $2. Which is nothing wrong with it, but then it's like if you want to continue to play, you buy like another 2K for it's like you keep buying if you want to compete. I mean, I'm not competitive. I'm just like I don't see why I'm doing that. Well, I mean, also I don't have the skill, so I'm not playing meta. I don't even play paper. I'm just saying, I do not play paper for various reasons. But yeah, as much as people like to unbash about playing proxy, they don't want to be faced with the fact that if the game dies, new cards coming out, they'll be bored out of their mind and stop playing. Mm. There's no goon. We're talking about lore. We're looking at lore. Oh yes, yeah. I didn't want to talk about Hololive TCG, but when I mentioned about why a lot of card games die, this is exactly the reason. Because I think what happened was they were like, okay, we have Hololive cards on Wise, right? And then they're like, okay, we have our own IP. Let's make our own TCG. And I haven't dived deep to it, but I don't think it's like taking off like insane crazy. Like anything that is like stuff like that is like okay, it's more like collectible. I don't know like how many people are actually making a tourney and like competitively playing. Or like I mean not even just Hololive. It's just like a lot of card games is like even with big IP, for example, Hololive, a lot of time it doesn't work is because the gameplay. Like in order for a TCG to survive, you have to people actually have to fucking play it. Like, unless you be like, I'm just selling like center field cards and just for collectibles, then okay. I just say. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've been hearing Yu-Gi-Oh has been dying for 10 years and it still hasn't died. But you could also argue that it's gonna die eventually if they don't fix it. So I'm like, okay, but I'm just saying, like it's you know for Magic, as long as you're playing a rotating format like standard, you can pretty much keep the same deck for years. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could argue that you just play Edison in Yu-Gi-Oh! That just has a set list, like it basically alternate format, not the main one. TG wise, how expensive Pokemon can be actual meta cards are extremely cheap. Isn't Pokemon pretty cheap? Like there's meta like decks that are like cheap because of the rarity stuff. There's other Chuba cards game that I haven't looked into yet. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, in order for a card game to actually, do its thing, people have to play it. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I mean. What is debatable? No shot is Magic cheaper than Yu-Gi-Oh? Not even close. Well, I mean, you could. I mean, I don't know. Like, if we're talking about non-meta cards, like, if you think about like, I don't know, but not like a poo-poo, like a road deck. Let's just say a road deck with Ash being like less than $1, but like I feel like if your extra decks has generic stuff, like I don't know, like Albalusa or Barone, they're still like, are they like $5 or something? Like if you add it all together, it could be more. Like I'm talking about power wise. Like let's say like tier two road deck, okay? Like in I don't know what format, but it's like I could see Magic being cheaper than Yu-Gi-Oh. But if we're talking about individually card stuff, like Magic is more expensive, but it doesn't have to be expensive. I think that's the argument. You get meta seems to change a lot faster than Magic. I mean, it's worse. Then it's worse. Also, it's more expensive. No, the metas. I mean, now is a little bit better because of the reprints, but it used to be like, are the Magic metas always like 1K, 2K to compete? I played in a lot of places with a lot of people and can count on one hand how people said, no, I don't play against people with proxy. Yeah. I feel like most people wouldn't care, right? But there might be a reason why people care, you know? Only time series I've gone to say no to proxy was like I mentioned earlier, Wizard sanctioned events. Yeah. Yeah. Only card game I know died was Naruto's TCG and Doom Master. Yeah. I think there was also some other Bandai stuff, but I mean Naruto is now in Union Arena. It's like everything is just grouped into all the anime shonen stuff is just grouped to Union Arena now. Is David debatable on what's just cheap? I don't do magic. I'm just reacting. See. Modern is like $50 up to 500. Okay. Can you buy a meta deck for $50 in Yu? Is it meta or is it just casual? We need to know like because like I could buy like 50 cards or 55 cards that are just 1 cent each and that's a deck. The fuck people being saying Yu-Gi-Oh has been dying for decades. Yes. For Magic, as long as you're not playing a rotating. Okay, I read this. Yu-Gi-Oh will make it to 2030, but I know if it'll make it to 2050, it will. It will. They printing paper. It will. It will. It will. Pokemon and One Piece are some kind similar. No. So I know for Pokemon, it's like it is collectible because they're scalpers. But it definitely has a community. I think like it's not like nobody's playing it competitively. Like even though people argue that it might be easier or something, I don't know. Like Pokemon TCG for sure not dead. One Piece I don't know because I haven't seen enough drama except the I don't know rotating balance or something that people say it's gonna kill the game. Only card game I know. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh sad. I just can't play it anymore. Nothing wrong with not playing it. My opinion is if you're not happy, just you don't need to play it. If you're playing two color on Magic, your mana base start is like $80. Okay, that is expensive. But that's what I mean. I think any meta deck, even now for meta deck, is for sure more than $80 in Yu-Gi-Oh. No, price range of Magic is always format dependent. Yeah, so yeah. Commons cards set around 10 to 20. Yeah, that's cheap. I don't think I could build a deck like a decent deck that's $10 in Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I mean. Even like rogue, like a decent being like just like I don't know, tier 3 rogue. Yeah. Uh, I mean, Doom Master isn't dead, but is it like vibing? Meta Modern starts at 300. Okay, then I think it's more expensive than Yu-Gi-Oh. You could get a meta deck for 300 now, can you? Or no? Is it still more than 300? Magic to make a decent commander deck need a minimum 100. I feel like meta decks in Yu-Gi-Oh is more in the 300 plus range, no? You play Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh on paper. Magic has a big casual player base, but casual consider 100 okay normal. That's what I mean. I don't think casual consider 100 plus okay in Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't think so. But like the 100 cards are like meta. But so I don't know, maybe casual players might want to play meta cards even though they're not competing. I don't know. You know? Magic Commander meta is like over 5K per deck. Okay, yeah, so yeah, the Magic is more expensive. 5K per deck is like peak. Is not even peak like Snake Guy or Fire King or Cash Terra it was not 5K. Everything together when it was like when it first drops and then like you gotta pay to play. I'm pretty sure it maybe was close to 5K, but it is not over 5K. I don't think any Yu-Gi-Oh meta deck is like 5K plus. Decent, not game breaking. That's what I mean. Decent being like a strong road deck. I don't know. Or are we comparing meta? That's what I mean. If we're gonna compare card deck prices, we need to know what we're talking about. I bought 3 Monarch structure deck and won a huge tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh! One, which makes you. I mean, yeah, I mean that's kind of like what happened in Pokemon before. I saw like somebody saying like, "Oh, look, this Pokemon, this meta beat deck that's less than $50. Imagine that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like never would happen." Limited is a good cheap format, but it can be really difficult, or you need a lot of experience to be good at it. Turn times in Yu-Gi-Oh! Generally are a problem. What do you mean? Not true anymore about internal formats, keeping decks for a long time. Straight to modern sets. Power creep makes you deck rotate every year or so. Okay, every year is not bad. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like every 3 months when the balance hits, basically. Unless I don't know you're playing Snake Guys right now. Synchro was fun. Pendulum were terrible though. I mean, Pendulum. Nobody fucking cares about Pendulum. Even Konami, it's like Pendulum here. Pokemon actually kept alive by collectors, not the competitive or gameplay scene. Really? They have the upper hand in the sense that they can keep it alive in TCG through their constant. Yeah, I know. I mean, they're a big IP. They're not gonna die. I mean, I'm just saying, even if nobody's playing a game, they'll be fine. But I'm saying that I think the TCG part is okay. Like, I don't think the gameplay is that bad to the point where nobody's like playing it. That's what I mean. Like, it seems like there's more collectibles because there's scalpers. A lot of scalpers. Because it's a big IP. That's why. Current first place modern deck is around 800, but that was the top tier deck for a huge tournament. But a lot of cards that came out last year in June and made meta, so just small changes to the list. So you're telling me that it used to be more than $800 because it was cards that came out like a year ago? Thank you for the prime, some hot sauce. The stablest format. Stablest format for entry is like very pioneer. However, this year has been very actual pioneer competitive tournament schedule. Modern low, okay. Magic Modern lower 400, high 1K. Okay, I think no. Then if it's that case, then I think it's more expensive than you. But I'm saying like if you want to play it cheap, it's not gonna be bad. Unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I think that's what people are saying that Magic can be cheaper than Yu-Gi-Oh because of just stable price. Playing paper locally got me back into Construct Magic is generally the best format. Magic has lower lows but higher highs. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's what I mean. Was like I don't think like if you're telling me I could build a I don't know $20 in Commander, but it's a casual format, right? But it's a decent one, so maybe like a rogue deck. I don't think I can build a decent rogue deck for $20 in Yu-Gi-Oh. The extra deck alone is gonna cost $20, even with the reprints. That's what I mean. Unless you're playing something that does not have like the staple extra deck. Building proxy queue, drafting with friends. As for Commander, technically you can walk into a store, buy a Precon, and generally have a good casual game. Yeah, I don't think you could buy some structure decks, like 2 structure decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, and be like, call it a day. Rat. Vintage. If you're lucky, Kamani might not really hit your deck for a year. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Unless you're playing Snake Eyes, that's what I mean. Like if you play Snake Eyes, then okay, I guess you're good. Everything else, like okay, gotta you. Why didn't you play Snake Eyes? You should have been playing Snake Eyes. I don't know. Oh, it's called Palper. Okay, I thought it was paper. Yeah, Pokemon TG is fairly active. That's what I mean. I mean, Pocket is just like, dude, we don't talk about Pocket. Pocket is not the actual TCG. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let's see. Yeah, you can absolutely play Magic for cheap and still be fun. That's what I mean. I don't think I could do $20 Yu-Gi-Oh Rogue deck. I'm doing blue white. I'm doing blue or blue white. I don't know. We'll see what I am playing Nadu. I want to play the Wargime bird. Okay, that's we already picked our starter deck. That's what I'm playing. That's what I'm gonna learn. Or what blue white Solum? It's just a stunt. It's just Runet deck. I'm playing that. I don't know. Pauper is a really fun format with just commons and uncommons. So just about every deck is like 30 to 40 toss. Oh, okay, okay. So it's like that. It's like that. I forgot the name, but it's like it's like every card you can just have one or something. It's like a fan made of like alternative format. If you're playing green, you probably play or have it in your sideboard. I'm playing blue. I'm gonna play blue. I'm gonna play Nadu. I'm gonna play Nadu. The hate bird, yes, I am gonna play. I am playing a hate bird. uh, they shot the bird. I know it's dead. I could still play it though. Who says I can't play it? And people be like, good luck finding somebody that's gonna play. I have somebody that's gonna teach me, and he knows I'm playing the Nadu, so you don't need to worry about that. Tracking weirdest once for turn ever? What do you mean? Nado's banned. Yeah, it's dead. Got body. That fool is on a ban list for commanders. Skeleton is turbo. You aren't gonna play the monkey still? I mean, I could also play the white monkey. Do they have synergy? Can I play them together? Yeah, like commander. Yeah, I only have one of something. Every other format I can up to 4. Yeah. 4 to play off meta. I mean, I'm commander. Commander is not meta. Okay, you're saying Nado is meta, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Later, brand tie-ins are more important things to pursue over maintaining a once-rich legacy of brilliant storytelling in a unique
We're close to
world.
the ending of this, and then there's
Invasion
Simo
Rock was a
learning
full
Morden.
set
Okay, I
hit
guess
that
like this
lasted
is.
nearly an entire year of magic and told the story.
I don't know. I feel like I have a
invading
sense of what
a
commander
single
is, even
plane.
though I don't know
In
the rules.
contrast, the time between Phyrexian launching
Nado
their
was meta
multiverse
before I got
invasion
shot
at the
down.
very end of
I know.
All Will Be One,
But
to
I
then
could
being
play
completely
Nadu, even though
wiped
it's
out from
banned.
existence at the
I'm
end
not
of
going to a
March of the
tournament. I could
machine
play
was
legal
2
cards.
months. We have spent
Even
more
I
time
mean,
and
if I
cardstock
play it, it's not shot
exploring
down. It's
D&D's
legal.
forgotten realms than we have
And
in the midst
the
of
text
what
is the
ought
same,
to have
so
been the single most
it does the same
important
thing.
and
It's still a
game-changing
war crime.
event in Magic's narrative since the original defeat of Phyrexia in Apocalypse. Good grief. Anywho, a gravely injured Malera gives up her life.
I also
and
like
Khan
those,
gives up his
what is it
spark,
called?
both their respective
Phyrexian?
tasks in life complete with the
Or no, the
destruction of Phyrexia,
Eldars.
to heal and
Eldar.
uncomplete Nissa and
Eldarizia?
Dajani. But then Nahiri wakes up on
The
Zendikar,
alien-looking
also
thing.
uncompleted. So
What's my favorite
sorry,
part of the
Malera,
lore?
You died for nothing. Turns out getting exploded with Halo.
I don't know,
and
there's a
losing
lot
your
of things
spark is
happening, I
enough
don't
to
know.
reverse the effects of Phyrexian oil. Maybe. Wait, she lost her spark? Well,
I like
the many
her.
poor
She's my best waifu. From the Smash and Pass list, this is I like her the most.
snapping into and out of existence throughout the multiverse.
Phyrexian, no, I think Phyrexian's mommy. Yeah, Eldraz, Eldraz.
and some other chuckle fucks to all lose their spark and planeswalker status. In the aftermath of the war, Jason
If you
Vraska
play
are
white,
AWOL, and a
playing
bunch of the
fun.
planes are having to readjust themselves.
I'm playing blue or
Eldraine,
playing white and
where
blue,
a
I
sleeping
think.
spell aimed at subduing the invaders has persisted and is causing problems throughout the land. Teferi plants a single seed, which is all that remains of Ren, who burnt up in the Worldbreaker, into the soil of Zalfir, and the whole invasion has left Omen Pass throughout the multiverse, meaning that non-planeswalker interplanar travel might be an option
Like, it
going
just,
forward,
I
and
don't know.
Chandra
I don't want to
finally
say it's
kisses
boring, but
Nissa
it seems
at
like
Pride.
it's
See, I told you Forsaken
it's
wasn't
like some
canon.
shit happens
And
in the
that's where we're
plane,
at.
and then
What
people
lies
doing
next
stuff.
for Magic's story? How will the aftermath of such an event shake out? Who will be the next grand menace of Magic's narrative? Will Tezzeret follow in Bolus's footsteps? Will the Eldrazi return? Will Limdul's machinations expand?
They
Will
keep
the
talking
Ares
about the
hatred of
Raven Man.
Planeswalkers turn into something which threatens the multiverse?
Oh, yeah. He talked
Will
about
the
this in the
cult that
10-minute
Kasmina's
version.
in charge of do something? Who were those watchers during the March of the Machine? Whatever happens,
They
I
have a
can't wait
mechanic
to
called
get my hopes up
Toxic
that
that
the
makes you
writers
lose
will be given
friends.
time and space
I
to
have
produce
Toxic
interesting
as
work,
a
only to yet
hashtag
again be
or a
disappointed
tag
by
in
the
my
breakneck
stream. Do you
speed
use
at which
that?
the company insists that a
Phyrexian,
quantity
or
of
no, it's
cardboard is better than the
Eldraz.
quality
I
and
mean,
richness
Phyrexian,
of
the
lore.
mommy thing, right? The
I
bugs
hope
are
you can
okay.
appreciate
Not the
that,
dogs
what
though.
with
The
this video
skeleton
already
dogs
being
are, I don't
over
know.
an hour long, a lot of Magic's deeper
Ruby
lore
the
had to lie
Vespalian.
in the editing bay's floor, like Daragaz and the other
Who's the
primeval
Stone Wife?
dragons rule. Or all of the cool side characters.
Yeah,
like
Phyrexian
Mika,
is the mommy,
Tygan,
the
and travesty of what
Elish
happened to Venser.
worm,
If
and
I had
her
included all
skeleton
of that,
dogs.
then the video would have
Or,
been
I mean,
far
they're
more
supposed to be bugs.
comprehensive, and I would also still be
Eldrazi?
writing the script for it long into next year.
Eldraz.
But here
Is
where
it
I do want to get
Eldrazi
into
or
the topic.
Eldraz?
The most popular video on my channel is both
The
also
alien
the first
creatures.
video I ever released.
The
and
alien
also
creature looks nice.
singularly the most viewed video
Magic
on
lore is like
the
comic book
internet
lore
on
is
the
only
topic
interesting
of
for a
Magic the
single
Gathering
one shot,
story.
then goes back into being
It is also, with
incontrovertible.
the benefit
Okay.
of hindsight
Yeah. I was
and
like, this is
my
Avengers,
now
no? This
years
is
of
like
experience writing,
Star Trek or
recording, and
something.
editing videos together,
I was never
not
interested
very
in
good.
comic book. Maybe that's
I've
why.
always wanted to make a new version of it, something that I could be more proud of, and something that does a far better job of efficiently retelling Magic the Gathering's vast
We would
lore
play
with
amongst
better
friends, so it
audio
was a course
quality.
friend I have, friend
And
who
when I
ran
hit
silver.
100,000
What's silver?
subscribers at the start of
White?
this month, I knew this is how I wanted to celebrate it. Thank you all for watching.
Stories
Be it
Beyond?
that this is the first video of mine
There's more?
you've ever seen, or if you were one of the first handful of people who called
Oh no, this is
Mitch
just thinking
Bone
all the
City,
patrons, right?
William Lyndon Smith,
Wolf and stoked a gay Americana love story, while the
Okay, I still don't get this thing, but okay, I guess it's a meme. Okay, I could look at this. I don't know if I know anything what's gonna happen here, but I think this is Simo reacting to modern cards. Silver is a creature type. Okay.
Simo!
This is also
Hi,
this is only like this is
Welcome back
like
for more
last month.
torture. I'm back after last week. I have no idea what I'm in
Since
for this
2019,
week, so
Magic
can't wait.
become
You're in
one
for
set equals one
unique
story.
torture. Yeah.
Wasn't it
So
always
this
a
is-
one long
Multiple
ass
the
story,
other
but
videos
it
we've
has
done
stories
is
in
that
different
though
planes?
This is unique torture. I'm just curious.
Oh, I think I would call them generic torture.
Oh, excellent. Okay, good. All right. So I'm glad I'm
That's what
learning
it is.
your flavor.
So
of
we
torture methods.
we
Fantastic.
actually
Great.
looking at meta cards now.
This is a very unique one for me
Because this is modern
it's
format
a little
now.
out of my expertise, but I've been studying, I've been training because this is the long-awaited, fan-requested, much beloved first episode of Simo Meets Modern. We're gonna show you the modern
It's the first
format of
episode?
Magic
Okay, so this is gonna
Gathering.
be a series.
That's right. The modern fans have been begging for it, so we're gonna do it here on the Covert Go podcast, which is available on Apple and Spotify, iHeartRadio, and YouTube. Remember to check out those places where you get your podcast and subscribe and leave a review over there. And also, because we are in fact on those platforms, we have a special sponsor for today's video, and they have some quick words for you before we dive into the nonsense. Cool Kids Club. Today's
I've seen,
video is
like,
sponsored by War
non-Yu-Gi-Oh
Thunder.
videos
More from
of
them
Simo.
later in the video. So Simo, do
He
you
seems
know
like a nice
anything
dude.
about the modern format?
But
in
I don't
Magic the
actually
Gathering?
watch like a ton of Yu-Gi-Oh
I know
YouTubers.
that it's not standard. I know that it's not legacy. I know that it's not vintage.
Magic player
so I'm
guessing
assuming
Yu-Gi-Oh
it's
cards.
like-
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
there's
Commander,
couple
another
there's
one.
a couple of
So it's somewhere.
I think
in
YouTubers
between
and
all of
other
those,
like
I would imagine.
card game players doing
It
that.
lives- Yeah. You know what? I know a similar amount
Old
of
modern
things,
cards that
to
were
be
once
honest.
meta.
Good, okay.
Okay,
We're
so
on
this
the
is
same page
history.
together. I've been watching videos and reading articles and trying to prepare for this. I've watched almost every modern pro tour, but kind of as a spectator without like trying to absorb all the info. But modern it's famous in Magic for being a non-rotating format. And it was a non-rotating format that was created outside and far away from vintage, which of course, and legacy, which are the very, very old formats that play very, very old, super
So
expensive
pre-errata.
cards. The whale formats. some
Black
call them.
Lotus.
But
Okay, well formats. Okay, Black Lotus format.
so when Magic the Gathering was growing, of course it used standard, which only used the most recent sets. And then it used a format called extended.
Team
which
APS.
it
Yeah, I
rotated
watched like all
standard,
the
but
haha
way
jokes.
less often. It had a huger card pool, but it still rotated. And
I think majority.
extended would
Like,
eventually
like,
go
I don't
away.
watch
doubt
them on
we'll
a regular,
actually
if that
do
makes
serious extended videos. I played
And I
the
guess a lot
format
of
a long
the,
time ago in my youth.
fan favorite
pursuing
YouTubers,
deep
I
dreams of pro
actually don't
excellence.
watch them.
But
Maybe I watch
and
like
also
one or two
extended.
videos, but I don't watch them regularly.
Not exactly. It's not the same.
Because a lot of times if it's
Yeah,
like car
extended
related,
was
I'm
very
not
much, a format that kind
like
of
I don't
went
know what's
away,
actually
faded
I
in
don't actually know what's
popularity
going
and
on.
isn't
Like I
played
cannot
anymore.
understand.
But modern rose to become one of the most popular formats in Magic the Gathering, and at
That was
various
one
times
story
in
at the
Magic
time
history,
for
it's been
fucking
called
all
the
the
most popular
planes.
format in Magic the
Isn't that more
Gathering,
hectic
and it's
though?
still pro format today.
That's
right.
more intertwined then.
I think it was. Yeah, I think there was a time in, I would say like let's say from 2011 to 2015, I believe.
Oh, like for your
Modern was,
page.
like on the rise, and probably somewhere in that 2015 range was the most popular format in Magic. It had a really cool meta game with a
I
lot
watched,
of very
like,
powerful stuff that I think you'll enjoy.
A majority of the
I
Chinese
think,
Yu-Gi-Oh! Like
it's interesting
YouTubers.
because I think I may have like snuck a peek.
But
at
the
a pro
content
tour
is
or
not
two
the same
back
thing.
then, because I'm thinking back because that's when I first started making YouTube videos, which is crazy now. I
I
may
like
have
seeing this
seen
Magic
just because I
player take on
admired
Yu-Gi-Oh
the
cards. Sometimes
production
Simo with
value
pose
of the
information
pro
though.
tours, 'cause
Oh, you mean
Yu-Gi-Oh
like the
didn't have
reverse?
that. We didn't start getting like really good cover. I say really good. It's still like
Yeah, there's a
nothing
lot
compared
of
to pro tour
videos of
covers.
like
But
other
it's-
what like
we
Pokemon
didn't,
players
like,
guess
have that for our
what
game
if this
necessarily.
Yu-Gi-Oh
A lot
card
of it
is
was
good or
just written
not.
articles like at these main
Like
events.
reps and be
so
like
really,
guess
we only got,
the
like,
guess
World
the
Championships, sometimes,
how
like,
expensive the
national
card is.
championships,
Like
but now they start
like
streaming all of our like
basically
pro tours,
every
which is nice.
TCG crossover.
So I
Not
remember,
crossover,
just
but like
admiring
they
the
could do
production
it.
value for like a card game, right? So, and I've heard that some people say modern is a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh 1 in the sense that
What's
It's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like
1?
faster than like your typical Magic experience.
What is
It's
Yu-Gi-Oh! 1?
Not as crazy as like Vintage or Legacy per se, which is like more like Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. But
What is Yu-Gi-Oh!
1
2?
seems to be like it's like a faster version of Magic that makes it feel more like a Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 sort of game, which is when people
You see, this is why I don't watch them, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking
yeah.
about.
Yeah, it's definitely different from Standard, although now Standard, I keep saying, feels closer to Modern. And it's changed a little bit over the years.
That's power creep. That's what we call power creep.
You show him like magical science and they say like it's
those of you
garbage. Oh
super
fuck, that's
excited
shit broken.
about
Well, I
getting
guess
your
yeah.
Modern deck shown to
No, I
Simo
think
or-
like if you completely don't know anything, then it's hard to guess. But like if you have like some sense of like, I don't know. For example, I don't know shit about Magic, right? But I kind of know there's mana and you have to use stuff to cost, right? So like in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no cost, or like if the cost is like I don't know, like let's say like if a card in another card game they don't do much in graveyard, right? Or I don't know, or in some card games they don't think +2 is a big deal, but in like in +2, and then they don't think about like it's not once per turn. But I feel like if you, I mean, pot agree is a meme, so most people would know. But I'm just saying, like, if you don't know what's important in the game, then you wouldn't, you might guess wrong. If you have a generic understanding of like what might be broken in the game mechanic, then you would guess right.
something like that. We're
You saw your
taking it a
areas.
beat at
What's
a
the
time.
area of
Modern's a
1 and
big
2?
format with a great history. We're going
Yeah,
back to
cheats out the fusion.
2011. We're going to the start of the format. We're going to be
Magic
covering
has
some
a
of the
bunch of
cards
stuff that
made
cheats card to
waves
play.
early in the format.
Yeah, it's like if you
We're
know
also
kind
gonna
of
be
like a
looking at
basic of what's
cards
good,
from the initial ban
then
list
you
to
would
see
have
if
a
you
better
can
chance of
identify
guessing if a
them.
card is good or not.
And we're going to be looking over basically the first year of Modern is what
Okay,
this
first year,
video is
yeah.
going to
Okay, so
focus
this is
on.
actually
And
boomer
I
stuff,
think that
right?
there
This is
isn't a
is
better
history of
place
Modern.
to start our video than this card.
How long has
right
Modern
here. And your
been?
job is very simple, Sima. Was it ever
Cost has been
banned
long through the
Ever.
window in
Got it.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
in Modern?
Yeah, I'm
In
saying
Modern.
cost as mana. That's what I
Wild
mean.
n-
Like if
habit?
I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, but I know you need to pay costs. I guess you have to pay mana, so you have to consider that when you look at a card. That's what I mean.
Oh,
Errands
right?
and times of
The
pure
cattle?
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
Why?
One
When was
green for a
Yu-Gi-Oh 1 and
1/1.
when was Yu-Gi-Oh 2?
when it gets a +1/+, or sorry, it gets +1/+1 as long as you control a mountain, and it gets +1/+1 as long as you control a plains. I'm assuming that doesn't stack, correct? So it's just like if you have multiple of either, it only gets the +1/+1. You seem to
That's
have
good,
one.
no?
Yes, because it would say for each otherwise.
That's correct.
Okay, so if anything,
Because
it could be a one
while
mana
you control the plane, you would always have that, no?
3/3, potentially, if this is like turn 3, obviously, unless you have a way to ramp into.
Okay, yeah.
some
Also
way to play
turns.
this
Like in
turn 2.
Yu-Gi-Oh, like you got everything has to be in turn 1. I mean, most of the time. What in Modern is
We'd
3
have 3
turns.
lands, which could be possible.
Yu-Gi-Oh 1 is 2000s.
You're already starting off with a banger here. We're in.
You
what's
call
the-
Yu-Gi-Oh
what's the
when you
stupid
tribute summon shit
bonsai
and played a
tree
temple
orb thing
game.
you showed me last time.
They're an orb.
Modern's
Yes,
been
that
roughly
thing. We're
15
in, like,
years.
that
Okay.
territory where like this card on the surface looks awful, or not awful, but like bannable.
I've never heard
Like,
about Yu-Gi-Oh
really?
1 and
We're
2,
gonna ban
so
a
I don't
1-mana
know.
3/3 that's like meta warping in.
I think
in
this is
Magic
good,
the Ga-
though.
Like
This
God,
should
that's where
be.
our
This
games
is
are
for sure
so
not
different, I
bad.
feel like it's like something like
No?
this would get banned in your game, but then our game we just like laugh.
Nobody said this was banned.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
What are you
1 summons
talking
go to
about?
game?
I'm already shouldn't I have done this for so long now that I'm already in the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
mind
1 is
games
when
of, like,
you
you're
don't need a
showing me
tribute
this
monster.
Either because I need to figure out how many layers above.
I learned
me
Yu-Gi-Oh!
you
the first
are
time,
here,
not
'cause you're
having
gonna show me this
a
because
Mulligan
I'm gonna think
rune
it's
seem
bad, and so
insane to
it was-
me.
but it was banned.
What do you mean
Or
Mulligan rune?
you think
Draw your cards
that
if
that's
you
what I'm
they
gonna
stuck,
think,
you're
so
screwed.
you showed it to me thinking that was my thinking, so it's actually
Well,
not
yeah, and because
banned,
they could probably kill
and
you
it's
next
bad.
turn.
Or maybe not bad, like maybe it's just a fine card. So I need to figure out if you're on level 2 or level 3 with.
It's
with
a
this one
Corigo
stuff. And you know
podcast?
what? I think
This
you're
is
on
a
level 3.
podcast?
I think you've known me long enough that you think that I would think this is not good, but it's probably banned because that. Why else would you show it?
No,
to
I
me?
think this is good.
So I'm gonna say it's fine
Because
not
like
banned.
you open it, you could always. Oh, this is
Interesting.
asking if it's banned or
I'm going
not.
to give you a little more context because if I don't,
Maybe it's good,
comments
but it's
are
not
gonna be
banned.
like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So we played Commander together, and
did.
I believe turn 1 you cracked a fetch land and went and got a breeding pool.
Well,
Does that
first I
sound
got the
familiar?
wrong. First I got the wrong card, and then I got
Because
the
like
green
if
card.
Yeah,
if
or
like you
overgrown
always
tomb
first
was
turn
the
you would
other
have
one.
some
What the
you would
cards
play
are,
some land,
okay?
no?
I knew I had
Yep.
the color combo. I just had to find.
And if you're
it.
playing I don't know mountain, then this is
So there are
guaranteed
lands that are
+2
both
+2.
a mountain and a plains. And
Okay.
these parts of the mana base are legal in modern as well as the fetch lands.
Okay, so
it
hypothetically,
is-
then knowing that you could go like turn 1, play one of those lands, so then you have a
Oh,
let's say you have a mountain.
What, there's
forest,
there's
so you can play
legal-
this turn 1, so it's
there's
already a 1 mana
legal
2/2, and the next turn you play the
combinations?
plains on turn 2. So
And
now it's a
illegal
3/3 on turn
combinations?
2. I'm still not buying it. I'm still not buying it. I think
Okay,
that's
it's good,
fine.
but I don't know
I
if
think
it's
that's
broken
fine.
to the point it gets banned though.
Okay, not banned
But
is your
it's
final
for sure
answer.
Not banned.
good.
Not banned.
Wild Nikotl has a long history in modern, and when combined with the fetch lands that have the multiple types, definitely raised its personal ceiling and power level. I'm going to read a
Oh, it's
quote
banned?
Oh,
from
no.
your friend and mine, Louise Scott Vargas, from the yeah, I hope LSV is doing well.
I hope the kids are doing well.
Yep, MTG.
Yeah,
Hall
so
of
modern
Famer.
is what, 20
This is
life
a quote
points
from
and
an
Commander is
article
40,
on
right?
the magic.gg site. Look through the Modern and the Pro Tour, a look through history is the article. It came in very handy in my research. It says, quote, I remember playing the first Modern Pro Tour and playing a zoo deck that had Wild Nikotl and counter spells.
Okay, so we're splashing some blue in there too. Interesting.
Which is kind of crazy. I picked this one first
It's
because
decent,
I
but
wanted
not
to give you an
crazy.
idea of the mana base.
So it's not
capabilities
banned.
of the
Okay.
format.
I
So
appreciate
you
that.
could, you could have mountain, plains.
You
a
wouldn't
green
necessarily
source
always
on
have
turn
those,
one
but
for
more
your Wild
often than
Nikotl,
you
and
not,
then blue
you
mana
would.
to play counter spells to protect.
I mean,
the Wild
usually,
Nikotl
like, if
and
you're
just beat
playing,
the
like, I don't know,
opponent
like, forest,
to
right?
death.
I don't know, like, green,
enough
then
to
you
get
would
it
always
banned?
have those. It's like energy in
Time to talk about
Pokemon, no?
War Thunder, the sponsor of today's
Like,
video. War Thunder is the
You would
most
always, I mean,
comprehensive
you're
vehicle
talking about, oh,
combat
you
game
don't draw them
ever
on
made, and
first
is
turn, right?
available
But
now
isn't
for
it, like,
free
3 turn
on
setup?
PC, consoles, and mobile devices. You take command of over
Was strong when modern started? Yeah, this is, oh yeah, this is year 1, so yeah.
helicopters, and ships
It
of
roughly
10
took a
major
couple years to
nations,
fall. Okay, so it got
ranging
power
from
creep.
biplanes and armored
People likes to
cars
call
of
it
the
modern Yu-Gi-Oh on
1920s
this
to
collab
fighter
Yu-Gi-Oh 2.
jets
There's
and
no exact
battle
date. I
tanks
see.
of
Okay,
today.
so this is it's a
Yours
made up
yourself.
thing, basically, because I never heard about Yu-Gi-Oh 1 and Yu-Gi-Oh 2 ever before this.
Or they can fall. Make a new of good vehicle premium only out in the beginning.
Oh no! They banned it. No way.
It's banned? Oh, it is
Good?
banned.
There's no way.
There's land that have multiple land types, like
I
their
mean,
land
that's
that can have both
arguable.
mana.
So
Okay, so
Wild
yeah,
Nikotl,
okay.
Was in 2011 when the format was launched, became one of the hottest,
So it's broken.
most terrifying decks around because it did feel like you were so far ahead with a turn 1 3/3 that you then protected throughout the game, and that kind of tempo
Interesting.
seemed to block out most 3, 4, and 5 mana spells. Now remember, the format is new. And people did treat it at first like they wanted to play like their old favorites, and in standard 4 and 5 mana spells were
Yeah,
normal.
so yeah, if there's multiple
And
types,
in
then yeah, okay.
Modern,
So.
the format was both super fast and super powerful, and the tempo, right? The tempo of
Like a
being
forest
able to
mountain, then in
protect
playing, you're
a
chilling,
key
yeah. So,
threat
yeah, okay, yeah.
seemed to
I did not
block
know
out a
that,
lot
yeah.
of
So, yeah, they
decks.
definitely
So
banned
Wild
it.
Nikotl was banned in December of 2011.
It's basically like
So
FTK. It's
that's
like
it.
Misty
Insane.
FTK.
You showed me
You're
that
not
one
wrong.
card.
It's
from
like,
the,
oh.
from the cons video
Like,
where what is it?
like it's like
the
oh,
one mana
Articuno.
red
Okay,
card with
whatever.
haste
Oh,
and
you have
prowess,
Misty.
I
Okay,
think.
now there's a problem.
That seemed like
Wow.
I mean, it's
I
not
don't know
banned,
how
but
much
basically
further
the same
along that was
idea. You
printed
set up,
compared to
you
this,
set
but
up
that seemed
fast,
like
so fast that
more
they don't have
threatening
a
than this
they don't have
card,
an
in
out.
all fairness, but that's card games. That's card games.
I'm going
Idea
to
roll, turn 1
vindicate
forest,
you
play the
slightly.
wild, turn
That's not gonna
2
take the
sacred
sting out of
foundry,
being
which
wrong
is
on your
both a
very
mountain
first
plate.
guess in
Yeah.
Modern, Simo, you're never gonna live that down. You
I'm
might have
not.
to sign a
Mana
Wild
base
Nikotl
are
someday.
expensive in
I might.
competitive formats.
Just
The
like you
land are
signed
almost
Pot of
never
Greed.
bland.
That'd be great.
I
Once you
sure
own mana base, that carries over. Yeah, it's kind of like a generic staple or
Wild
extra decks,
Nikotl
right?
was unbanned in February of 2014.
So how
Kawa will be always the
you say it got
best.
banned when?
It was banned in December.
You mean
of
like compared to
2011.
Control?
It took
So it
3
was-
years, like
Yeah.
2. Let's be honest, 2 years to get unbanned. That's insane. Oh my
That's
god.
pretty quick in Magic terms
Is
for
it?
a
Okay.
ban.
Okay.
That is, yes. I don't know of anything that's been banned and unbanned within a year in Magic history. Check me in
Interesting.
comments. If you
That's
know one,
funny,
let me know.
Because in
But-
Yu-Gi-Oh, we've had cards banned and then unbanned and then rebanned on the next like 3 subsequent lists. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like maybe of some of those initial ban list cards that were banned when a format opened, some were unbanned within
Yeah, and it's power
like,
creep. Yeah.
a few months or something.
I mean, my Yada is out of the ban list. Like,
But
it's
as
not
far
gonna
as a
do
card
anything
that
now.
got banned on its own announcement,
To be honest, it
then
didn't do anything
unbanned
wrong.
within 2 years.
It was Chaos Dragon that did it. Yada did nothing wrong.
It's pretty rare. in
But like
Magic,
basically
very rare in
emergency
Magic.
emergency
quick
first ban
detour.
list, the bird gods get
We
in.
can.
I'm gonna
I like your
hijack. I'm gonna
detours.
snatch steal your video. You remember this card, right?
Snatch Steal. It's a spell card. It
This
says,
is one of the first ones I showed
Oh,
you.
you're
Yeah.
doing
So,
it
yeah.
both?
All
Yu-Gi-Oh
this
card.
is it's just you take it and you
Or
steal
what?
your
Wait,
opponent's
why
thing,
is
and you keep
Simo
it
explaining
permanently,
Snatch
until they
Steal?
destroy it or the monster, and then they gain 1,000 life points each turn. So in Magic, that means they would gain what's an eighth of your life, like 3 to 4. So they gain like
Sure.
3 or 4 life.
Stable
per
mana
per
base would be
upkeep,
like
as
Stable
long as
4
you
and
keep
less
the card.
star base and
So
a
this
Yu-Gi-Oh
card was
card.
banned very early on.
What do you mean?
It got unbanned in 2014.
Snatch
2015,
Steal is
whatever
not
Duelist Alliance
that
format was.
insane.
They unbanned it for one format. People hated this card in the format so much they rebanned it on the next list.
So that's like a month or two, something like that. That's crazy.
Oh,
It was
he's
like
he's
3
using the
months, I wanna
example of
say.
like
It was
banning
like
the
3
next,
months it
like,
was legal, and people were
rebanning
this card
next
was
list.
so game determinative for how powerful it was that people were like, please reban this card. And they did. They actually rebanned it. And so I just wanted to, give you a testament of like how our ban lists work. Funny enough, this card is legal again.
Yeah,
at
we
our
have more frequent ban lists,
copy, but it's
no?
not nearly as bad as it was 10 years ago. Still a very good card,
Yeah.
though. Still a very good card.
That's a glorious oopsie. I'll give it that. That's a very glorious oopsie.
I just want to use some insight into our banning philosophy in our game, relatively.
Banning
speaking. We have no issue
philosophy.
banning a card immediately after it gets unbanned.
I don't mind all this context. It's going to make this all the more fun. Let me show you another card.
Why does he have that? Why
Cool
he's like,
art. One in a black for a
What's this?
tribal I don't think I've seen a tribal enchantment
What's the upkeep?
before. What do I need to care
you
about
lose one
that?
life and put one
Yeah, a
black.
little
What is
bit.
rogue
A
creature
tribal
token?
enchantment is a different type of its own. So
Okay.
tribal is, what do they call it? A super type? Again, they'll correct me in comments. But like enchantment, artifact, creature are this type, and then tribal is another version of that type. And what it means is this card effectively is what the type line says, which is fairy. So if you had a card that says search your library for a fairy card, in the
can
past it would
search
only
this.
get creatures. You can search this. That's
Ooh,
right.
That's kind of cool. So it's like that's kind of Yu-Gi-Oh actually, because Yu-Gi-Oh remember with like we've done some videos before where you understand like the name of the card is like part of the
Okay,
active game
Simo gonna
text,
explain
right?
to me
That's
what
like
this
very
does.
Yu-Gi-Oh where you could like search not monsters with your tutors that are like named essentially. So that's cool. I like that. Anyway, this says
What?
at the
I
beginning
don't
of your
understand. Simo, explain again.
done some videos before where you understand like the name of the card is like part of the active game text, right? That's like very Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay,
where you
I
could,
know-
like,
okay, I
search
know what he's
not
talking about.
monsters with your tutors that are like named essentially. So that's cool. I like that. Anyway, this says at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and put a 1/1 black fairy rogue creature.
Wait,
token
upkeep is
with
before
flying
draw phase,
into
no?
play. Oh boy, here we go again. Okay, so every turn you're losing a life, but you get to put something into play. It has flying, which is good because that's a way that you can just always hit in with things, and you're getting it every single turn. This is mandatory, right? Like you can if you're on 1 life, you have to pay this and die.
Yeah, that's
If
important.
you're on 1 life, you have to pay this and die. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right.
What
Just
does the
wanna double check
token do?
the mechanics there.
Yeah, okay, yeah, stand
I
by.
guess-
Yeah, stand by.
It's
And
kind
magic
of
is
like
before draw
mana
phase. Yeah, yeah,
cheating,
yeah.
Right? It's like you're paying life to get some guys, and then if you have either ways
Your goal-
to, like,
so this is
protect
good.
this, like you're always like
Approximately
constantly putting pressure
per
on the
quarter
opponent,
year,
especially
they
because
don't
have flying.
always
And granted, you have
act
to wait
for
a whole turn
fearless
for them to be able
change.
to
Yeah.
attack. It's always,
Emergency
the
ban.
threat is always
Very
there.
rare.
And as you know from our commander games, I have no issue using life.
Yeah,
as
let's
a
non-creature
resource.
cards have creature
So, like,
dies.
I could see.
Yeah, untap
this.
and-
Like this to me looks
untap
like a
and
much
keep
better
draw,
card than
first
the
main
other
phase.
thing. But
The
was
wild
it banned?
Mikado. Put some respect on that band.
It's just a
I will not
creature.
respect
Why
that
do I
card.
care
will
about
not
this then?
respect That card. I'm sorry.
This is
card
a
I
trick
actually will
question
respect.
because why would you put
I
this?
think
This looks like
if
it's
you open
bad.
this in the early stages of
But
the game,
this
and you have
is-
to wait
this
till
is
turn
like-
2
this-
most likely
he's
to play
trying
this.
to
But, like,
trick
turn
us.
2, turn 3, even turn
Then it must
4,
be
if you're
good then.
firing this. Not to mention,
Yeah, it's a continuous spell. Like
does
each turn you
tribal
have to.
enchantment preclude it from having multiple copies. Like
Okay, there's a question though. There's cards that you could get this out though. It's like I could Mystic Typhon my own card or something, so I don't need to continuous pay 1 life every turn. Right? There must be cards that are like that. So even though it's mandatory, I could get this off. I don't need to continue. It's not like it's just stuck on it. So
Legend rule or anything.
I just
It
don't
does
know
not.
the flying token.
so
How good
you
is
could have
that?
multiple of these. So if you go like turn 2 Bitter Blossom, turn 3 Bitter Blossom, now you're getting 2 things a turn for
Yeah,
2
that's also
life.
not once per turn.
And that's like way more pressure and aggression.
Or I don't know. I think on the card text,
That seems
they don't
pretty
say
good.
if it's once per
That
turn.
seems pretty good. Ban worthy?
Is it ban worthy?
They banned the fucking.
used to be
Mikado.
good?
Like, I mean, they could have banned anything at this point.
It seems like this card is not
swinging today.
more insane than
You
the last
did,
card.
You did. I will get.
You
I will
could
give
kill her
credit.
so,
You
one
do a
life
much
is
better
almost
job
nothing, to be
compared
honest.
Raren for like tying everything.
Yeah,
in
no,
from
but I'm
start
just
to
saying,
finish,
like,
'cause you
even
totally
let's
got
say,
the shock
like,
lands and, like, all
I
that
don't
stuff,
want
so,
to.
I always
Like,
have to
I'm
applaud
low.
you
I
for
don't
that.
want to continue to pay.
Thanks.
I know there must be cards that just get rid of it.
Would this be ban worthy?
Basically, wired the format. So okay, so it's another ban
turn
card
2,
then.
turn 3. You could still play Nikado on turn 3. This only costs 2. Imagine the pressure, CGB.
He's
Imagine
so
the
mad.
pressure. So you play.
Dude, he's
no, so
already-
Well,
no,
I
hear
mean,
me out.
he's
Here's the play.
asking
play.
if it's
So
banned or
you
not
shock
banned.
in,
So
like
if it's good, then
green,
it's
white
probably
land.
bannable.
on turn 1, and then you play your Nikado.
I don't know.
And then turn 2, you shock in a white-black land, and then you can play your Bitter Blossom on turn 2.
Grind game 2, this
Then
card
turn
grinds out
3,
inevitably,
so now your
floods
Nikado's a 3/3.
board over
Then
a
the
long
Bitter
period of
Blossom on
time
your third turn
with
gives you
evasive
a thing.
token.
Then you play another Bitter Blossom.
Dig
and
the
another
advantage you
Nikado.
get.
So now
Free
you have
creature,
2
which opens your
3/3s, and you have a
mana to
1/1
play other
that's
things
gonna
if you
give
need time
and
to
then you're gonna
build.
get 2 1/1s every single turn. I don't know.
One life,
man.
400
that might be
LP.
too good for Magic. I don't know. Crazy.
And your own life total is like 5. It's perfect. You're
You'd still be at 17 at that point. You'd be at 17.
doing
You have like
great.
7 damage worth of creatures. One of them has flying, so you could probably get in.
Yeah, because
You have,
like
some buff spell,
the
'cause you're,
damage,
white or
like
green. You,
it's not
pump
like I can
everything
attack
up.
your creature for
He
like
doesn't
10
remember that
points and you
shocklands
die.
hurt you.
Unless what
Oh, that's right.
was it
Yeah,
the
that's
death
true.
touch
Okay,
or
so,
something?
okay, you're on 2, 4, 5. You're on 15, 13 on the next turn. You have the Nikados. They're 3/3s. They'll kill everything. You win the
Be
game.
Roddy for
Then just
one
play
life,
some
yeah.
blue,
So
and then
this
you
is
counter
bannable, I
everything,
think,
right?
then.
That's the whole plan.
Why
Then
not?
you're playing all 5 colors at that point.
Sure.
You know what? Ban it.
5 colors at
Bitter
that point.
Blossom.
They banned the Nikado, ban this.
Can you play all 5 colors?
I think this is better than Nikado, and I thought that was banned. So I'm going to say they banned this.
They say
love the
what?
bar
They
that
were
we
talking
set.
about Nadu?
So Bitter Blossom. Bitter Blossom came out in 2008, and in
Edison format time.
Lorwyn Standard, I did not play this format.
Technically
I
not
was
for you, but
busy
one life is
trying to
nothing.
make, my
It's
own-
like cars. I like pay half your life point. I don't fucking care. I play half a life point. I sold and stuff. I
business
don't care.
work and had no time for Magic during these couple
You
years.
were playing with
but
your Zuron orbs or whatever.
that was a
what you
long
were doing.
time ago. So
One
I
life
did-
point out of
I
20
tried to
life
do some
point? Come on.
research on the Bitter Blossom
I could
format, and
I could
it
pay
does
five
seem,
life
very
points, okay?
familiar.
I mean,
Get
10
down a
life
Bitter
points if we're
Blossom
playing at
and then
20.
protect it, and then just get this free resource every
There's
turn.
nothing.
Counter big things. Take over the game that way. And the theory that I have is that the architects of Modern
Yeah, because
wanted
it's not like they
this
have monsters that can
new
attack you for
format,
like
this
10
non-rotating
damage.
format to feel different than that standard
Like, it's-
format.
Sure, that makes sense.
And
In
Bitter
Magic, like, it's
Blossom
not
was
like
an
they can just kill
outlier
you.
in that format. It was never banned in Standard, but it was on the
Okay.
initial ban list for Modern in
Yes!
2011.
Yes!
Okay, so
They
it was
said
banned.
no
Okay.
to 1/1 fairies for 1 life every upkeep. And you might feel really good about that. You might feel really good about that, my friend. But do you still feel good about it when you find out that in the same announcement that unbanned Wild Nikado, they unbanned Bitter Blossom?
I mean, sure, why not? Hey, why'd I get a thumbs down? I got it right.
Because I got it wrong. I'm just kidding. You get thumbs up.
All
They
right.
don't see that.
Good.
You're-
They don't. It doesn't matter. They don't realize that we keep track of the score behind the scenes. You know,
Oh,
we have to,
hell
we have
yeah,
to see
we
who's
do.
winning.
We're competitive gamers.
We are
okay?
competitive gamers. We are. Even if it
It's
just comes to a 50-50 and 10 cards or whatever you show me, we're very competitive.
The fact that
It's
our
honestly stuck in my
Fire
head
is
that
pretty
Foxy, when
relevant. What do you
sitting across from
mean?
us, just said we're the same person.
Oh yeah, the
Well,
flyer
they
thing.
said
That's
that.
why
They
I'm
said,
like, I don't
you're
understand the
my
flyer
magical
token part.
equivalent
Like,
and
is
vice
that
versa.
good?
It's funny.
Like, I don't know what that
Oh,
does.
yes.
That's why.
Good. Then
I
I'm in
can
good company, but hard to
Like
beat.
this, like although this was banned briefly, and then so it was never rebanned after. Like after 20, whenever
Only
2014
reach
you
and
said, I
other
think.
flyers
After
can
that, it was
block
just
though.
always legal,
Okay, so that's
Yep,
yeah, it's
been
basically like a
legal,
Snorlax.
It remains legal. You can play it
It's the
right
Snorlax.
now in modern.
not
and
token,
people
but
it's
like
a
Kurt
Snorlax
and
tier.
are laughing about that.
I think it's a good card. I don't know if it's like good enough
Or
to see
spell
modern,
removal, okay, yeah.
modern play. Weird to say.
So actual
But,
broken
like,
then.
for older Magic, like this seems like just like a powerhouse of a
Unless
card.
you
I
have
can
a
see,
Feather
like, Now
Duster.
that I know more about Magic,
Or I
feel
don't know,
like
not
there- I
Feather
see a lot
Duster,
of
but I don't know, you
utility
have a
behind
Snatch
this.
Stow
And
or
again, it's
something
like
to
it's
get
sort
rid
like
of
mana
it.
cheating, right?
Yeah.
But I like the design of it. The art's really cool too. I really like the art.
Flying creatures
played
can't
a
be
ton of
blocked by
Commander decks.
non-flying,
I
like the
love
cat
my
you saw couldn't
Commander.
block
It's
them.
just-
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
always
40 life.
have a
It's even
flying
better.
blocker. Yeah, yeah, and you always have a flying blocker, whatever the opponent's up to. They're
Yeah.
always like, yeah, who has blockers? You always do. It's
Yeah.
great. It's a wonderful thing.
And they have a sack outlet too, potentially every turn. Like, I mean, there's some cool stuff you could do with this. It's in black.
I had an evil plan, but where to continue it?
An evil
yes,
plan.
Yes.
You?
Here we go. We're building the foundations of modern with you here today.
Lightning bolt. This is 1 red for an instant. Lightning
Lightning
bolt
bolt
deals
does 3 damage to target creature or player. That's good.
That seems pretty good. I feel like a lot of the stuff you show
That-
is
this
like
is
2
Raigeki.
damage for like 1, or if it's 3, it's like it usually costs 2.
Creature or
Or
player.
there's like some other thing it does, but you're also paying 2. For
There's
it.
no cost. It's just 1 cost of red. This is broken.
And maybe that's like why? Because
not
maybe this is
banned?
too good, so they
Yeah,
banned
this is like
it?
Raigeki,
and
but
then
like
they
you
had to,
get
like, make other
damage. You get
things?
3 damage, and then if it gets negated, it just gets negated.
In alpha, Lightning
for
Bolt
3
is one of
damage?
the originals.
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
that's
Lightning
an
Bolt.
broken.
OG card? Oh, I didn't realize that.
It was
Okay.
part
It's
of the
1 cost
cycle.
for
The
3
cycle
damage.
Is
If it gets
for
negated,
one-
it gets negated.
For 1 mana at instant speed, each color got something that felt
Oh, and
right
blue
for
got
their
ancestral
color.
Also,
recall?
yeah, it's instant, right?
That
So
was
it's a
gonna be
quick
my
spell.
punchline, yeah.
That's
That
funny.
was
Not
it.
quite
I
Raigeki,
thought
but
it was
I mean, yeah,
together.
not
I put it
Raigeki is
together.
destroying
You
monster,
sound
but
Really good at this.
this
You're
is like
really good.
directly
One mana for
attacking
something
minus
that does
3.
3, and I'm
if
like,
you
oh,
target the player.
Blue ancestral. That's the first thing.
It's
that came
only
to
1
mind when you
cost.
said that. Okay.
If they negate this,
Huh.
like they just negate it.
1 mana for 3 damage. That seems pretty good.
I'm saying Raigeki just
That seems
because of the
pretty good.
lightning.
I'm not sure how prevalent, like, we've talked about this some in my videos. I don't know if we've talked about it a ton in yours, but, like, burn in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not really a thing. It kind of was, like, in older Yu-Gi-Oh! And, like, historically, there have been
Yeah, this is
times
burn.
where
This is, like, burn.
has been a rogue pick and, like, snuck in some wins.
The
here
only
and
burn
there,
thing
but it
that's,
never
like,
was,
what,
the best
Trickstar?
thing you could ever be doing.
Trickstar roll it.
So I'm not sure, like, in your game,
And Yu-Gi-Oh
maybe,
doesn't
like,
matter
this is
because
very
you don't,
good
you
in a
can't burn them
deck,
for like
potentially, 'cause
8,000.
that's
Like
'cause
you
it can
can't
be
burn them for
creature or
8,000
player, so that was my thought.
unless
But
you're
even still,
rolling.
like,
You're
1
playing
mana to
Gamma
deal
deck
3
and
if you
rolling
don't
the
care
dice,
about,
and then they
just
die.
going face with it. That still
So
seems like a good rate.
that's why
Like,
Yu-Gi-Oh burning doesn't.
it seems like a
it's
really
not
good
like,
rate. I don't know if it's too good, but again, like the things you've shown me, I feel like they do less for more mana. Or if they
Lightning
do the
bolts
same,
consider
it's like,
bench
it's
mark
like
for
1 mana
aggressive
to do
decks.
this like similar effect, and maybe it gives you like a little bit of an extra.
Well,
bonus
it's
or
playing every
something.
format has been legal in. Really?
So
It
maybe
seems
they
like it's
banned
broken.
it?
Let's talk
Also,
in
the best
context
creature
of what
remover
you've
for
seen
play is
already.
player remover,
The
and this does well.
shocklands, the
Yeah, it's
fetch
like you know, it's like the what's that card in Yu-Gi-Oh? It's like the sorting. It's like you can't get rid of the board. You get rid of the duelist. Just destroy all the cards. Burn. You die.
lands, the life total going
Yeah, like
down
Capital
just from
Turtle.
taking game action.
Yeah, but that's not burn cards. But yeah, that's like effect to clear off the board, and then by the cards you die. I mean, it is burn. It's like chaos. It's chaos dragon. Yeah, I mean, it is burn. But I'm saying like there's no like spell cards that are like, I don't know, like okay, I do something. You know, this is just one. This is no setup. You just play one, and then you hit 3 out of 20 directly. And if let's say if it gets negated, it's just you use 1 cost.
Yeah,
Actions.
so if everyone's already like
It's burning room at the
lowering their
same
own
time.
life
Great
total
card, yeah.
anyway, it's like they're burning themselves.
Like you
Plus,
could
need to
choose
pay 1
to
for
get rid
the
of player or
fetch,
target
you
a
need to pay 2
creature.
for the shock. So they're already going down
This
3
good
potentially
card.
per turn. Although they probably change that game plan really quick when they see that they're playing against burn. But sometimes you don't have a choice. Like if you have hands with fetch lands in them, like you have to play them most likely. You could just bring in the stuff tapped, I guess. To,
But
like,
you
mitigate
guys are
that.
telling me this is legal?
But it still doesn't feel
It was
good.
never
You're
banned?
helping the burn player in that regard.
It kills wild.
I guess
Mikado.
3 damage is not.
You're right.
10 damage?
That's very important. But it got
very
banned, so it doesn't
very
matter.
dangerous.
You've shown me 2 banned cards in a row. Would you show me 3 banned cards in a row?
So okay, I mean, you guys told me this is not banned. And
They said they said they wanted it to feel different than standard. Was this legal in standard at that time, or am I not allowed to know that?
Lightning bolt is like one of the poster child red.
Hasn't been legal in standard in
The drawback is that red struggles to refill on cards as well as the other color. Okay, I did not know that then.
When did Magic
But
11 come
but
out?
one mana is still a steal.
Would that be 2011, or does it not go based off the year?
Like what? You want no cost? You don't want to pay any cost and just play it?
That's that.
Yeah, I think you guys told me it was never banned.
2011, so that's the other reason I thought that.
Yeah, finding the right answer to that. So this was
Smashing Ground or whatever single target when you go. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Standard set.
It's not banned, but it's a very powerful card.
Are you a standard set?
Okay, so yeah, it's like Reggae and Lightning Bolt. Like it's limited. It's not banned.
Yeah, Magic 2011.
It's limited, right?
What year were you? And that's where you have to zoom in and read the tiny print. That's hard.
Lightning Bolt still finds a place in Modern sometimes.
But
but it's not banned.
I'm actually
it was never in
the
the ban list,
I'm surprised. Right? Again, I wasn't playing standard at that time.
Sure.
But I'm like, wow. So Lightning Bolt to me is like my day, and I really didn't think it continued after that.
Okay, so that was like the last time it was legal in standard. So based off the philosophy you told me that they want it to feel different than standard.
Keep in mind, that's my theory, buddy. That's
your theory.
I'm trying to make sense of the world I see.
Well, they banned Zurin Orb CGB, so anything's possible at this point.
They did. They probably to make Lightning Bolt good.
He likes sneaky.
It's kind of weird because if they wanted it to feel different, if it was legal, like when Modern started in 2011, you said?
Yes.
If they wanted it to feel different, everyone had been playing with it up until that point. But then it's not playable in standard after a time? Again,
kill everything back in 2011? Like Fissure.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Fissure is... Red is a super fast, aggressive color. The drawback is if your opponent is able to weather the storm, you're stuck top decking.
They have, like, the cards that like pay homage to it that are sort of like it, but just not as good, but it's still legal in old formats. Because Yu-Gi-Oh does that all the time too.
Yeah, that sounds like classic.
Yu-Gi-Oh does that all the time.
It's like, ooh, we take away the thing you love, but we're gonna
balance
give you
are wild when you look back.
But it's
them.
sort of like it, but it's
Barrels
not
was bad
exactly
for like 6 years.
Like that.
Well, I mean, Yada was in the balance for what, 20 years? Did it have to be in the balance for 20 years?
I think this card was not banned, and I think this. Standard was differentiating itself because this card wasn't.
There's also a bonfire in Magic.
So they're like, okay, this card's fine because we're not gonna like ever.
Your turn gun cast X1.
I think that's a good theory. You're right.
There's 1 damage per X you
Bolt
play.
Was never Lightning Bolt was never banned in Modern.
That's right. Oh my god.
Yep.
Okay, so it was not. It was not banned.
Right. Lightning Bolt is legal to this day in Modern and is a staple in a number of decks. It seems
like a good rate.
Yep.
Yeah, it's taking out like 2. It can even take out 3 drops. Like some 3 drops have 3 toughness. Like that's 1 for 3. We take that all day.
Meriden?
I'm struggling to relate to this as a blue mage, but Lightning Bolt is beloved, and I don't think we'll ever. Yep, I don't think it'll ever be banned in Modern. It's always kind of been there as a part of the format, and yeah, the fact that people reduce their own life total and use it as a resource so aggressively in the format also means that Lightning Bolt is really good at what it does.
This also just feels like a card people like to play.
A lot of decks turn into burn decks that are unintentional burn decks because they have a way to, like, end of turn Lightning Bolt you, untap, recast a Lightning Bolt from a graveyard with a different card.
I mean, there's certain cards that just are never going to get out.
Yeah, and then they're just
unless they change the card decks.
Tricks like that happen in Modern all the time.
Make it like weaker.
Secret burn decks in Modern when they have to be because of Lightning Bolt. So Lightning Bolt.
Like some cards are like, okay, over the power creep, it doesn't really do anything, so they could get out. But some is just like they just can't.
Is this card fine in Modern?
Mental misstep. What the fuck?
Another instant?
Tell me down here. It's an instant. I don't know. Maybe if you showed me this before. If you have, it's been a while since I've seen it.
Pay 2 water or 2 life.
That can be paid with either blue or 2 life.
Counter target spell. What convert mana costs 1.
Counter target spell with
how much does it usually cost?
1. So you can counter the lightning.
Yeah,
bolt,
Mystic. Yeah, stay meta for so long.
Oh, you can counter the wild Nakadal. It's over. It's over.
Again, these answers to this banned cat are so they're everywhere.
Is counter
Here's
target spell like a big
dumb
thing?
question. Does this like
How
mana
much
symbol-
cost
is this a mana
does
cost of
counter
one?
target spell usually?
Yes, it qualifies as a mana cost of 1.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if there's like weird rules with this. So that's annoying then, because then. If
I mean, that
both of you
quote
are
seems like
playing
it's a
blue
banned
and
card.
you both
Your
have
first
this
mistake
card,
was thinking
then this
I would let you
becomes,
live long
like,
enough to make a
situation
second.
Where, like, who has more of this?
It's
card if
either
you're
one
trying to get
drop
stuff to
or
resolve?
free if you
'Cause then
pay
it's like you
2
play
life.
thing, and they go like mental misstep the thing, and then you can mental misstep.
It's a
the mental
negate on
misstep, and then you
cast.
can literally keep. There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh that's very similar. I think I showed it to you actually. You can't use it to like from your hand immediately. It's a trap card, so you have to
It's
have it set for a
banned?
turn. But we have wars where like you just keep countering the same card over and over again. Whoever has like more of them wins the war.
Well, I
essentially.
mean, there's
The difference
also
is we have to
somebody
pay half our
that
life
drew
points to
into
do that, where yours is only paying 2,
engaged
which is
3
way
times
better.
and won.
But we
Yeah,
can counter
pretty
anything with
nice.
that card. This is
Like,
only a
you
mana
can just
cost
top
of 1,
deck.
so there's a big difference.
Is
that card got
open
banned.
without brick.
That card was
Have
banned actually
the
for a
every
large part of
solution.
Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and then it came back. And I remember people were
And
like,
don't get
freaking out.
negate, and
Actually,
you
I think I
win.
showed it to you. I'll pull it up really quick.
Cards broken
hijacking
to
your
playing
video
in a
again,
format
very
full of
soon.
broken one cards.
I mean, I think
Lazy.
they're getting
This
used to
is
it
talking.
at
This
point.
is talking about
I showed you
modern.
this
They're
card.
talking about modern format, I think.
Let you see it real quick.
Oh,
Two
yeah,
mana
Solemn
is like
Judgment.
counter.
Yep, you showed me this card.
Yeah, so this is
When
like
a
the
monster would
Soul
be
and
summoned
Judgment.
or a spell or trap card is activated, pay half your life to negate the summon or activation, and if you do, destroy it. Yep,
It's a
love it.
very blue card. Very blue card.
Mhm.
Also,
Closest
this
thing
has,
to
because
true
it's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
counter
hand trap?
It is I haven't really gotten into this too much, but it's spell speed 3.
This
What that
is-
means
this is
they
banned,
can
but
only
not
react
anymore.
to this card with other counter traps, essentially. So it's like
Ah.
not. So it's not
Can
only
they
a
can
trap
they
card that
negate
you
your
can react
thing
to your
though?
opponent. They can't use their other
Because you
trap
can't
cards
negate
unless
Soul
they
and
also
Judgment.
counter trap. So yeah, people
Can you
get into
negate
Soul
that,
and
though?
Judgment wars very frequently with this type of
The reason it
card.
was banned was
Yeah,
because the
very much
game would
something
often
like
be a
that
match
with
of who had the most
Interrupt,
copy in their
back the
hand
day, and then
because it
Split
could counter
Second was
itself.
something that tried to do that as well,
Oh,
where
is
you
it?
could only
Interesting.
interrupt it with other things of the
So like
same
what's
That's
that
it.
stupid
That's
thing
exactly
called?
it. Yeah. Judgment's at 3 now though, but for a long
Herald,
time in
the
Yu-Gi-Oh! It was
orange
actually
thing,
banned. It
the
came
thing
to
that
1
like
and people were, like,
if you have
freaking
a
out
card,
because
if
they
you
were
have
like,
like
"Whoa, this card's
one of the
crazy."
cards, you could just throw it in the
And
graveyard
then,
and then
it
you can
still
negate.
sees play today,
This is
which
basically
really
the
cool.
same idea.
So this could be like a similar situation where maybe it's like the Bitter Blossom or the Nakado.
You can
where it
play
got
on any
banned,
color.
and then they unbanned
Oh,
it
like 2 life,
later
yeah.
on once like the power level of Modern went up. That it wasn't as big of a deal, but like early on, maybe it was just like way too good. Only having to pay 2 life is a really big difference, but it seems like Modern you're
Yeah,
playing
it's
pretty
like
low to the
Orange
ground
Light.
in terms of like the cost of your things, just because it's a lot faster.
Can't negate anything unless
So I'll
it
go
says
with
you
that.
can.
I'll
Okay.
say it got banned. And maybe
So
it got
if it gets
unbanned later
negate, you still
on,
pay the
similar to
cost,
those
right?
other cards.
It just doesn't go
But
through.
definitely, I could see this getting banned
Like,
for the same reason.
let's say I say I
Judgment
want to
did,
pay
for
2 life and then you negate it, then I just don't get
Mental
the
Misstep was banned
counter
from
spell with.
format
Like, I don't get
inception.
the
sure. Really?
Absolutely. Yep.
effect.
From format inception, no mental misstep allowed. On top of that, this card basically, I am confident, will never be unbanned.
Really? So it's
Ever.
still banned. Wow.
Ever. Still banned and never unbanning. Something you may have missed.
Oh, you were waiting to say that.
Because mental misstep is a blue card, and it certainly makes sense to play it in blue
That's
decks.
why it's banned.
But it does not have to be played in blue decks. You could have no blue mana
Yeah, the
symbols
2
in
life
your
thing.
whole deck and still run mental misstep.
I think I
to
did that just
counter
completely.
opponent's spells.
Yeah, that just completely slipped my mind that you don't even have to play this.
Yeah,
in blue.
okay.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I assumed
Only
because
gets-
the
yeah,
symbol
it's-
was blue still. That
It's basically like pot
it
of
doesn't-
greed.
it doesn't
Like
say that on
the
the
only
bottom,
way
so,
to
reading
unban it
comprehension
is
Yu-Gi-Oh
like you
player
make
would also
other
know.
pots that like you
Yeah,
banish
in
10
Commander, we've
cards or
got
you
that
can't
color
like special
identity
summon or
restriction,
something.
but
Like
in 60 card format,
there's just
you
cards
can
that
put a card
like
in your
you
deck
cannot
can't cast.
like
That's
not
legal.
gonna work
That's totally
unless
legal.
you change the
And in
effect
this case,
or have
would
a
every
like
deck have 4 mental missteps?
a weaker version of
Probably.
it.
Probably.
So not the
Yeah.
same card.
Yep, and 1 mana spells are just so important to the speed of Modern.
You
that,
cost split
yeah,
second
mental
where you
misstep,
couldn't
I
respond
don't
except
believe
with
will
another
ever
split
be
second
unbanned
card?
in Modern. It's
if you-
been banned
What do you
from
mean?
day 1, and I don't think it will ever be cast in the format.
So if you're playing Commander, though, you have to be playing blue to play this card, whether or not you would. But because of like the color restriction thing, you would have to.
Yep, because of the rule of color identity in Commander.
Got it.
Yep,
Okay.
you have
Okay.
to
Yeah.
you have to have a blue commander to play
Yeah.
Mental Misstep.
So
Or
this
has
could
to
have been
a
like
blue
what you're
mana
saying with
symbol on it.
LSV, right? Where it's like you have the Nakados or whatever, and now you have Mental Misstep to stop their like mana cost 1 cards, and you don't even need to be playing blue, right?
Oh, it could have been that. Yeah, that would have been so much worse, dude. That would
Yeah.
have been
Oh, I
terrible.
imagine. Yeah, like that would have been crazy then. You like deny them their turn 1. This is very Yu-Gi-Oh though, I will say. Like this is like being able to do this on your opponent's first turn is like this is very Yu-Gi-Oh. So I'm into this. Even though it's banned, so I'll never get to
Very
it, but
Yu-Gi-Oh.
I like that.
Doing it first there.
Now we're going to progress along the modern path towards some of the earlier cards in modern that basically modern in the early days, I think they had a vision for it as like this mid-rangey interactive format, and what it actually turned into was very much like a combo format. And
That's so funny.
I mean, it's eternal, right? I'm sure that as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you know, like something gets printed that turns a card from back in the day into a combo piece, and
Yep.
away you go.
Yeah,
And
like
that
like the mushroom
in the
from
beginning,
Cash.
I
Like
feel
it's like,
tried
oh,
to fight
they just
this,
figure out, oh,
and
there's
as
this card
time
that we can
went
use
on,
now.
It kind
From
of
20 years ago.
became obvious that this was the way of the world. Anyway, we're going to start touring some of the combo decks in modern, and you can tell me if or when the pieces I show you ever got banned.
It's funny you say that because in our retro format, Edison format, which is like sort of what I would liken modern Magic to, just from like seeing this type of stuff. It's actually going through a very similar like moment right now where so new cards don't get printed into Edison format. Like it stops at 2010, and that's like it. Like whatever that last set was in Edison format, like we're just playing from there to the cards from the beginning. So it's like 8 years worth of cards, right? But similarly, everyone loved it because it was a very mid-rangey, like lots of like interaction back and forth. But taking
What do you
modern
mean?
deck building and putting it to
Modern
Edison, people have
meta
figured
is
out these
interaction.
crazy combo decks that are starting to like slowly take over potentially. So it's just very hilarious hearing you say this.
Yeah, dude,
The
we're in a
parallels
time-
are striking.
We're in a time loop, man. We're just
We are.
we're just
We
two
are.
different. We're two of the people of the same type from different multiverses,
Yeah.
clashing together.
Pretty much.
Magic has certainly had decks
Glimpse
like
of
modern Yu-Gi-Oh,
Nature.
but things that
Another
take
very
30
cheap
minutes to
card,
kill
1 mana,
generally
it's a
won't get
sorcery.
banned.
Cool art on this too. Whenever you play, I know exactly why you showed me
Whenever
this.
you play a creature spell
Whenever
this
you
turn,
play
draw
a
a card.
creature
Okay,
spell
that's
this turn,
automatically
Draw
banned.
a card. What
This is
card
banned.
does this sound like? I wonder.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not instant speed, so that's a big difference. Also, you're the one that's playing it. It's not your opponent, so it's not Maxi. It's very different
No.
from Maxi.
But I mean, I did want to know a Yu-Gi-Oh player's take on this card.
Okay, it's like creatures
It
spell
costs
hard
1, it's
to.
whenever you play a
Okay,
creature
maybe
spell.
draw
So
one
you have to
isn't
play this. Then
crazy.
you have to play at least something to make this break even, and then from that point, everything else you play.
But you still have
okay,
to
here's a question.
pay one
if you
cost
play cards
of
that like
plant,
produce
right?
tokens, you draw cards off of those.
No.
That doesn't give you anything. Okay, so there are some guardrails on this. So you have to. What about stuff from graveyard?
No.
So it's only from hand.
So it's old templating. Let me just check really quick, but I'm pretty sure that I know what's going on here. So yeah, it says whenever you play a creature spell, but the errata would be whenever you cast a creature spell. So there are ways to cast a creature spell from the graveyard if the creature has like escape or somehow gains the
But
ability
not, like,
of escape, but it's
reanimating the
not
creature.
normal. Yeah,
Right.
usually what happens when you reanimate a creature is you cast a reanimation spell, right?
So
Anyone who play
Yeah,
a
not a
card
creature
game
spell.
would
So this is
ensue
when
that
you
glimpse
cast
of
a
nature
creature
is
spell.
good.
okay, yeah. So this is
Well,
like,
I mean, yeah.
much worse. Maxi,
Is it
which like
banned
the
though?
biggest analog that I can. There's
Maxi for yourself.
Is there any card in Yu-Gi-Oh?
That's what I
that,
mean,
when
like-
you placed.
Is playing creature spell like easy to do? That's my question.
Stuff you draw a card. There are, but they usually have once per turn.
Yeah, pay the cost of
they might be a
creature. You have to
continuous
pay like
effect,
2
and you
costs
can
for
do it
creature
every
spell now.
turn, counting the opponent's turn. If you take the
But there's
actions
some
to
cards
do
that let you
so.
cast things for
And then you
free.
have stuff like Supply
Ah.
Squad.
Like free, like okay, this is not special summon, but it's like I could like let's say like when I special summon on my turn, I get a draw. And okay, no, not special summon, but like special summon is a bad analogy. But yeah, basically it's like some like let's say like yeah, like I could normal summon again. Usually you can only normal summon once, right? But then like there's stuff that are like, okay, you could normal summon again or something. So then in bypass you have to pay 2 costs for a creature spell.
There's like some other effects that like.
There's
lets
also
you
creatures
get,
that
like, extra
that
cards,
make mana in green.
But they
Okay, then
they're
this is
pretty
banned.
heavily restricted.
This
in
is
terms
banned
of,
for
like,
sure.
How much you can use them. This has some pretty decent restrictions on, especially because most of the stuff has
Green
to come
is
from
the
hand.
ramp color.
Not
Is the
you
color
can't,
that has the best way to get extra
pass the
mana.
hand
Okay, then
with
this is
graveyard, but I feel like it's a lot
broken.
harder to
Then
do in your game. Maybe this is fine. Like maybe this is fine.
I see draw a card. I
So I'll
immediately
go
be
with
like,
it's
this
not
is banned.
This is not banned. Okay.
I'll say it's not banned.
It's not
I'm going to
banned?
show you another card.
Oh god.
See,
Okay.
I don't know if it'll change your
But
opinion.
clear this
I
as
just want you to
using
know
a
about
pretty
this
power
card.
for elf decks.
Heritage.
And tap
Druid.
whenever you cost 3
One
spells
mana,
on an elf
one,
that
so
makes
cheap.
mana
One
by
mana,
tapping
1/1.
problematic.
Tap 3 untapped elves you control. Add green.
Oh, that's
green to
same.
your
You guys
mana
are talking about
pool.
this. Fairly normal
So
or special from hand.
Can you?
Yeah, no, but I mean by like the thing that can bypass the creature spell cost, there's stuff that can combo with it. So it makes
Add
it like even
green.
it makes it
And
easier.
if there's ways to like
That's why I'm like, is it hard to do creature spell?
untap
If it's
the
hard,
elves,
then draw 1 card is that
you
thing.
could
If it's easy to
theoretically,
do
like, just
it,
keep giving
and
yourself
you can even
mana.
bypass the
So you could
cost,
sort of
then
go infinite
this is
on
fucking
mana, which
broken.
means Glimpse of Nature keeps drawing you cards for the turn if you set up this combo. And then you can keep giving yourself mana and just keep assembling,
Meta
like, a giant board.
MTG Goldfish.
And then you can't attack with anything, but like unless they have a board wipe, they're basically.
Oh look,
dead.
I'm probably
Is that the
not. I'm
combo?
not a meta
I honestly
person.
feel like
so- but I
Heritage
could
Druid might be the
could
more
look.
impressive card here than the Glimpse of Nature. Because that seems like the thing that's enabling the infinite combo.
Play a 5 mana creature with Cascaded. You reveal from top of your deck until you
guess
get a
you
4
can
mana
look
or
back
less
up.
card. Yeah, so yeah, this
you
is
can say
broken.
something
This
else
is
got banned if
banned.
you want to.
You don't have to necessarily bypass creature cost. Snowballing out of control is
It's
enough.
like unless you have the.
Yeah, but I'm
infinite
saying like
mana,
on top of it, you don't
and
even
I
pay
think you and I
cost.
talked
Then
about this
what the fuck are
before.
we? This is
Unless
fucking
you have the
banned.
infinite mana, you drawing a million cards only gets you so far in your game.
Yeah, I can do a lot as you
Where,
have
like,
the
Yu-Gi-Oh, it's
manas.
vastly
Yeah,
different.
and green, and then
So,
green is
yeah,
you get
I'll-
manas, right?
I'll say the Heritage.
Yeah, it's in hard
Druid's
play.
banned,
Okay,
to
so
be
yeah, this is
honest,
banned.
And the Glimpse of Nature isn't.
For sure banned.
That seems like way more oppressive to me.
No, okay, no, this is banned. This thing, tap 3. Elves you control, add 3 mana. Well, I mean, clearly you could combo with these 2 cards now.
Okay. Let's go back to that extended format I talked about.
Okay.
This
One
is
of
not
the,
banned?
I don't know if it was the last. I'd have to look that up
So
exactly. I'm
drawing
pretty sure it
cards
was
is
one
just
of the
not
last
as a
extended
card. It's
Pro Tour
not a
events
massive
that
card
happened.
advantage.
Was in
Imagine
Berlin
that.
in 2008. And the
On of
tournament
1
was
drop typically in
dominated
standard, but when you expand a
your
card pool, you
friend
can
and
easily
mine,
find a
LSV.
full amount of creatures.
Hell yeah.
I don't know
And,
about this
it-
Heritage thing.
And I believe it's one of the only times somebody went undefeated through the whole tournament. I need to double check that.
Wow.
I swear I heard that it was like
Undefeated.
wall to wall undefeated. Double check me in the comments if I'm wrong about that. Tell me which one, but I thought it was this one. All right.
Get extra mana in
Elves.
green, but again, getting that extra
Extended
mana takes
elves.
time, and you'll have
With Glimpse
to
of
take
Nature
all
and
the extra mana
Heritage
that
Druid
is
and the
in.
number of
Okay,
1 mana elves in the format.
so it's a
if
slow
you're
setup.
able to play like turn 1 Heritage Druid into Glimpse of Nature, or just turn 1 mana
He's yapping
elf
before
into
really
turn 2
answer.
Heritage Druid Glimpse of Nature.
No,
and then
okay, this
continue
has to get
use the
banned. No,
mana
this
from
is
the Heritage
no
Druid
because
to
okay. First of all, it's easy to creature spell, right? And then your argument is like, okay, but you need enough mana. But then you can bypass mana. That this is free.
play more
This
and
is
more
free then.
elves, drawing more and more cards. It was very reasonable to draw your deck and win on.
Not to
turn
mention
2.
you also have to have creature in
Okay.
hands that you hold
Yep,
on to and try to
let's
maximize.
see.
Ah.
It was absolutely
That cards in
absolutely
hand?
wild. Basically once you got all of the there are so many cheap elves.
So,
Basically,
okay,
that
so
was
that's why I asked: is it easy to do the creature spell? If it's hard to do, then no. If it's easy to do, then yes.
part of it. Like the density of cheap elves
Glimpse
was
of
very,
Turbovan.
very thick. So, and there was another card called Wirewood Symbiote that untapped mana elves.
So
that
basically,
unlocked
maybe
more
like
stuff.
this is banned, this is not
And there
banned.
were summoners
Because,
packs
like,
that
if
gave
it's
you a
hard
free
to-
tutor. There was all kinds of
If
ways.
it gets
and you
rid
would
of the
draw your
cost,
deck,
like
you
this
would
is
cast
helping
all
the
these
cost,
cards,
right?
and then
So
you would
usually
play
in a
a
balance,
card
they will
with
ban
Storm that
the
just did
thing that's
1
here,
damage
and they don't
to
ban
any
this.
target for each spell you cast this turn.
Oh, just don't.
And that was just it. Yep, and that was
Yep.
just it.
Yeah.
So that deck ran that extended tournament. Just absolutely crushed it in 2008. And from the get-go, they didn't want that particular deck to be a problem in Modern.
Sure.
And Glimpse of Nature was on the very first ban list in 2011.
Okay.
And has never been removed from it.
Okay, so yeah, it's always
to
banned.
this day. It's interesting. I thought.
Wait, how about this thing
from
though?
the Yu-Gi-Oh like special summoning thing that this card would look absolutely bonkers. It's really interesting. Like you kind of you surprise.
Yeah, that's like the reason you're talking about special summon like backseat, but the question is like if it's easy to do. Basically, if it's easy to do and you can bypass it, because there's cost here. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no fucking cost. You just special summon. There's no restriction on how you special summon, or like you need to pay cost. Well, I mean, you could pay half life points, summon something again, but it's like you could special summon like 20 times without paying extra costs. So that's why it's important.
It's like I said.
It's important to know
like
if it's easy to do it or not.
You need the mana to do stuff with the cards, right? And so if you can draw all the cards.
I mean,
you want,
I think
but
they're
you can't
talking
play them,
about
what good is
Modern
it?
though.
Right? So like
I don't know.
can,
I mean, did he
feel
mention
like
other
card draw is
formats
so
on this
different
card?
in our games for that reason.
So yeah, this is not
that-
banned.
Okay,
so okay, I was wrong then.
Games. I would be drawing card after card.
So like
after
this
card,
this
but I could
was
only
banned, but this is
deploy
not banned.
so many of them, right? And I remember often having to discard down to hand size multiple times. I had to.
I'm just saying because usually like, when like, at least in Yu-Gi-Oh, if something is like some turbo shit happens, they don't ban the actual card. Like they ban the stuff that is like not doing a war crime. So it's not actually banning the problem. So that's why I was like, okay, if this is a combo, then maybe they ban a turbo thing or the thing that's helping it, not the actual thing.
12 plus cards in hand.
Yeah, pot agree is
And
still
so,
banned because unless you're
like,
gonna change,
to
you're gonna
me,
add
that's why the
costs
Heritage
or
Zero
once per
seems way
turn.
more oppressive.
No,
I
even
think
if you do
Breaking
once per
Games
turn,
are
it's still
different,
free.
like so many other
That's why I
decks.
was like,
then I don't know.
it depends on the cost.
It kind of just seems
In Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no
fine
cost, so like
as long
it's
as there aren't the
guaranteed
enablers to
ban.
get the infinite mana. But I think at that point it comes to the philosophy of like, do you want which card?
It
do you
says
prefer
play
to have
so
in the
it's
game,
from
I guess.
anywhere,
And
not just
so
from hand.
I guess them hitting Glimpse of Nature. Hey, you can mental misstep Glimpse of Nature. So I'm just saying, if you unban both, everything's fine, right? They have
Legacy elves generally didn't do kind of
Maybe
the elf
that's
boss
part of why
strategy
they
near to
had
the
to
end. It
do
was
it.
mostly getting a few creatures and enough
Glimpse of
mana
Nature just because of
to
the vast
natural
amount of,
order
like, cheap
into
creatures. I think
Absol.
just enabling those early kills and the elf
Mm.
thing, like. And how dominant that deck was when it was legal. It's like,
I guess
all
it's
right,
like-
they're like, we're gonna.
Okay.
Kill
I think
it.
because
Can I ask
Commander
this? Force
is
of will
Sure.
legal.
in
casual
modern,
now?
Yeah.
is Force of Will legal in
Yeah, no, they're talking about
Or
modern
is Force of
format
Will
right now.
legal?
I don't believe it's legal in modern. I
No,
think
in
it's a-
Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no cost. So if they're saying the cost is like what, so what is spell 2? That's like what, 10% is like you pay 800, you draw a card, bro. I'm gonna pay like 700, 7,200 to draw like what 7 cards.
legacy card.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it is not legal in modern.
Got it.
Yep,
Okay, 'cause
had
in
to
my
double
This is
check.
Ash Blossom.
In my mind, if this type of decks are existing, you would just play stuff like Force of Will.
You
and
may
such to,
pay
like, just
1
stop
life
it
and
from
remove a
comboing
blue
off.
card
And
in
then
your
they can't combo
hand
off
from the
'cause
game
it's
instead
done.
of
Or, like,
playing.
you're just in like you're in like a much better position. So that would be like the Yu-Gi-Oh player brain perspective on this. But
That's nothing. 1 life is nothing. So that's that. Yeah, we don't need to do 3 water. Effect that prevent or
obviously we have
redirect
different
damage
games.
cannot
Again,
be used
mental
to counter
misstep and
this
stuff
loss of
would be,
life.
like, legal too in that thinking. But
Well, we had to start looking at combos somewhere to like really figure out the combo format of modern, and this is our first look at a combo
Matters a
deck,
bit
which is basically Glimpse of
off
Nature
out
and a big
because
old
it can
pile of elves.
be
Pretty
anywhere
straightforward.
extremely competitive and if
And,
okay.
they resisted it to the point that
I
they
see.
still don't let it be legal. Let's check out some other.
Yeah, I don't know
combo
too much
pieces
about the
and we can
different
talk about
format.
them.
But
Sword of
I'm just
the
saying
Weak.
they
This is
are
a
talking
2-mana
about
artifact equipment.
modern
The
here.
creature gets +1/+2. You equip
think
it for 2,
that's why.
and whenever a 1/1 creature comes into play under your control, you may return Sword of the Meek from your graveyard to play, then attach it to that creature.
Whip creature gets +1/+2.
Interesting. Do I get to see more combo pieces, or am I just looking at this first?
This one, I think, this one wouldn't be much in a vacuum, right? So we gotta, we gotta show a few more.
Thopter Foundry.
That
This
good?
is
I don't
a
know.
White or a black and a blue. Very funny. For an artifact. For 1, you can sacrifice a
Flying good.
non-token
Gain
artifact.
1 life.
So I'm going to say non-token artifact, okay?
It's
Put a
good, but I don't
1/1
know.
blue Thopter artifact creature token with flying into play. You gain 1 life.
Is it
So
broken
you
though?
can pay a mana, sacrifice Sword of the Meek.
I don't know.
get
I don't know about this
a
equip
dude,
thing.
and then the dude is a 1/1. So then you can immediately re-equip Sword of the Meek and attach it to it. And you could theoretically, as long as you have the mana to pay for Thopter Foundry, you could just keep doing this infinitely. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep, it's only limited by the amount of mana you have, and you gain 1 life per cycle and,
you
1
gain life too.
ETB.
Yep, and from what I've seen, it does not seem like it's hard to get infinite mana. Or you may not even need infinite mana. Like, the fact that you can just get a ton of value off of this just, like, seems good. They have flying, so that's nice. They can just, like, hit in. They're also slightly bigger if you keep the sword on it. Huh. This is very... God, the parallels. There's a card that is so similar to Sword of the Meek that I don't want to show you in case I show you in a later video. That's what it reminds me of. For everyone wondering, it's Phoenix Blade. But I don't want to spoil too much more besides that.
All right, I won't look it up.
Yeah. You better not. We're pretty good with that, though. We're pretty good with, like, when we see stuff in the comments, we kind of, like, avoid looking up what it is, I feel like.
And thank you for all your comments, but I just immediately, like, run out of the room and hide in a dark room so that I can't read it.
They can name stuff, just don't, like, elaborate on it, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I feel like... God, am I going to be wrong again? I feel like the Thopter
Ignore the
Foundry is
cost?
the more oppressive card.
1 life for a blue card, I believe a land.
Like, obviously, you need... I don't know if there are other enablers and stuff, but, like, the fact that... I feel like Sword of the Meek, unless there's other cards that
No
combo
lands are
with it, I
colorless,
feel like
they
it's
are
only good
color
because the
identity, but a
Thopter
card
Foundry
being
exists.
color
But I feel like
is
the
determined
Thopter
by
Foundry could
color,
be used for,
cliffs,
like,
and
other
cost.
decks for, like, other things as well.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Disclaimer up here? Yeah.
Because, like, other...
Last
like,
time
the
when I was
Sword of the
doing
Meek
Smash and
otherwise
Pass,
is
they were
just kinda
like
whatever.
And nothing wrong. They were like bombing me on like lore stuff. I'm like,
But, like, Thopter
I'm
Foundry
looking at
just
these
seems
cards
like
the first
a
time.
way
Okay,
better
I don't know anything
standalone
about
card
Magic.
that enables the bullshit with Sword of the Meek.
Legacy or Vintage.
So I think my guess
Very
is
powerful
Thopter
things
Foundry
happen quickly.
got
You
banned,
either
and
need to
Sword of the
be able
Meek
to
is
kill on the first
fine.
couple of turns. That's just modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay. That's interesting.
Equips are the same as equip. I
because
don't know.
actually
Yeah, I don't.
it's,
This doesn't look broken to
so
me. No?
it immediately got me asking the question.
This is
I'm
2
not
costs.
Sure. I'm straight
You
up
get
gonna
1
try to
plus
Google
1 plus
it,
2.
but,
I heard you typing.
It's actually the opposite. Yeah,
So Meek
it's
is
actually
banned,
the
but
opposite.
Thopter
Sword of the
Foundry's
Meek got
fine.
banned.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
this is going back to the beginning of the format, August 2011. The initial ban list, Sword of the Meek was on the ban list, and Thopter Foundry was not.
This is on the ban
in
list.
April of 2016, so it took a while. Sword of the Meek was eventually unbanned as modern.
Okay, now
leaned
it's
a
not
little
banned
more
now
into
anymore.
its comboness. So
Sure.
why not Thopter Foundry? That's an interesting question. Google is immediately confused, and even the AI
So this is not
doesn't know
banned,
what to
like
do with
what I
that.
said.
Or as to
Oh,
why
Or is it
that
banned?
in
AI
particular
doesn't
one
know.
had to be
Whatever will we
banned.
do?
Yeah, it's just, oh my gosh, how will we know?
Black and white have a bunch
that's
of cards that
interesting.
care about creature dying or
I
gaining
didn't
life.
think about which one should be banned. They're both together very frustrating, but it also
I know
so
flying's
I found
good.
one thing that says Thopter Foundry is decent on its own and works well with a card called Retro.
I don't know the
Fitter
sacrifice
Foundry.
non-token
so it can
artifact.
be part of another deck. It provides a value combo that's not.
Oh, you're
nearly
saying
as
that if you
clean or
gain 1 life
oppressive
points,
as the
it might
Sword of the
trigger
Meek
other
combo.
stuff, right?
Okay.
So I think that's what they decided to go with, because at least Thopter Foundry had a little bit of a different home. Also, the other thing that came to mind, Sword of the Meek is colorless mana, and Thopter Foundry has specific colors, making
That's
it more
true.
restrictive what decks.
Yeah, they're
Thopter
saying this is a
Foundry
red
goes
deck
in.
thing now.
That's true.
So that probably had something to do with it. If you know why, if you have not a theory, but leave me a comment. I would love to know from somebody who does Modern more or like has had these debates why they think it was Sword of the Meek and not Thopter Foundry, because it's very important to Simo here, because I actually got that one wrong, which is very frustrating to him, and he would love some vindication from people saying, obviously it's Thopter Foundry. He would absolutely appreciate that.
I know all the Yu-Gi-Oh players are going to laugh at me because I made the Phoenix Blade comparison, but I think, I don't know, Thopter Foundry just seems like one of those cards that there's other ways to abuse it, where Sword of the Meek sort of feels like it relies on this like one particular card, and maybe there are others, but like, I don't know. I see what you're saying about it being colorless with Sword of the Meek, that like you could theoretically play it in anything.
But if like Dagger,
like definitely restricts like how good Thopter
Or you can go to
Foundry
any
is in
deck.
that regard, but Interesting.
Doesn't mean it
nonetheless.
should. I mean, yeah.
Let's do another. What do you think of the combo? It's gonna be fun. There's so many combos.
Well, we're already on such a great track record with these.
We're having a blast.
Oh.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Thank you for the raid.
Dark Depths.
Kurohitsu?
Snowland. Dark
Hitsugi.
Depths comes into play with 10 ice counters on it. That's a lot. For 3 mana, you can remove an ice counter from Dark Depths. So 30 mana in total.
You're playing Magic.
When Dark Depths has no ice counters on it, sacrifice it. If you do, put an indestructible legendary 2020 black avatar creature token with flying named Marit Lage.
What is legendary 2020 black avatar creature token? Okay, I see flying. I see black. People told me black white. This is broken. No, this is. I'm learning Magic. I was looking at Magic lore, and yeah, we're just watching. I guess I'm just looking at cards now.
I don't know how to pronounce that. Into play.
What is this? Flying indestructible. Okay, both cards are banned. Is a creature that get you from land? How is this not banned? Everybody knows that one line, like 2 words, like it just is flying indestructible. This is banned. Starting life was 20. Okay, so what's the 20/20 black avatar then? What does that mean? Is everything in this list going to be banned? I mean, some of the cards were. It was banned, but it's not banned anymore.
Mary Lage, like things like that.
Is it helping?
I think it's still.
I mean, I haven't actually played. There's somebody that's gonna teach me, so that's actually gonna be the actual learning part. And I'm playing the Warcrime Bernardo. Or I'm playing blue and white. That's what I'm gonna pick up for commander.
Up for debate.
It's a 2020 flying industry.
Oh, that's the token.
That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Okay. Sick.
It's just after drew for the creature token. Oh. Never mind then. I thought it was something else. Comes into play with 10 ice counter. That's a lot of counters. 10 ice counters. Like.
That was really quick, huh? Weird that you could come up with an idea.
Have I thought of streaming Arena one day? I could probably poke into it, but I don't know. I mean, I'll probably stream it one day, but I don't think I'll stream it like a second time. We'll see what happens.
Vesuva. This is another land. As Vesuva.
It's just a token, a big nip token. Oh. But it's okay. So it's indestructible. It cannot be and it cannot be blocked by non-flyer. That's broken then. That's a stall. 20 attack, 20 life.
Comes into play.
That's giant.
You
have to spend 30 mana to make that big token. Oh. This is any color, right? So this could be playing green. Enforce? Okay. 30 mana? I don't know, man. 30 mana is a lot.
I get it. Okay. So you copy this, but it doesn't have the
Maybe this is the
counters on
first
it,
card
so you
that's never got
immediately just
banned.
Sacrifice it then, and you get your big guy on the field.
Yeah, that basically.
Yeah,
you
2020 is
land,
giant.
And there's your 2020.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
could.
So the land has counter on it. Once you get the counter on that land, through play, through cost. You end up with a creature that has 20 damage, 20 health. Okay, but in order to get that, you need to spend 30.
Sacrifice Vampire Hexmage, remove all counters.
There's a lot of counters because it's a really strong creature that can typically one-shot people. Okay, but the setup is hard, no?
Because you can just sacrifice it immediately. You don't have to tap it or anything.
One time a week? No. There's no way I'm doing one time a week. No. I don't even do one time a week on Master though. There is no way. There is no way. Like, I can know that like I would be fine with playing like I wouldn't hate Commander, but I don't see Magic I don't see Magic convincing me to play it like how I play Bastardo. And I don't need to play Bastardo. So that's why I mean by like I'm not a TCG player.
Here's a question. Are there other ways to tutor dark depths, or do you have to, like, get dark depths? Like, raw?
So was crop rotation legal in that format? That's a good question. Let me
Keep in mind, indestructible token can still be targeted.
Crop
Things like the
rotation is a
turning.
card
Oh,
that-
fuck. So you can bounce that shit. Okay, this is bad then. Okay, nothing here is banned. Okay, at least, okay, this token shit and this ice thing, this is not banned for sure then.
That is like a
8,000
land
nib
tutor,
token.
and
Yeah,
it's
but you
very
could like destroy.
popular.
I could
Is it-
target a nib token and destroy it, and then you minus 8,000, you die. Or I just typhoon, fixed, gone.
legal in modern. It is
It'll
not
take
legal
10
in
turns to get the token. That's too slow. Even in magic
Modern.
turn.
But I
know?
know one that is. Yeah, there's a card
All the
called
damage will be blocked by a flying
Sylvan
0/1 or
Scrying. That's what
1/1.
it is.
Okay,
And
but
that
are you gonna
is
be
a
alive before you
2-mana
set this
sorcery,
up?
and it lets you search your library for any land.
In theory,
Okay, so
yes,
there
you have to
are
pay
other
30
ways.
mana.
don't
What do
have
you
to
mean?
hard draw the dark depths. You also have mulligans.
It doesn't
in
have
the game
trample, which
too,
is piercing.
So
That's right.
if you have a
I missed they just said copying it with Viscera. Go back. What does Viscera do? Viscera comes into play. You may choose a land in play. If you do, comes into play tapped as a copy of chosen land. Okay, that still doesn't fix the thing though. Sacrifice and remove all counters from target permanents.
Not legal in modern, but I know one that
I don't know,
is.
that's
Yeah,
not
there's
convincing
a
me.
card called Sylvan Scrying. That's
Okay.
what it is, and that is a 2-mana
You
sorcery.
need to remove all the
and it lets
counters
you
from it
search your
either by
library
paying
for any
mana or
land.
other means. This is not
okay,
looking
so
good.
there are other ways. You don't have to hard draw the dark.
There's ways that
depths.
people
You
have
also
come up to
mulligans
get
in the game
around
too,
the
so
shit.
That's
Okay,
right.
so
If
you're
you
telling me there's a loophole.
have a if you're trying to combo with this, you could just
It's easy
mulligan
and
down
modern to
until you
get
your
merit.
two-card
Okay.
combo. Where Yu-Gi-Oh, we can't do that, which is why our decks. I think, like you always.
Something. What happened?
So
That's right.
if you have a
Okay, so somebody told me they're shocked that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have mulligan. What's mulligan?
if you're trying to combo with this, you could just mulligan down until you get your two-card combo. Where Yu-Gi-Oh, we can't do that, which is why.
They're describing now is a combo where you can sacrifice a creature to take out a counter on a card off no matter what it is. So you can speed up the whole counter process. You can get it on turn 3 with combo. Okay, then that's a problem. Shouldn't have counter when you copy Dark Death. Doesn't work, but a vampire does. Okay. Dark Death plus Viscera plus last turn stage plus Vampire Hex Match equals GG. But you need to open hand with all those things in 3 turns. Dark Deck says comes into play with 10 counters, but if you copy it.
Why our decks? I think.
Yeah, the 4 cards. This thing. Does it? Sacrifice, remove our counters from target.
Is it legal in modern? It is not legal in modern, but I know one that is. Yeah, there's a card called Sylvan Scrying. That's
Okay.
what it is, and that is a 2-mana sorcery, and it lets you search your library for any land.
Okay, so there are other ways. You don't have to hard draw the dark depths. You also have mulligans.
Okay,
in
you
the
can
game
search
too,
it. Okay.
So
That
That's
was
right.
If
okay,
you
so you don't have to
have
open
a-
it.
if you're trying to combo with this, you could
Shogun
just
is when you reshuffle and draw a new hand. Oh, yeah, like in Vanguard. Yeah, no, we don't. Why would you do that? No, we're not doing that. You could, what's that thing? What's that car? Yeah, you could. I mean, it's like you draw 3 cards and then you have to discard 2. But yeah, okay, yeah, we no. Isn't very hard to get lands you need exactly. If you don't like your starting hand. Yeah, so it's like Vanguard. Or when you reshuffle, each time you draw 1 less card. Oh, you have to -1 though. So you're telling me if I don't like my hand, I can continue to -1 until I only have 3 cards. And I'm guessing there's 2, 3 cards. Yeah, I know it's at 4 copy each. Not too impossibly hard. Once you add cards that let you search for things, it's pretty good. I played it once. I played it twice. So I know that it has the if you don't like something, but it doesn't -1. But like if you don't like something, you just like get it like you draw again.
Mulligan
I already
down until-
forgot like how to play it, to be honest. Okay, yeah, you need to tell me in Yu-Gi-Oh terms. I don't actually know Vanguard terms. I was talking about like this thing like blue bass, and people were like, "That's funny." I'm like, "It's the color." I don't know. The soul chart, soul blast or something. The soul has nothing like it in Magic. Okay, yeah. If you're gonna start using Vanguard terminology, I'm gonna be like, you need to tell me what it is.
you get your 2-card combo. Where Yu-Gi-Oh, we can't do that. Which is why our decks...
You get -1
like,
until 0 cards. That's just -7. That just you surrender.
always talk about how crazy consistent our decks are, where everything gets everything. It's because we
For
don't have
every
mulligans,
hand past the
right?
first, you still draw 7, but you have to put end cards on the bottom of the deck when n is how many you take.
But we're like one of the few games that doesn't, which is really weird. Anyway, so turn 1, you do this. Turn 2, you play one of your other things. Well, you can't Hex Mage on 2. You'd have to Vesuv on 2. You could Hex Mage on 3 if you have 2 black mana on the following turns. So turn 2, turn 3, roughly. You get
so you could set it on turn 3 then.
So your opponent probably...
So this is maybe broken then. Maybe this is banned then.
But there are ways, because if you like bounce
is he gonna just
with like a bounce spell...
No, he must have some card that never got banned. But every card up to this point is like it's been banned,
especially if you're on like turn 3, turn 4.
And then unbanned or it's just banned.
Though, because like blue would probably have outs to this. Would the other colors have outs to this? I guess is the question. Maybe, but I could see some of the other colors like struggling to deal with indestructible 2020 for sure.
Anything that can set up in 3 turns is good, without like too much cost. So.
God, I'm like in between
Probably
if this is like a Timmy combo or if this is like actually real and you just dome your opponent and kill them on the following turn. It's like one of those things where it's like if they don't have the out, they just lose. And it's possible. I guess the alternative is
like
what?
if
They
you
have
don't
like
have the out, you just
get
get
to actually defend with a flyer.
Sturdy meat stick in the face.
Or if they have Thopter Foundry, they can defend with a flyer because it doesn't have trample or anything. So
right, just brick them. Yeah,
Even better Forest plus crop rotation.
Oh wait, that's banned.
Yeah, like this can be played in any deck, right? So like, you want mana, you go Forest.
Blue Thopter artifact with flying. So there you go. I found the out.
Nice.
You found the out? Is it gonna work?
Like that this was like this. I think it's probably consistent enough that you could probably do this very early on, and then it really would boil into like, do you have the out for this? And I think people would really hate that. Especially if this is earlier. I feel like later on, maybe if there's more...
Yeah, that's just like stun. That's just like, I summon stupid... I summon Patchy. Like you have Regegi?
Just faster that like this isn't as good.
Good night.
Like maybe it's an example it got banned and then they unbanned it later.
Thank you.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, if you could have a turn 3... whatever your life total is, 8,000 attack, that was indestructible.
Okay, first of all, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh wouldn't be at turn 3, so... You're saying that we're still alive in turn 3. Unless you're playing Tenpai Mirror on turn 2, if you're going first, let's say you're going first, on turn 2, they probably have 10,000 negations unless they brick. So, and you're 8, and then we don't care, like, if you have a meat stick that's like 8,000 attack, there's ways to get it away. Unless it's unaffected by card effects. Like we could get rid of it. We could get rid of a tower if it's just high attack. Yeah, no, you can't get. It's hard to get rid of Ray Raptor because it's unaffected by other card effects unless you have Super Volley. But this is just me stick, right? Or is it? Oh wait, it's not targetable because it's flying, right? Okay, then that's a problem. But I'm just saying, like the analogy of Yu-Gi-Oh turn 3 is. First of all, you might be dead before turn 3, and there's cards that can get rid of it, unless it's like a tower that's Ray Raptor. Then okay.
The equivalent is. Would that be good?
Cards
enough?
that save land removal.
The game wouldn't have gotten to turn.
I should play this.
Good to know.
Can I play this with Nadu?
Okay, cool.
Which is why we need to have a billion hand traps in our decks to be able to stop that from exactly happening.
Instance bill as well.
It's funny because like our things, I've shown you things that are not 8,000 damage, or not 8,000 attack, rather, but they have more than indestructible. They have like indestructible hexproof, and then like discard a card to counter target spell.
Yeah, like negate. Like I detach XYZ material not once per turn. I negate your shit. Like the attack is not like a meat stick is. If a meat stick can get target, you could probably out it. I guess like the counter argument is if you can't out it immediately, just die because it's AK attack.
Baked into it, right? So like I've shown you things way worse than this, in our opinion.
I could.
But this is
okay.
Magic.
So I'm playing
You guys
Dark
are,
Depths with the Nadu.
I don't know. Some of your cards are questionable in terms of how good they are.
Okay, buddy. Is it bad?
Yeah, I'm not.
Because then Red got a spell that
but like some of the
deals
things are,
damage to
crazy,
the minion's attack.
Laugh at. Not gonna lie.
At least we have honest card draw.
But you would need to have that. That's like
true.
the
You can hold
out
that
to
over
this,
my
right?
head until the end of time, because we're never gonna get good card draw ever. I could see this being very annoying. I could see that. I do not think draw the out is like a good enough answer to this. I feel like early on, people get very frustrated just losing to this, and they have like no.
You can
way
just
to
use
interact
that
with it.
token to
Unless it was
OTK.
some
Yeah.
format warping that
So that's what I
people
mean. Like you just die.
started
You don't have the
building
out. You
decks to
die
not
next turn.
lose to this, but even then, it's like the way your guys' game works is just not the same. Like Yu-Gi-Oh, we just have so much interaction in the early turns that we could.
One
stop
of the
stuff
hidden
like
thing
this.
on
Like,
this
your
combo
game
is
doesn't
that those land effects, lands are not spells, so they
all
cannot
the
be
time. Anyway,
countered
I'm
by a
gonna go
counter
with the
spell,
bandit. I
and
think
land
it might be
removal
unbanned
is pretty
now,
much rare
because there's,
mana
like, way more
expensive.
cards in the card pool, and there could be a lot more outs to it potentially, which kind of goes against everything I just said.
Yeah,
But
this
there
is
also could just be
banned.
way better combo decks that you're playing compared to this. Like, who wants to play Dark Depths in 2025? And maybe I'm wrong.
I want to
Maybe I'm
play
wrong, but I
Dark
can see
Debt
them
in
banning it in my game.
2025.
People actually do like Dark Depths and play it a lot
Look,
in Legacy.
look.
But in
Legacy,
Modern,
okay.
it is banned and has been since.
Okay, how about
day
Commander?
one. Nobody
Right.
has
I can
been
play this in
allowed
Commander.
To have
Oh, but
their
Commander's only
2020
one, right? It's not gonna get
merit lation
consistent.
Modern,
Is
which
it still banned?
Yeah, still banned.
Oh, it's still
Never
banned.
unbanned.
Wow, I'm
Yep,
shocked.
yep.
Okay, I got that part wrong.
They said no way. You had it right with
Cards
the
with little story like this are
color
base
co-
as fuck.
like,
Yeah, that's
some
just
colors can't
like
deal. Like red can't do anything.
generic card.
All right. Green can't do anything. Blue, no problem. White,
Green can
no
do anything.
problem.
Blue, no problem.
Black,
White, no problem.
Difficult. But there are at least two colors, and
Blue
then
and
every
white
color
is golden.
combination of those two colors in every deck that exists that relies on those colors.
Sure.
Just
Is
dead.
legal in
Like,
Commander?
just
Yeah,
difficult
I'm just
as
saying
like
because
Dark
it's only
Depths.
one card.
Regardless
It's
of
not
what deck you're
consistent,
playing,
right?
Hand traps are generic.
That's why it's
for
legal.
the most part, so you can play them in every deck. And so
I should probably
there are
not-
some
should
that are
not
a bit
play this
restrictive,
then.
like as of late, that are
Yeah,
like,
hard to
more
pull
for
off in
particular
Commander
decks,
because
but
everything's at
some
one.
decks even have their
No,
own hand
I
traps,
don't-
like, as
I'm not
part of the
playing this.
archetype. So that's where it's so different, right? Where we
Yeah.
have so many ways to just interact with stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this,
yeah.
especially in the early stages, that doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't be banned, but it's a lot easier for us to like stop the big thing from happening. And so with your game, it seems so different. I could see this definitely being a menace for sure, although it doesn't have menace. Haha. I'm learning.
So we're doing it because funny though.
I really want to know what you think of this.
I just top deck and be like, I could play this in Commander with the
Red
high success
Return.
rate because
This is very
I
funny
am just
and
good.
I have no further context aside from this. There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh that looks exactly like this.
This card for sure
I just
not
wanna show you
banned.
just
Is
for
this
fun. You don't have
everything
to
is
read this. I'm
banned?
probably never going to show you this to you, but this is what it reminded me of as soon as you showed me this.
Return
Oh,
target
wow.
creature.
Yeah, okay.
What is this Yu-Gi-Oh card? From play graveyard to play flashback, sacrifice 3 creature. Play this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost and remove it from the game. Okay, it just targets return target creature card from your graveyard to play. What does this do?
It's like the same card. Like, what the hell?
Green Quasar is
it's
the
bad. You
art
don't have to
is
read it.
kind of identical. Yeah, I will put it on screen for the visual
Sure,
audience.
just
but
for the
yep.
visual, yeah. But
Okay.
the head is almost exactly the same. That's very funny. Anyway.
Nadu is available to get you tons of free lands, so it's easy. Okay, we playing that then. I don't know the synergy.
Alert. Sorcery.
So this
for
card
2
is this card is
Return
bad,
base
right?
as
Because it
fuck?
looks like this bad card.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What does this
Return
thing
is
do?
a sorcery, by the way, for 2 and 2 black, so it's 4 all in. Return target creature card from your
So
graveyard.
like
to
this is
play.
returning their target creature, right?
Flashback, sacrifice 3 creatures. Whoa, that's expensive. Okay.
It doesn't have to be your creatures.
Is reanimate legal?
It is 8.
Is reanimate legal in modern? No, it is not.
Okay, that's a good start, because why would you play this when you could just play reanimate? Makes sense. Same thing happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! We banned like the best reborn cards, and then they gave us worse ones, and sometimes we played them, and sometimes we didn't. It's from your graveyard, so it's only yours. You can flash it back.
It has to be your creature? Okay, then I don't know. This doesn't do anything.
I'm just evaluating this in a vacuum.
You need
Time
to
Monster
see more
Reborn,
for
but
this
you can
one.
play it from
That's
the grave.
interesting. I'll show you a card. I'll show you.
You're so generous.
I'll show
So
you
generous.
a
I don't
card.
know.
Very simple card.
Target from your grave.
Fuck, Narcomoeba?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Jellyfish?
It's a drug jellyfish.
A
One
drug-
in a
It's not-
That's in your
it's an
graveyard from your
illusion.
library. You may put it into
It's a
play.
jellyfish that's like
Pipeline drug jellyfish.
they injected like cocaine into this jellyfish.
What are
Anyway,
talking about? This
Pipeline coked up
jellyfish is normal.
Coked up
Okay, continue.
jellyfish. Yep, that's.
What-
I'm
what
gonna
choked up?
start
This is a
signing
normal
these shortly,
jellyfish.
I imagine. One in a blue for an illusion jellyfish. Not really. With flying, I would hope so if it's an illusion. When Narcomoeba is put into your graveyard from your library, you may put it into play.
What do you mean by like put it into play?
Into your graveyard from your library, you may put it into play. Okay, so you bin it, you can just play it. You don't have to pay for it, right? It's free.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you mill it, if you put it from your
Sure.
graveyard
Yeah.
into your graveyard from your
I'm
library.
making sure.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it
because I think
goes.
newer
No
cards it would
cost.
say like no cost. Yeah.
Mhm.
But maybe I'm wrong. So
This is what the
so
L
what's
is?
the play? You
What do you
have
mean?
some card that mills a bunch of these jellyfish, and then you get to dread return something, and then you can sack the jellyfishes.
It revolves
get,
and
like,
hit the
something
field, so like
else?
a special summon.
By putting it together, that seems bad. Or like, unless you're dumping something else, like maybe you have a card that dumps like a bunch of cards that aren't just like the.
It's just okay. So
Narcomoebas.
special summon.
Because like we have.
But
a card
you
in Yu-Gi-Oh
gotta-
that's banned and will never.
you
come off the
gotta
list that does
sacrifice-
something like you get to. Dump,
you need to
like, 5
banish 3
cards
creatures.
specifically to the grave. So you could dump like
That you could play this in a grave.
you know
Like you could
a
activate
bunch
this in
of the
grave.
jellyfish plus like the card you want to bring back or 2 cards that you want to bring
The
back. out of
limestone wolf,
jellyfish.
dude.
And then you dread return, bring back 1 big thing, and then sacrifice
Yeah.
all the Narcomoebas that got
The limestone
summoned
wolf,
off of
dude.
this and get back the other thing.
That
and it's
doesn't
like
seem
some
broken,
2-card
though.
big combo that wins you the game. I can see it. I can
That's
see
what
that.
the jellyfish
Do I
is.
get to know any other combo pieces, or is this it?
Okay, you just summon 3 jellyfish.
I mean, there's
Or are there plenty of cards that do what I'm describing?
Enter just
what
means
you're
it
describing
makes it to the field
is
without getting counter.
Definitely a strategy.
Okay.
So it just hits the field.
Do this on turn 4? I guess you could maybe ramp.
Is this
your
card good, though?
green a
Like,
bit, or if you have like a
even if you
card
could get
that's
over
black
the
that, like, gives you
sacrifice free
extra mana
creature?
for, like life or something, so maybe you can do it sooner.
Why
So you'd
turn
have to
4?
play. Huh?
Why turn 4?
Because that's how. Oh, I guess you could just flash back Dread Return, like, and you don't even have to play it the first time. You just get a big thing. Yeah, that's true.
If it somehow got in the graveyard, oh my goodness.
Yeah, like I said, so you have some big thing that mills a bunch of cards that you get to pick.
I mean,
what to
the only
mill,
card
and
that
then the
didn't got
Narcomoebas
banned
come
is
back,
that
and
red
you
card that
flash
looks
back
like
Dread Return,
Raigeki.
and then you just put
The
out the
tier
big thing that you want
or
to like, actually
magic?
kill them with, or that like wins the game for you.
This is a banned card?
I guess what I'm asking is like how cheap are the cards that like mill this stuff to the graveyard? Because I'm trying to figure out how quickly you can do all this.
I'm
So,
saying, like, even if it's
there
easy to
are-
get it,
Do you remember
is it
Golgari
good?
Grave Troll?
I do. I love my friend Golgari Grave Troll. He's great.
So I'm just gonna throw out there that's one of the cards. Since I've already shown it to you, I'm not gonna do the modern like was it banned
Sure.
dance.
Sure.
enter the
Golgari
battlefield,
Grave Troll
+1/+1.
was on the initial ban list. and
Really?
then- Yep.
I can see that,
on the,
actually.
it's
Kind
on
of
the
niche, but
initial
in
ban
deck,
list for
that's really
modern.
good if it's if
But
that's
let me
good, it is really
double
good.
check Facts. I didn't have this one open, so let me make sure I'm right.
We're
So,
learning about
it's
if
on the
these
initial
cards are
ban
good
list for
in modern
Golgari
format.
Grave Troll. It was unbanned in January of 2015. It was banned again in January of 2017.
This is okay. Yeah, Lightstorm Wolf. This is Lightstorm.
So
this is a Lightstorm deck.
Grave Troll is a dredge 6. You can replace any draw step with dredging another 6 cards. But Golgari Grave Troll is far from the only dredge card that was printed. If for some reason,
Mildic makes good use of it, but isn't that overpowered?
Return to Ravnica,
that's my question.
They really got into this, and there are other cards that are legal. An example here is Stinkweed Imp. The only relevant text is that it has dredge 5.
Sure, that's a lot.
So that is a card that's
What's
legal
dredge?
in Modern.
Do I get to know?
If you draw this card instead, you may put exactly 5 cards on the bottom of your library into your graveyard. Oh, it's a mill. Okay.
You could almost
if you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand.
So in modern times, I've shown you Thassa's Oracle, which says you win the game
if
you have no cards in your library. And in past times, I've shown you Grizzlebrand, which pays 7 life, draws 7 cards.
Oh, God.
This is a modern legal card.
Okay.
This is broken. How is this legal? Pay 7 lives, draw 7 cards?
I mean, he seems so good.
But yeah, come up with a big bet.
Is the live talk? Yeah, this is Hover Go Blue and Simo. Looking at magic cards. Simo plays Yu-Gi-Oh!
Add in the history of the game.
You gotta pay
that you
8
would
mana
like
of
to
it.
get on the battlefield.
Oh, never mind.
Big bad in the history of the game that you would like to get on the battlefield. I didn't see that.
Yeah, okay,
and, Dread Return can enable that.
Dread don't care about a card going back in hand. You care about more getting cards in grave. Yeah.
Have similar effects.
I feel like
but I'm just saying, like, even if this is paired with a mill card, is this an insane card?
You're tell me like the Narc Amoeba got banned and the Dread Return is fine.
Yeah, I didn't see the 8 mana.
Because without the ability to get the free stuff on the field, like
for 8 mana, forget about that.
Don't get me wrong.
I am not playing that.
If there's no other card that does like what Narc Amoeba does,
unless I'm playing some tree or something, some foresting,
then like Dread Return is like still good, but it's not part of this like.
I usually don't cast it for 8 mana.
Just like getting into like.
Okay, but still.
Right? Then at least it takes like a degree more of setup is kind of like the perspective I'm looking
at. You put it into
mind,
play from graveyard?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Would just ban the card that like sets this all up in the first place. Like so whatever
wait, what card is he talking about?
Equivalent that you have, that mill stuff, like the Golgari Grave Troll, like we would just like ban those things because that would be like because it would enable more stuff like this essentially.
Sure. I'm gonna I thought I said it. I'm gonna say again, there are more effects like Narc Amoeba.
Which means that you would have to ban even more cards in that regard. Where you could just like ban Narc Amoeba and Dread Return is fine because like then the cost is actually more significant, like marginally. Or you just ban Dread Return and they can't do the combo at all. I don't know. I think Dread Return is like a
So this is a banned card then?
I feel like almost the Narc Amoeba is like the more oppressive.
The more they talk about it, the more it's banned. Yeah.
Because like without Narc Amoeba, then it's like you just have this like overly costed.
No, I feel like it's not banned.
That there could be
because even if you summon it, I don't see how this is a threat.
And you're in black, they want to
even it's like easy to get it on the field.
But if you're not able to do it instantly, like who cares? The game's like slow enough that that's fine, I think. Fuck it, ban the
not banned for sure.
Cocaine jellyfish. That's where I'm at.
It's not cocaine jellyfish.
Ban the cocaine jellyfish.
The jellyfish is alive.
Okay. Gotcha. Yep. Man, I hate it when you're right.
What? Really?
But thank God you're wrong. No,
mean. You're welcome for the thumbnail for this one. Oh my God.
Oh,
that was right.
Dread Return was on the initial ban list.
I gotta write that one down.
Okay, so yeah, this thing, yeah, jellyfish is not banned. Okay, this was like the same thing as what was the other 2 cards before? The forest thing. This thing. These 2? Like, I like in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Banless logic, this would be banned. Or I mean, okay, actually no. So the logic is in here. Logic would be like the card that is like the card that is helping. Well, this is his guess. Yeah. So and I think he was wrong, right? Was it
extended performance? Then more. So all of the it's removed.
Yeah.
To be a problem.
The logic is usually in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like in tier they ban the stupid Ishizu cards. I mean, they limited all the tiers as well, but it's like the thing that is helping it, they ban it. because they want the main stuff that it's causing problem. I mean, you could argue that this thing is causing the problem, but they would ban this and make this alive. But it seems like in Magic is reversed. Like this is the same logic. Like this is enabling this, right? So you would ban this and keep this alive. But then this is so generic. There's no. I mean, in this case, it makes no sense that this gets banned.
Ish. That's where I'm at with this.
Ban the cocaine jellyfish.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Ban list.
I gotta write that one down. That was good.
Like this is so generic. There's no way they just ban it.
Return. Oh my god. Yeah, this card is insane.
Okay, so this is card insane. I'm just saying the jellyfish did nothing.
Its whole focus
So yeah,
is
the
to
jellyfish
flip
is
itself
safe.
over, and it has the payoff. Like it gets the payoff by dredging is what makes dredge return so good, because yeah, you never want this in your hand. You mill it as part of the milling dredging experience.
Sure.
Flip the cards over, get stuff out. And I did like I mean, hopefully the editor doesn't make me look like a jerk. I tried to let you know there's other ways to like just attack the opponent to death. Cards like Bloodghast, whenever you like if it's in your graveyard, whenever a land enters the battlefield, Bloodghast enters the battlefield. Prized Amalgam.
Just other good graveyard stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Prized Amalgam is a free 3/3 if it goes into your
find other
graveyard,
ways to
but
break
something else comes out of your
Red
graveyard.
return,
that
outside
turn,
dread,
like the
probably not as
Narcomedia
strong, but
or the
probably
Bloodghast.
possible.
So you can play a dredge deck, and people do. People love dredge. You can imagine they adore dredge.
I like
you can play a dredge deck that just
I
makes
still
a bunch
don't
of
see how this is
1/1s,
so broken,
2/1s,
but
and 3/3s and
I
attacks
understand the
with them,
logic why
you know,
this
for
is not
free.
banned and this is banned.
But when you throw in dread return, on top of that, they get access to the biggest, worst, and nastiest that Magic the Gathering has to offer at any given point in time.
Sure. I guess in my defense, I should have asked if there were other things like Narcomoeba, essentially. Because if there's plenty of other things, then hitting the Narcomoeba doesn't solve the
Probably
problem. I was just
other
assuming this is,
cards
like,
make
a
it
unique
good.
thing.
Yeah, any
So
mill
if there's
cards,
other things
basically.
that get you
This
there,
could be
then,
played
yeah,
in
I think you have
any
to
mill
ban the dread
deck.
return. That makes sense.
Or what's it called?
Dread return
dredge
is
cards?
banned from day one, never unbanned. Probably never, in my opinion, will never be unbanned.
Because I've also seen so many
Magic Balance have an awkward thing where they want to maintain the cards that they see as the identity of the format.
Okay, well, like, you know, like, we have those and they're fine. So I kind of was going off of that philosophy, but I get it. I mean, if the whole deck, like looking at it all in totality,
You mean like
makes
the
sense. There's just,
protagonists
so many ways that you can just do
of
this.
the
It doesn't
lore?
matter.
The characters that are like important?
All right. It's time for the
I'm glad that
member
balance for Magic
God.
isn't as significant than Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, Ancestral Vision. I think I do remember this. This is like bad Ancestral
Suspend?
It's
Is that just
blue.
discard?
Couldn't figure that out.
Target
Suspend
player draws
4
3 cards.
for a blue, and so rather than play this card from your hand, you pay a blue and remove it from the game with 4 time counters. Beginning of your upkeep, remove a time
4
counter,
time
and
counters.
then when you remove the last one, play it without paying its mana cost, and you get to, shockingly, draw 3 cards. So it's draw 3 cards in 4 turns.
Yeah.
Oh, draw 3 cards and 4.
And what else? Is this it?
Do you think it got banned?
Do I get more context, or am I evaluating this one in a
Okay.
vacuum?
Doesn't seem like anything, no?
Let's see. If I were to play this in Modern, how would I play this? This is actually very good foundational, because this is going to give you an idea of how to like look at all suspend cards in Modern, because this is, as always, Magic players just cheat. That's all
Of
they
course.
do.
Like
They're
Yu-Gi-Oh
just
players,
freaking
we're good
cheaters.
at that too. Yeah.
They don't want to wait 4 turns for a nice reasonable payoff. They want to cast cards.
Yeah,
that
this is
let them do
not
the
a
thing
nice
when
reason.
they're
It's
not
like
supposed to do.
This would be unplayable.
Unplayable, yeah. I mean, this is like
Bloodbraid Elf.
there's other cards that are better than this now.
This is 2, a red and a green, with a haste on a 3/2.
Put the rogue cards on the bottom.
And Cascade. When you play
Dang,
this
it's
spell,
not a
remove cards
cost.
from the top of your library from the game until you remove a non-land card that costs less. You may play it without paying.
Well,
its
they're
mana
saying
cost, but
that
remove
was
cards
it
on the
ever
bottom
banned?
in a
Not like
random
now.
order. That seems like a very
In the
fun
history
mechanic.
of the modern format.
So I'm getting here. You
There's
play Bloodbraid
loopholes.
Elf, you go to the casino, and if you hit Ancestral Vision, you
Draw
just get
3
to
cards
immediately
for 1
draw 3,
mana
right?
is an insane
That's
rate.
right.
But you have to
cast
wait for
things
4
without a
turns
mana cost
to spend
off
4,
Cascade
no?
if you hit them.
Yeah, it's
See,
delayed.
that makes me think like Bloodbraid Elf.
Problem is the delayed. It's not immediate.
Interesting that you say that.
Because like with Ancestral Vision.
Oh, this is
Well, like,
yeah,
I don't
one
know-
mana,
I
one
don't know how
bloom,
long the
one
games
water
go,
mala,
but I feel
right?
like again by like Yu-Gi-Oh standards, this is like be way too long to just draw 3, which is funny, considering what Yu-Gi-Oh is. But
Draw 3 is not funny. If you do it on turn 4, who the fuck cares? If you can draw like your entire deck on turn 4. You're already dead.
because I imagine there are other things you can abuse with Bloodbraid Elf that are not just Ancestral Vision. That
In
you can
theory,
just,
what
like,
you should be
cheat building your
doing
deck
is
in a
playing it
certain
and you
way.
wait for 4 turns.
So
Huh? What a
Like, just-
weird thing.
Okay,
to
but it's not. I don't think that's broken. Like, why would it get banned though? I feel like there's stronger cards of drawing than this.
say.
This seems
oh,
like
God, you have
okay.
more to show me.
I do actually.
Hypergenesis. This also is a suspend.
Remember
card,
Dark
but this
Dead
one
also, if
is
you hit it
suspend
from
for
the,
3
it gets
for
cast
1 and 2
instantly.
green.
Yeah, this is like
Starting
Cup of
with
Ace.
you,
Cup of Ace
each
is not
player may
banned.
put an artifact, creature, enchantment, or land
No,
card
Cup of
from
Ace
their
is even
hand
better than
onto the
this.
battlefield. Repeat this process
This is
until
like,
no one puts a card onto the battlefield. Yeah, this
Yeah,
seems
there's
like
no
a
cards
Bloodbraid
like
Elf
we
problem to
we
me.
don't have cards
I'm
that
gonna
like
be
you draw
honest
3
with
more
you.
cards later. It's more like you banish it now and then 3 turns later you get it
Because
back.
like,
Like you
unless there are
selectively
other
choose
ways
your
to
cards.
cheat, I guess I
If
should
it's
not make the
drawing,
Markham
we
legal
have
mistake. Are
things
there
that
other things
resolves
like
on media,
Blood
and they're not
Braid
banned.
Elf that can also do this.
How to answer?
How you learn the magic
Is
story?
that giving away too much?
Oh yeah, the audio
At
thing, right?
the time, not many.
Yeah, this seems like a banned Bloodbraid Elf one to me. Because
Why is this thing banned?
Like, I feel like you're not playing the other cards unless you're playing Bloodbraid Elf. Because you're trying to just
Suspend
cheat these out,
3
100%.
1 tree. Each player may put an artifact,
Going
creature,
with it?
enhancement, or land card from their
sticking
hand
my
onto
guns
the
on this. I got nothing
battlefield.
else to say.
Repeat
I
this
think
process until no one puts a
clearly
card
seems
onto the
like a
battlefield.
Bloodbraid Elf issue to me.
And
I
the
don't
other
feel like
ones
any
were
of these are
not
banned. He
If
showed
you're saying
it
there's not many other
that can
cards
cheat
like
and
Bloodbraid
cast it for
Elf,
free.
then
A
I
bunch
just
of
don't
cards that
feel
can
like they're
cheat
worth it.
suspend
I feel
cards
like they're
because
just way
suspend
too
cards have
slow.
no mana
Like, it
cost.
depends on the format. Like, if it's just a slower format, then like maybe you can get away with playing them. But if you're trying to cheat them,
This is
which your
draw
card
3
gameplay is
now,
trying to
draw
do,
3 later, repeat.
then you hit.
Assuming
get
that
rid
you
of the
can hit
enabler, and
multiple
that
of
sort
these
puts
in
his other cards
turn.
in check. So yeah, I would say like if it's you and you're playing blue and you're making the game go on for 4.
So yeah, this car is a
you
problem
love
then.
Ancestral Vision. That's fine.
Yeah, so this ban these.
But
it-
that's playing.
Well, I
fair
mean, there's
Magic,
multiple
right?
cards.
We're not here to play fair magic.
Okay, if
So
there's
I think
multiple
the ban
cards,
is
then just
Bloodbraid Elf.
not just then. This is banned. Then it's
Bloodbraid
the Vision banned and
Elf
everything else.
was
These two not banned.
In 2013.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so
actually,
it's
on the
only
initial
this then.
ban list was Ancestral Vision and Hypergenesis.
Oh, they were both on the initial bit. So they all
Ring just
banned.
lets you drop 15 mana
all of
creature and
these
stuff for
cards
free and win the
spent some
game.
time being banned, all of them. And Bloodbraid, I honestly believe
these two are banned.
that
This
they
is not banned.
wanted Cascade more than suspend cards at the beginning of the format, and then I think
Okay.
they changed their mind because they
Okay.
printed more.
So this is banned. This is also banned. So they're all banned. So
Actually, on the
all 3 are
initial ban
banned.
list was Ancestral Vision and Hypergenesis.
Oh, they were both on the initial bit, so they all got
Yeah.
banned.
They
Interesting.
all of these cards spent some time being banned, all of them.
Are we gonna see
And,
some cards that never
Bloodbraid,
got banned?
I honestly believe
Except
what
that
they,
one
that they
Raigeki?
wanted Cascade more than suspend cards at the beginning of the format.
Everything
And then I
used to
think
be
they changed their
banned.
mind because they printed more Cascade cards. Like this card arrived a year later, which is basically Bloodbraid Elf but 3 mana.
Oh, it's 3 mana instead. Yeah, so you can play it sooner. Yeah.
Yep. There
You
were
play them in
other
the same deck too.
I gotta see some
You asked if
unbanned
there were
cards.
cards like Bloodbraid Elf. Some people are gonna roast me because they're
We're
gonna
meant
say
to be
that there were
together?
Cascade cards.
Okay.
But there weren't many like Bloodbraid Elf. Bloodbraid Elf is amazing because it came with a hasty body.
A baseland not
Haste too is
banned?
big,
Yep.
Yeah.
Like this was an example of another Cascade card in the format, Violent Outburst. This is 3 mana. The text is largely irrelevant except that it cascades. But
Right. But it's an instant. You can do it on your opponent's turn.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Good catch. In decks that were built around the suspend cards, you would just build with no cards that it could hit other than the suspend cards.
That's a
So
fun deck building mechanic, though. I like that.
Yeah, and it is really popular. So there
it's
are
a
other decks
loophole.
in Modern. I'll show you. a few things that are not banned that
Time to
people
pay
love
ban or
building
base. I don't
around
have
with
enough
cascade
knowledge
effects.
to do that.
So here is
I might
Living
be able to do
End.
that with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Living End is a version of a card called Living Death, but with suspend. And this is an absolute board flip. Check that out.
This is pretty cool. Yeah. You suspend it, but who cares because we're cheating it out. Exile.
I should still do it. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck this means. I'm not gonna say what it means. I need to at least know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It makes for a fun deck that's still legal and modern to this day that tries to discard or cycle a bunch of creatures in the early game.
Like, I need context to know.
And then cascade into Living End and put them on the battlefield.
I don't go to do? What do you mean?
That's very Yu-Gi-Oh. That's very Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it's a delightful experience, but it's interesting how they tried to manage this experience. They banned Ancestral Vision, which is arguably, and I think correctly, one of the worst ones. It's just 3 cards as opposed to massively flipping the table compared to what these others do.
Too. Yeah.
It's all So Ancestral Vision was unbanned at the same time as Sword of the Meek in April of 2016.
You're trying to play Magic?
Ancestral Vision is
somebody will teach me.
In modern.
Commander.
Not really.
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked, to be honest.
Somebody's going to leave me a comment about their Ancestral Vision deck. I believe you. I just haven't heard word about it in a long time, okay?
Sure.
Bloodbraid Elf, unbanned in 2018. So now part of the format.
Relatively late,
Yeah, kind of amazing like that. Violent Outburst, which I just showed you as another spell, and notably because it's an instant, exactly because you said can be done on the opponent's turn, banned in 2024.
Oh, they recently just banned this. Okay.
Yep.
One Piece is pretty low.
Hypergenesis, my friend.
Bro, this message wrong.
You can get Omniscience for free and just never pay for anything? For free?
I mean, you also need to have it in your hand, right?
The Omniscience? I mean, yeah, but there's just all kinds of cards that
there's just big stuff.
If they cost 7 or more mana, Grizzlebrand I showed you, Atraxa is a card that comes to mind. But it's just like your thing is bigger than their thing. You kind of win on the spot. Hypergenesis has never been unbanned. It was banned from day one and never unbanned.
Interesting.
So that's a look at kind of the Cascade combo decks, and anytime you see
that's a cool mechanic.
Yeah,
I guess this is why the title is learns about modern format. It's not like if this is banned or not. But I guess
weirdly they love free stuff.
They framed it like that.
Have you ever heard of this free thing? It's kind of a big deal.
I like free, so you're hitting all the right notes.
Okay, here I am. I'm gonna hit this note for you.
Free.
Surgical Extraction. This is another weird mana symbol that requires you to play black or 2 life, but you play
Phyrexian mana.
That's good.
Mana.
Thank you. Choose target card to graveyard other than a basic land. Search its owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that card and exile them. Then that player shuffles his or her library. So we have a card somewhat similar to this in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a few cards that are like similar that come to mind. It's in their graveyard though. I think that's like the big differentiator. So we have a card called Prohibition. I guess I'll show it to you. I'm probably never gonna show this to you any other time. So this card is a enchantment.
The art is so good.
And you basically name a card, and then they can't use the card essentially.
Yeah, but Prohibition is not insane. That's not banned.
We have this other card.
Maybe like I think sometime like a period of time people cite it.
It seemed like any play in forever. This is Nobleman of Crossout. So
okay,
you target a set monster on the field and exile it.
Call by the home.
Both you and your opponent exile
Call by is not even
banned.
banned.
Card from your deck.
Wow,
that's how that card works. Yeah, this card was.
Call by is stronger than what he was showing.
This card was, I think, semi-limited, if not limited, at one point.
Yeah, tell me right now. It's okay.
He just looks badass too. So there's a
it's
things
okay
that come to mind seeing this card. They're just not like exactly it. It's cool because you can just do it on turn 0. So you can just like, you start the game, and then when you get priority at whatever point, you can just be like, okay, I'm going to Surgical Extraction. If they play something in the graveyard, you surgical.
You can banish all copies from deck
the rest of the game.
What does that do? Surgical also reveals
That's
opponent
pretty
hand.
good. The thing that's weird about these cards, though, is that like I feel like they end up often being better on paper than when they actually are played. And it could be different for Magic, but I feel like
assuming you know what they're playing,
it
though.
has uses, but I don't know if it's like
I guess you just
ban-worthy
cross
good,
out. You
because
cross out
all
their
the
lands.
cards that are similar to this that I can think of are not. Or have never been
No,
banned. And again, that's just
other
our game
denim
versus
based
your
land
game. So
card.
for all I know, it could be banned in your game, but
Dude, come on! You see their hand.
Like you cross out
but your
for.
game, you do that all the time. That's nothing crazy.
Yeah, see
Sorry,
entire
just
hand
tried to
doesn't
take a
mean
shot while I
anything.
could.
I know you did. I know
Like
you did.
triple tactic talents. Like what? Like
I'm gonna go with my gut on this one. I don't think
card
this got banned.
destruction,
I
like-
think this card does see play. I think people probably side deck it, depending on like whatever matchups there are, and it probably is like okay.
yeah,
but
like
I don't
all the
think it's
Yu-Gi-Oh
banned.
cards he was mentioning are all like mostly side deck.
Okay.
Or if
You're
it's
trying
not
to get me
side
to
deck,
the
it's not
hand
banned.
knowledge thing. I know that's what you were doing.
Banish Elvis and all your
thought it would
copies
be,
on it on
like,
the
when I
card.
was thinking
So
about
you could
cards to
still
show
play
you
through
that,
without
like,
Elvis.
If this were in Yu-Gi-Oh, would
Like
probably
it's not like
light
yeah, the
people's
combo's
minds
gonna
on
be
fire.
it,
Surgical
but it's not like
Extraction
you
was
just
one of
you
them.
can't continue.
Surgical Extraction is a really good card. The fact that it's an instant means any combo deck whose piece touches
Okay,
the
it's
graveyard
instant, yeah,
at any
okay.
point, you can go Surgical Extraction and their combo is dismantled, and you can do it for free from any deck.
Sure.
Again, because of the Phyrexian
Okay, so it's
mana cost,
broken.
you can have this in your mono green deck. That is totally a thing you can do. And Surgical Extraction is totally fine and has never been banned in Modern.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, it
'cause
was never banned.
I think these people I think people overvalue these types of effects, and I think they're like good. Don't get me wrong, but I think people like on paper think they're way better than they actually end up playing out for one reason or another. There's just like not enough most
At
of
least
the time.
everything that he was talking
It
about in
is
Yu-Gi-Oh is like okay,
interesting
whatever.
because when
Like it's
you
not
know
like
that Surgical
it's like okay,
Extraction
you
is a part of your
even
best of
this
three match,
he's saying
it's
that it's
not
instant,
uncommon
so
to
it's
bring
like
in
okay,
different win cons and different
hit your
ways to
combo.
interact.
Like this
So,
one
like,
P
I've been in those
P
matches
card
where
that
it's
you
like,
have
okay,
it gets all
they have
banished. It's
this
not like
combo.
they just
are a
automatically
combo
lose.
deck. We'll call them
Finally, a card.
Blood Braid Elf
There was
combo
also
deck.
that
This is a
red
bad
lightning.
example, actually. We'll call them a Dread Return combo
Highest
deck.
level of
And a
Magic, you
Surgical
have to submit a
Extract
deck
their
list to
Dread
prove you're
Return,
on
and I'm
cheating.
like,
Sure.
got 'em.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's just normal procedure in tourney, or like non-cheating way. That's just that's
They're
how you
dead.
play.
And then they play some 5-mana hex.
With this card, you can able to exile all your win
you're like,
cons
I'm
for
like,
just 2
oh.
life.
Oh,
Yep.
and all my creatures are 3/3s.
You're saying
and I
okay,
just
then
get beaten to
if you
death
can get
by just
exiled
some
by this
piece of
card, then your
meat that they
card,
brought
your
into
deck
the
building
deck
is just
from the
bad. Then.
sideboard because
That's funny.
they expected Surgical Extraction. Yeah, Surgical Extraction is like in a lot of ways with the amount of combos in Modern is kind of, in my opinion, the good guy. Like it gives people a chance if they don't know
sure.
how to adapt.
It's free. I mean, it costs 2 life, but it's basically free. Any deck can play it. Notably, Nobleman of Crossout doesn't check the hand. So there's some instances where if you like knock your opponent's
didn't know if
set
Yu-Gi-Oh had
and
that
you
or
have
not.
that card in your hand, you don't
Well, he was saying Noble Crossman and what was the other card? Prohibition.
have to exile it.
Those
So you still get to
are
keep your copy
side
in that
decks.
instance. So sometimes that's like a
But then he was
strategy,
saying
or
that
you
you
have to
see
be
their
mindful
entire
of, like,
hand.
what
That
they
doesn't
exile,
mean
because if they don't
shit.
exile
That
the
we
full
don't
3
care about
copies,
that.
or if it's like limited or whatever.
It's saying that like it's a quick like not a quick spell, but like it's an instant thing that you can just like break their combo because you just banished one of their key cards. But my point is like that doesn't mean they automatically lose.
Then you know they have the other copy in their hand because it's probably good enough they're not going to sideboard it out. So there's fun mind games with Nobleman.
Sure, I totally got all that. Here,
Yeah,
read this card.
Splinter Twin. This is 2 and 2 red for an enchantment aura. That
I
means
feel
it
like
goes on the
I
creature,
saw
right?
this
Doesn't check
card
creature, yeah,
before,
let's read
so
it.
this is probably on the
Enchanted
ban list
creature
now.
has tap, put a token that's a copy of this creature onto the battlefield. That token
And
has
has creature
haste,
has a
exile it
return,
at
put
the
a
beginning
token.
of the next end step. Okay, that seems potentially problematic.
That's
Do I
a
get
lot of
anything else,
cost,
or is
though.
this another vacuum one.
I am curious if you can figure this one out. If you wanna, ponder it for a second and then tell me if you need a lifeline.
I mean, the fact that the token has haste is very problematic in my eyes. Because that means any sort of tap effect or any like that. I don't know. That just seems if it didn't have the haste, I think I wouldn't think much of it. But the fact that it does enables a lot of bullshit in my mind. So
Red copy bullshit ban at some point.
This
Yeah.
is a good mechanic. It's a good. It's a good
I mean,
skill.
well, we have it on everything in our game. It's great.
I feel like this is banned because I kind of feel like I've seen this card.
show me
Which,
something
if
else,
I've
but
seen it, it's probably some card that
I
has,
feel like
you know,
this is like ripe for abuse just solely because of that.
good old Spiller Twin. Yeah, that's probably banned. Not banned for sure.
Might.
For a cause.
That's hilarious.
Ain't
Yeah.
shit.
Tune
Okay, yeah,
ability
there's
for
a lot of costs
Fairy
though.
Rogue,
True.
2/1 with flash and flying. Interesting. When Pestermite comes into play, you may tap or untap target permanent. So you can.
The effect doesn't seem crazy as well, and
Splinter
it's
Twin,
what 4 costs.
Copy Pestermite. Well, you Pestermite, and then you Splinter Twin the Pestermite. You can. Like,
Oh, and
flash
fire
Pestermite on your
fire
opponent's
red
turn.
is hard to
Who
get
cares?
mana or
And
something,
then
right?
Splinter Twin.
So
You can copy
That's
Pestermite.
maybe
which
bad.
brings it into play, which means you get to tap or untap.
it's banned.
target
Okay, it's
permanent,
banned.
which
So
means
it's banned for
then
years of
you
reason.
could,
Okay.
like, just theoretically just keep. That has haste. That comes into play. You can tap or untap something. The other one. I'm trying to like visualize how this is working in my head.
Oh, it sounds like you're right there.
Yeah, it's like I'm there. I'm just not like getting to the finish line.
It's infinite 2/1s with haste.
That's
Because you
okay.
just
That's
keep,
what I thought.
keep
Because you keep just
untapping the one with
duplicating
the
them,
twin.
right?
Yep.
Right, and they
you
all
make
have haste.
another one, and they all have haste, and each one untaps the one that has twin on it.
And
to
then you
tap
just
to
keep
do it
going
again.
and keep going. Yeah, yeah. And they have
Mhm.
haste, so you can kill them. Yeah. That seems like a Splinter Twin problem to me. That definitely seems like a Splinter Twin problem to me. It seems pretty good, especially because you can just kill them instantly as well. It's not like you have to wait a turn. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm in. I think they banned it. I think, especially if it's older, I think they definitely banned this. Maybe it's like legal now, but I think they definitely banned that card. I don't know about Pestermite.
Copy
Pestermite could
bullshit.
potentially have like other abuse if there's other things that copy.
Never let the red player
But-
do any blue shit.
I don't know. Splinter Twin seems like the oppressive card. Yeah, I'll go with
The
Splinter
combo
Twin.
got
If it's
parakeet
both,
out of
so
format,
be it.
yeah.
All right. So Splinter Twin is a polarizing item in Modern.
Okay, that's a
for
way to
sure.
word it.
Most
For
random
sure.
bans?
So Splinter Twin rose quickly to the top of the format, or at least near the top of the format. It was
That's
one of the
unsurprising.
It was one of the best decks for quite a while after the format was invented, and there were people who really loved the deck and people who really hated the deck. The
Sure.
thing that made Splinter Twin very frustrating was, of course, that like if the opponent tapped out or tapped low and didn't have the right interaction, you could
just
drop
win.
a Pestermite and just
It's the
untap
fact that it
and
goes
that
infinite with
felt
so
like
much.
a lot of comes out of nowhere, and people were like, turn 4 combo, is that really that bad? It dies to lightning bolt, right? If you just have a lightning bolt available,
That's
they can't
true.
Splinter Twin.
That's
And
true.
there was a lot of like talk like that, but Splinter Twin actually was not banned right away.
Oh, you almost got me. You
In
almost got
fact,
me.
from 2011, when it emerged on the scene, all the way to 2016, it was one of the most popular decks in the format.
Oh, so okay, it was a
And
random ban
in
after.
2016 became one of the most controversial bans in the format because it
Ooh.
wasn't at an overwhelming win rate. It wasn't at an overwhelming meta share. It was the
So why did
epitome
it
of a
ban
deck
it?
that was just always good, but not inherently broken in a format full of combos and broken things. But it did get banned in
Yeah, I'm just saying,
January
like,
2016
reading the effect
to
doesn't
the
seem like it's
anger
a
of
broken
many
card.
people. And a common meme in the Magic community for the next almost decade would be unban Splinter Twin, you cowards. It was a thing that was repeated in every
It was
Pro
a
Tour
fair
chat,
turn
in
for
every
combo that could have
announcement
been
stream,
often
everywhere
interacted
on
with.
the internet,
Our
Magic
card game
related.
It's
is
broken.
Oh, they're wonderful. I love
Yeah.
how they don't. They
You
never let
can
it go,
have
do
really
they?
stupid
They're
shit go
gonna put it-
infinite.
They're going to put it in the comments. But
Ice
they
Barrier?
don't have to. Splinter Twin was unbanned in December. This last.
I swear, we
Oh,
still
they just unbanned it. Oh, wow.
Brandon
they
still
just
use
unbanned
Ice
it.
Barrier. Don't
It's
worry.
excited.
back.
Were they rejoicing in the
It
streets?
still uses to
Yes.
nowadays. Not in meta though.
And then they found out that there's another deck that's way more
Ice Beaver's not banned
broken.
though. Ice Beaver never got banned.
That has nothing to do with Splitter Twin.
That happens, of course.
And
of
Splitter
course.
Twin is currently considered a boomer combo.
That's funny.
Oh, this
I
is a
love that.
boomer
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has that
combo.
all the time too. It's great.
And the Splinter
Cool
Twin
combo, though.
players, the Splinter Twin players in comments right now are a combination of delighted and outraged that I just said that.
I bet. I like that this combo actually like ends the game though, right? Like some of the combos you showed.
Is
me,
there
they, like,
there a term called Magic
theoretically
Boomer?
end the game because like you get like big guy or do like big thing or whatever, but you still have to like wait a turn, which is weird because your stuff doesn't have haste.
Or
like,
what's
in
the
Yu-Gi-Oh! When
term
you do the
that-
big
is
combo,
there a
like, the
term
game's just
that
over. So I like that
are,
this
like,
actually
Magic
brings like
players?
a finality to the game in that sense, where it's like it happens, the game's over, like move on.
I've got bad news, I've got bad news, and I've got good news.
Okay.
The bad news is we've come to the end of this video.
No.
The other bad news is we only went through.
Yeah, cards
the
and Magic aren't really broken on own. Is usually what they set up. Like Map Tutor is stupid sense for a reason.
We're gonna have to do more. That's the good news.
Magic's a
Stay
very
tuned,
O
Modern
game.
fans, because we're gonna.
No,
do
I
it
mean
again.
by like,
Oh,
do
man,
people
I'm excited. This is
talk
cool.
about boomers and
Thank you
Magic
for
like
listening
Magic
to the Covert
boomers?
Go podcast. You can
Is
find us
Magic
on
Boomer-
all of
okay,
your
so there
favorite
is-
podcast
there is Magic
applications
Boomer.
like Apple, iTunes, and
I mean by the
iHeartRadio.
term.
And you can support the sponsor
Like, people
of
throw
the
that
show,
term around.
CoolStuffInc.com, by using
Magic
the
being
promo
old
code
as a card game.
CGBPod at checkout. Thank you for listening,
I mean,
and we'll see you in the next one. You're cool. Did you like that, cool kids? Well, thank you to War.
okay. Well, I mean that's it. That's it for today. I saw the 1 hour lore. I saw the how to play Magic in 15 minutes, which I don't really understand, but yeah, this was sent in the Magic channel, so that's why I was like, okay, I might as well look at this with you guys. So I think in terms of learning, it might be still like a couple months later. I don't know if I want to dabble on the Steam stuff before I play the paper in Commander, but we'll see. There's nothing like that I'm crazy about like reacting in terms of other stuff. Like I am not gonna react to the whatever the audio stuff on stream. People throw that term around, but it's usually at themselves say how long they've been playing. Like they're like a veteran. Terms are certain types of players this like Spike and Timmy. What's that? Wait a sec. Guess since I'm gonna just chat now, we could still chat. But yeah, those are the was it 4 or 5 videos? Arena, even if you don't get into the rank, it has yeah. I'm like I am thinking about just looking at it. I don't know if it's better just to do it before the Commander paper or after it. Yeah. Mental profile of the player. Is there a reason why it's Timmy, Johnny, and Spike? That's what I'm asking. Oh well, this is so short. Yes, we're doing this. Okay, that's not right. Yes, I guess we do this. Magic. Wait. Yeah, I'm casual for sure. I am not competitive. Like, but I don't know. Like, if the tutorial on Arena has some modern stuff, I could look into it. Like, I could look into it and not be like, I'm gonna become like a competitive player. Pre-release of the upcoming Final Fantasy set. I think they have some promo somewhere. The problem is I don't know anything about Final Fantasy, except the chicken jockey. I was never into that series, but yeah. magic is turning complete with the correct board setup. Can represent all the calculations and computer can. Okay, yeah. Another thing is on Arena, like, can I build a deck fairly easy? That's another question. Commander is a casual format, but can unfortunately be overwhelming if you don't have a basic. Yeah. So the commander thing is, I have a friend that can teach me, and I could do hand cam. Like it'll be in paper, but he doesn't have time now. That's why we're gonna wait for a while, till that happens. But I'm basically somebody is gonna babysit me into everything. I just don't know if I should look into Arena like blindly before I do the commander thing. That's what I'm saying. Like before or after. There's an official article. I have links disabled in chat, but if you can drop it in the Discord if you want to drop that. No idea why they call that. It must come from something. You recommend playing Arena before? Okay. Hope you would monitor, but I don't know about commando stuff. Okay. The names just come from R&D team wanting to give the types. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the lore. That's where it comes from. As long as you open a bunch of packs, you'll get wild card, which lets you craft any card you want. Okay. Like I don't need to spend gems on getting something to work with. That's right. If you want to play Magic for real, MTGO is probably best, but can't bet too techno. Yeah, Arena's a gacha game. MTGO is like a third-party simulator, right? Arena is notoriously awful for deck building, especially for new players. Uh-oh. It's mad limited in regards to cards. Well, I don't know. It's like, is it easy for me to just get a randomly decent deck that preferably can be bird, and I just like poke around? That's what I need. Is that doable in Arena? Yeah, it's gonna be my first commander game, and I'm gonna play Nadu. Yes. Is Nadu expensive? Isn't it banned? It shouldn't be expensive. Arena tutorial is pretty simple. Okay. Listen to Arrow. So MTGO. I could look into Arena, which can be fun, but Nadu itself is like a lot and very convoluted to win. I mean, I'm just learning the basics. So is what's gonna happen is like I'm gonna ask 10,000 questions and I'm gonna play open hand. That's what's gonna happen. Since like I'm just learning. I don't know, or is it not too so complicated for a newbie? do the win con? Help understand the rules before you teach about commander. Okay, yeah. I guess I could look into arena tutorial. I am not gonna gacha, okay? No, I'm not gachaing. I don't even pay gems in Master Duel. I mean, Master is pretty like free to play unless you want to play every single meta deck. MTGO just looks freaking awful. Okay, all good. Arena just give you free decks. Okay, like starter decks. I can play with starter decks. I'm not gonna be like building something. I don't have knowledge to build something. I don't even build anything in Yu-Gi-Oh! I just net deck. Both are official. Oh, okay. So they're both official. Okay. Official, even though more so. Yeah, Arena is like the new gacha thing, right? Yeah, it's older. Don't go there. Is where the Timmy and Jimmys are at. It's super dated. Well, I mean, I'm not playing what current meta format. MGO is very ugly and stinky. It's the most feature. Is it abandoned? They don't have updates anymore. Complete. But the server is still alive, so people can play it. Other than tabletop, yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, we do tabletop, right? Tabletop. I don't know. Yeah, tabletop sounds the best. It's not ideal and you'll be friendly. Yeah. Okay, so I'll be clueless. I'll open and be like, "What the fuck is this?" Hard to build a deck immediate in arena because you need to open packs. Do they give you a structure deck? Do they give you a trial deck that I can just play? Nadu is cheap as shit since the ban. Good. Very good. I'll pick up some I'll pick up some Nadu. And I only need one. Since Commander is just one of each. Get the standard starter deck. Okay, yeah, so I could get that. I could just play with the starter deck. Just to get the gist of it. I don't need to, you know. Nado's really hard. Okay, we playing a starter deck in arena first. With Burrs, yes. Can't promise I'll be super committed for a standard though. I'm not going to rank though. I don't know. Is there AI? Is there solo mode in arena that I can just like poke at AI? Poke at computer? Format's kind of hill right now. Blue, white, infinite. I'm playing blue, white. I'm playing blue, infinite flicker and bounce. Yeah, I am not going into rank. I don't care what's happening in modern format. The goal is just to know how to play, I guess. Like basic. Very basic knowledge. Nadu is very awkward play style. Isn't too complicated. But its game plan is very unconventional, especially as a beginner. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I can figure out what Nadu does. Especially with somebody teaching me in paper, okay? The people teaching me know how to play it, so I'll be fine. I think. But yeah, maybe I dap into arena starter deck before we do paper, I guess. Building an optimized tournament deck in arena is hard. Building a functional deck is easy. Okay, so arena will be fine. And maybe I can poke into MTGO and be like, I don't know what this is, and I just close it. There's a dedicated starter deck format. Good. There's a bird deck. Okay then. Yay! I get a bunch of child deck. Okay, yeah. I don't need to open packs then. I mean, I could, but we don't need to. You get a starter deck in each color. Good. I'm playing blue and white. Yeah, you can play solar 1v1. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could look at, I don't know, formats that are not in Commander. We just look what's gonna happen, basically. Thanks for the bits, Elila. The little quest mode that upgrades all your decks you get for free. Okay. Rena, yeah, I just need basic knowledge. There are other birds beside Nadu if you just care about being a bird. Okay, no, I care about bird, but Nadu is a war crime, so that's why I picked it for the commander. But yes, other birds are fine. Nadu's emphasis for long turns. That's fine. I mean, it's not Yu-Gi-Oh, so it's gonna be anything that's more than 5 turns or 3 turns is already long. Like, I think Pokemon is long, okay, like... To say that Nadu was hard and confusing for even pro players. Really? That is their life, so I wish you the best of luck? You're telling me it's so hard that pro players are confused, then how did it got banned? If it's so confused that nobody knows how to play it. Or you're telling me only the pro of pro know how to play it, and then it just get banned. The loop are hell to deal with? Easy to neck deck for arena and important to craft the regular cards over the land. First more or for okay. I know it's banned as a commander, but my friend's gonna teach me. So I could play banned cards. I mean not arena, but I'm just saying for the paper one, I could play it. I make the rules. I can play everything banned. And he knows. He agrees. He's also a war crime and a bird? Who? Which one? Darabi? It's cause it doesn't guarantee a win, so it can play forever and then achieve nothing. um then how is it banned? Let's see. Oh yes, I seen this card. Yes, I seen this card before. I think somebody told me about this card. It got banned because the looper had no infinite end and could take like 20 minutes for nothing. So just stalling. Just end the game from Infinite Valley. There's an upcoming bird commander called Barzo and Coco. I see. Mm. That looks like Final Fantasy. That's chicken jockey. Human bird. Okay. Well, I haven't even built the, I don't know, the deck list for paper. So yeah. There's no in between. Well, is Van less for power than it taking forever to resolve each turn? Or okay. Oh, it's the Final Fan. Oh, it is the Final Fantasy. Oh, okay. It is chicken jockey. The only thing I know about Final Fantasy is the chicken. Nado was very much, I'm gonna take 20 minutes for my turn and win. Or I'm gonna take 30 minutes for my turn and pass to you. I see nothing wrong with it. My boomer ears? What time? Great thing about Commander is you can just print your own cards because it's a counter format. Oh, true. I don't even need to buy the cards. Yeah, I could proxy. Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't think what I'm trying to build. First of all, I don't know what I'm building, except I want Warcry Nadu. I think it could get expensive, but I don't need to make it expensive. Because like I'm not gonna play it again. But like I could drop like I don't know. Anything under 100, I'll be fine. And from what I heard, like structured it can be like what? Less than 50, then that's nothing. In my opinion. Like that'll just be that'll be the investment on that video. Or yes, I could just print it out and use proxy. Do I actually have sleeves? Okay, I think I think I have sleeve size for Magic. Actually, I think do I? Maybe I do have 66 times 91. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, sleeves are cheap, but yeah. Anyways, I need to eat and shower. Later today is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Room. I guess if you play Master Duel, you can come. It's Master Duel BO1 format, and I guess the YouTube and Twitch people are one group, and then my Bilibili, my Chinese viewers are gonna be in another group. It's not a tourney because of time zone difference, but yeah. Pro is just no stun and no meta. And I check on Master Duel meta, it's just Fingsmith, Snake Eye, Fingsmith, and Primate Blue Eyes. Or Blue Eyes is banned, basically. Not even Tenpai is in tier 2. But yeah. It's just casual. We'll see what happens. Magic sleeves are different size. I know. That's why I don't know if I have magic sleeves, because magic is the largest one. I'm pretty sure the largest sleeve size is like 66 times 91, which will fit magic. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeve only fits Vanguard and Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like the smallest size. But I might have over sleeves. Or I don't know if I have over sleeves that are that big, but sleeves are easy. Actually, maybe I do. My friends gave me some sleeves. I don't think they're Yu-Gi-Oh! Size. Which means they're probably the max size then. Final Fantasy 1 with Chochokubo is like 30 years before Minecraft. I know it's before Minecraft. I don't even play Minecraft, but I'm just saying it is chicken jockey. I had friends that are like, oh, maybe you could try it. And I'm just like, the only thing I care about is the chicken, the bird that you're riding on. Recon decks range for 25 for starter. Yeah, 50, 60 is not. Come on. Okay, that's not for a decent. I mean, not like just brand like a not even a decent deck. For a deck, 50 to 60 is not insanely expensive, in my opinion. Getting a pack of Katana 100 count sleeves? Oh yeah, because Commander, right? Oh no, what was it? There was another format that has 100 cards. Standard sleeves, yeah. Vanguard mention? Why do people get like you're like Vanguard mention? You play Vanguard? No. I played it twice. Yeah. Your standard size sleeve is MVD. Okay. There are? Did I hear about Nitroscape? Yes. Wait, what was my response? Yes, I googled it. I already forgot. Let me Google it again. Oh yes, yes. Like, it looks like magic. It's just like it's like a TCG and work, right? Chicken jockey are very rare in Minecraft. I don't even know what chicken jockey and Minecraft mean. I just know it's riding a chicken. Commander has 100. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, okay. 160, yeah. Because all 12 of the people who like that game like to get mentioned. Okay. Thank you. It's in the cyberpunk universe. Let's see. I know, but it's still in the it's still work in progress, right? It looks like magic plus weave. Like weave magic. That's what it looks like. Morning, I am going to go eat. Yeah, I can see the frame being like cyberpunk inspired. Like the frame, like the design looks like even the colors. Hmm. I guess I'll look into it later. Don't worry, but don't expect like thousands of magic content. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do arena and then MTGO and then commander and then that's probably it. Depending on what we can do. Because as I said, it doesn't really make sense. Like how do I even play it? Because I'm for sure not gonna play rank. I'm not gonna play meta. If I do viewer dues in commander, what it's like 5 people and it's like 6 hours? Like I don't know how that works. If I like cyberpunk stuff, yes. It's a magic stick? Okay. Magics already have weed these days? Not really. I mean, their anime cards looks kind of weird, in my opinion. Neo Dynasty. Oh. Okay, okay. It doesn't look too cyberpunky, but yeah. I could see it. I mean, I don't think even their collabs are not like actual anime collabs. Is Final Fantasy Weave? I don't think that's Weave. Okay, maybe it is, but I'm talking about like Wise. Weave. Definitely just content arena. That's what I would say. You just try dabbling, draft. We'll see what happens. I just know myself, so that's why I'm like I'll promise the commander paper because it's on the schedule. Also arena because why not? Uh, but I know myself. It's like there's people that like want me to try, or they ask me like if I'm interested in other TCG, and I'm like I'm open to any TCG if somebody can teach me. Uh, I could learn it, but I highly doubt that I'm gonna play it weekly or even monthly. Uh, because I don't know. I'm not a TCG person. That makes sense. They've been printing more anime style cards. Yeah, you like them personally? I think I don't know the cards that I saw. It was recent, but it's not like it's not like Goon. It's not like what is it called? Goon Gacha game anime. If that makes sense. I guess the style is a little bit more the tame. Can I say it's a little bit tame? You love my magic content though. I'm just saying I cannot keep promises because I highly doubt I'll be like, oh my god, my hand is itching. I gotta open arena and do ranking. Also, that's because I'm questioning like if let's say like, oh my god, I fucking love commander format. I want to play with you guys. How's that gonna work? 20 people in the BC Discord chat, and it's gonna be a 10-hour stream. Is that how it's gonna work? That's why I'm like, I'm not sure. Mm. To break in the Japanese market, bruh, they so late on it. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Well, I don't know about Magic players in JP, so I'm not gonna say anything. They did 6 Miku special drops. Wise also has Miku cards. Wise is 100% anime. Waifus. Play Commander with your friends and pay subs. I don't have friends. Do I have friends that play Commanders? We'll see what happens. But from what I've gathered, as if it's like a social game that is kind of like werewolf games, then I would enjoy it. But like I know for sure 1000% no meta climbing. Like okay, 99%. Okay, 100% no meta, 99% no climbing. We'll see. It's also because like I have so many shit I need to finish. Which is mostly Yu-Gi and Pokemon. Well, I mean, I'm also playing Ace Attorney. That's gonna take like at least 6 more months to finish everything. But yeah, I guess like if you guys have anything that I should look at, I might not do another react or just like watching videos, but I could if you drop it in the channel, I will look at it. Got to have like info. Okay, I guess Twitch people. I'll send you guys to Pokemon. Mm-mm. Da, da, da. Meow. Yeah, so later is basically Weirdo versus Weirdo in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I'll see what I want to do with my schedule. I haven't did my schedule yet. I need to eat and shower. I'll probably do it like tomorrow or something when I wake up. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I'll see when I dabble on Arena. I'll have to download it and look at it first before I'm not gonna go in blindly, like clueless. Probably gonna look at it before I stream. Like very basic stuff, I guess. Maybe not, but I feel like I will. So yeah. I'll see you guys. Bye bye.